Okay, well, now it appears that it would be holding. Are you guys got me? 5x5? 10x10? What are we doing at? Internet looks to be holding right now. So, what's weird is I rebooted Streamlabs. Wow, way to ruin the intro hype juice, huh? Jeez. So, when I rebooted Streamlabs, it went through a boot cycle like it had just received an update. So, I don't know if the internet was, or if for some reason Streamlabs decided to update itself during the stream there. I don't know what was going on with that, but right now it seems to be stable. Jeez. All right. Not how I wanted to start the stream off. We got a long 6-hour stream coming at you guys. This is going to be one epic long haul. I hope you guys enjoyed a little bit of the intro. We'll play it again. We'll play it again here when we get up to cruise, maybe. We'll see how the internet is handling. If the internet goes out on me again, I'm just probably going to pull the plug on the stream because we cannot go about a long haul with no internet. So we'll have to see what happens there. I don't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, it looks like it literally looks like Streamlabs did an update while I was live. And it was downloading the update to Streamlabs or something. I don't know what happened. Anyway, hope I got a refresher. Nah, man, I got some Pedialyte and I got some water. My kids, they got a, for any of you parents out there, you probably know, you get, whenever your kids get something, then everybody in the whole house gets it. So I got some little virus bug thing. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. Hopefully it'll clear up here the more I warm up my voice, but everything seems to be pretty stable now. So let's just go with JAR default ground services. Yes, Christy, JAR default ground services in memory of Max Rank. I think he's paying respects to the Queen over there in Europe right now, but yeah, I just thought I'd run that. And I also ran the jet bridge with the stair loader just for you, Christy, just for you. But guys, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Sorry that the intro was kind of a cluster there. We'll rerun the intro music here a little bit later on, that intro video I put together. But I hope you guys are ready. We are finally leaving South America, headed to St. Martin in the Toliss A340. This is a serious long-haul flight. It's going to be... It's going to be probably 6 hours in flight. So we're going to do a lot of stuff. I've got a whole station set up here. I've got an instructor cam. I've got my Wi-Fi ready to go. I'm seeing a skipped frame. What is this all about? I have a skipped frame here. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it holds true. But let's fire up this 340. Let's get going. We have a long flight. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. We can reminisce. We can instruct. It's going to be good. Departure, local time. I don't even know anymore. I've been winding the time back so I can see the sunrise here in the 340. But let's go ahead and get this airplane fired up right now. Boom, batteries. That's coming online. Let's get the dome light on bright here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lovely cockpit of the A340-600. 6 hours will be well past midnight. Quasimodo, yeah, I think, we'll see. We're going to fly 999 on the cost index. We're going to see how fast we can get this sucker to St. Martin. But it's going to be, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I really do. I think this is going to scratch the itch for a lot of you long haulers. You want to see long haul flying. We got a lot coming at you right here. Rio is GMT -3, I think. It's 6:15 on the cockpit clock right now, correct. I kind of wanted to wind that back. 6:15 on the cockpit clock, and what I'm going to do, Gustavo, is I'm going to, once we get our updated en route times in the McDo, I'm going to put a little countdown timer on the screen so you guys can see estimated time till top of descent or to arrival, something like that. All right? So, with that said, I'm going to have a sip of my drink, and let's get this airplane fired up, guys. Idiota, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome. Let's start with the overhead, shall we? Crew supply oxygen on up to the left-hand side. Everything looks good. Nav 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. Long haul. Still fondly remember the New Year's Eve Transcon flight. Oh yeah, Niels. Oh yeah, that Niels that long haul over New Year's Eve. Whew. I think we've done three long hauls. 4 long hauls. We did Europe, we did Hawaii, we did the New Year's Eve flight. I think this will be number 4. We'll go nav to position 1, strobe in the auto position, seatbelts off, no smoking auto. Arm the emergency exit lights. Going up the overhead here, everything looks good. We'll leave our fuel pump off for now. Let's go ahead and do a fire test. Boom, supersonic flush, yes. That wasn't really a long haul though, right? Because we were flying so fast. Let's go up the right-hand side of the overhead. Everything looks good. Data is out. Everything looks wonderful up there. Beautiful. All right, down to our MCDU. Let's go ahead and initialize this. Check this out. Boom, initializing the flight plan data link. Yeah, the Hawaii long haul and the Clipper 747. Exactly, man. That was a good one. Here we are, TAM 357 heavy, 299 on the passengers. No, we're going to bump those up. Those are rookie numbers, my friend. We are taking 440 packs. We're going to go full boat. Boom. That's it. So we're going to also bump this up. 99, 380, minus 52. That looks good. Tropo is already in there. Let's go ahead and start from our top down departure. We're going to be taking runway 10 for performance today on the Omni departure. Insert that. Manual leg to EDNAM. That's correct. Now if we look at our Avi tab, charts, come all the way to our flight plan. That's where we're going, folks. That is a long flight today. Long flight. The winds look good. We're going to be kind of in the middle of a headwind. Shouldn't be too bad, though. All right, these are our fuel numbers, all that. Here we go. We're on the Ulubu 1 into St. Martin. So we'll go arrival. We'll do RNAV 10, Ulubu. And I guess we're going to take it off of Zapata transition. Zapata. Insert. Done. Here we go. Vitor, what's up, man? You're not too late, man. You didn't miss much except the internet went out on me there. We had a nice little intro. We had an intro video, which I'll play again here in a minute. Maybe we'll do it while we're fueling. Now, let me get to that right away. Before we finish the flight plan, guys, we need to load this puppy up with fuel. Right now, we only have... Oh, we've already got our fuel on board? Oh. Check this out. I wanted to show you guys. So I'm going to say we have... Let's just say we had about 80,000 pounds of fuel on board, okay? So if we have 80,000 pounds of fuel on board, I want to do real-time fueling. I wanted to show you guys this. So we're going to go here. We're going to do ground services. Now, we have 80,000. We need 140, I believe, right? So this is fuel entered or removed. So we need to actually do a little bit of math here, and then the fuel trucks are going to come up to the airplane. So let's go calculator, and I want to take 100 and... Flight plan says 125. I'm going to take more than that. So let's take 135. Let's take an extra 10,000 pounds. So 135,000 pounds is what we're looking for. And we're going to subtract what's in the tanks right now of 8031. Let's see. Hold on. What did I say? 135,000 pounds minus 80,000. 381. That makes more sense. So we need to add 54,000 pounds of fuel. So let's add 54,000. Request refuel. And it'll take a little pause here, and the fuel trucks are actually going to start driving up to the airplane, and they'll hook up and connect and start pumping gas in real time. So we're going to do that, real-time fuel. Here's our Toliss fuel truck coming in here. Should be good. I know how you feel. Woke up early to fly Saturday morning. Internet was down for the rest of the weekend. Oh, man, sorry to hear that, Matt Warren. Yeah, I don't know. Literally, it must have just been that update. I don't know what was going on. Totally sucks. It ruined the vibe. We had almost 200 people watching the intro video. That's okay. We'll get it going again, though. We'll get it going again. All right, so we got JAR at the aircraft. I do love this scene. Like, for all you long haulers, all you heavy aircraft flyers in the sim, I gotta say, don't mind my JAR design livery. There's something to be said about the, I don't know if it's the hype or the anticipation of prepping your aircraft before a long haul. I mean, we already have 283 people in here, and I think it's because it's in anticipation for the takeoff of a long haul flight. And this is a true long haul for us. This is 2,000 nautical miles en route, so it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be fun. But I kind of get that anticipation, that excitement, getting ready. So, I don't know. That cloud wall is interesting. I know I was looking at that earlier. Jeff L. I was looking at that earlier. All right, so you can see fuel is coming up. Let's go ahead and continue with our flight plan here. We'll go ahead and minimize that. We don't need that right now. We'll go ahead and get that off. Secondary, let's go ahead and do that. So just so I can show you guys, for faults, I'm true to my word. I've got random faults on, but I put it down to 1. So basically, this is real time. If we get a fault today, it's going to just be legit random that we got one. So it is what it is. I do have it enabled, but I have the flight time factor to about the realistic as it can get. So pretty minute there. All right, so for our air return, SPGL is what we're going to put in the box here. In the secondary, back around. If we have to come back around, we're going to land on 10. I'm not sure which one it is. We'll just do the ILS 10 X-ray. That looks fine. Secondary perf, arrow right over. We're going to put 200 in the DH. Winds are calm. And temperature is 2.5. Beautiful morning here in Rio. And a QNH. Let's get the actual QNH from the map. Looks like we have some other traffic out there. We got a gold, or Vueling, 1215 as well. Cool deal, cool deal. All right, so, well, that's not it. Here we go. 2988 is the altimeter. We'll put that in the box. 2988 in the QNH, and while we're at it, let's go ahead and set these up here as well. Sergey says, V1, I guess we all know you still blow 2 engines on a single wing with your special license code. Oh man, I hope we're not popping any motors today, my friend. No motor popping today. EO for SBGL, go to PCX and head 25 miles on the radio 180, hold over the sea. From there you can do an ILS approach runway 10. Gustavo, my man, thank you, sir. So basically, I'm gonna throw that in the RadNav here. So Gustavo's given me a single engine procedure, an engine out. Go to PCX and head 25 miles on radio 180. So we're gonna put PCX in the hard tune, and I can actually put a radial in there as well. I can put the 180 course in there as well, and then you know what, to back it up, let's just do this. We'll do fixed info PCX and the 180 radial, just so I have something to look at there for a single engine, or if we lose an engine. God, I hope we don't lose an engine on this airplane today. Out over the sea, we'll come back around. Hey, if full disclosure, if we lose an engine today, folks, and we have to do an air return, we're just going to call it there. Because we don't have the time to be messing around, lollygagging around. But the tanks are pumping, or the trucks are pumping gas into the tank. We got a 737 or A319. I think that's Team Vodka. It's supposed to be a 737, but it's showing up as an A319 today. That's okay. 319, head over to St. Martin. We got the Magic Carpet A340 ready to go. I can't wait for this, man. Did I post a Caravan CFG file? Mr. Caps, I did not. And the reason being is there's actually quite a bit changed, and I don't want to distribute a payware file. So I am working with Phantom 320 to get a text edit of what numbers were changed, and then we're going to post that. Matter of fact, I'll hit them up on this flight on the way out there. Maybe we can bring them into the Discord here. It looks like the Toliss truck is driving away. All right, so they stopped fueling, but we are short. We only have 119,000 pounds, so let me just do this. We're just gonna, I'll tell you what. I'm trying to be realistic here. And you're smoking me. So we're gonna do 135,000. What's up with these cargoes? So that's fuel. I'm gonna bring that down a little bit. Let's do 48. Apply these load settings. There we go. So we're applied up 135,000 pounds. We're all within limits here. Our zero fuel weight. Let's do that while we're down here now. But yeah, the only reason I didn't post it is because I don't want to be putting an actual file on there. But I will try my best to get the text edit for you. All right, let's look at our zero fuel weights here, and our actual zero fuel weight is 523.9 and a CG of 26.4. So that goes there. Why does it say negative extra time? Fuel on board is 135.4, so let's go ahead and put that in at 135.4. That's going to go in there. There we go. Now we got just a little bit of extra gas. We don't have a whole lot of extra. We really don't need this route reserve. I'm going to clear that out. Now it won't let me. Let's do like 2. Give us a little extra gas. And then let's also get the wind. So these are things that I kind of skipped on a lot of our domestic flying on our short routes. But when you start going over 2,000 miles, you can see here 2,700 nautical mile flight, we're going to need the winds aloft for sure. Like, these things make a difference now. Estimating fuel on board on landing is 27.9. That seems really low. 12 minutes extra gas. That's a final of 30 minutes extra. What if I want 45 minutes extra just to be safe? It won't even give me 45 extra. All right, we'll be fine. We're skimping on the fuel, and this is also with an alternate though, so we should be good to go. A whole extra 4 minutes. Al W, thank you for your continued support, my friend. Actually, you know what? Before I forget, I need to go ahead and turn the alert box on. I don't know why I had that muted earlier. Let me go ahead and get the alert box back on so I can see all the super chats coming in. My money's on door slide fault at the gate. Please no, Al. Please no. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on board, my friend. All right, SBGL is going in here. Our perf data, we're going to wait for that. And NIT B is basically done. So how we looking? We are basically pretty much ready to go. Let's go ahead and get the APU fired up. It's going to take a minute. And let's verify that our gas is in the tanks before takeoff. So we have 135,000 pounds of fuel on board. It is all on board and balanced, looking wonderfully. So just like the narrow body, once our fueling is complete, let's go ahead and get our tank pumps on, all 76 of them. And we go ahead and get the seatbelt sign on as well. Let's fire up the APU. It's getting there. It's getting time, folks. I need takeoff flaps 3. Oh yeah, Christy, I won't forget that. Why not take the actual reserves and fuel? You have the capacity. Well, we could, but what fun in that? I mean, it's a little bit more fun to be looking at a crunching fuel the whole way, right? I mean, SimBrief said 125,000. I'm like, that's nowhere near what we need, so I don't know. We'll have to see. Al, you had that fault at DFW leaving for your honeymoon? Oh, no. New wife was not happy. Al, that's a tough one, man. Anything with the slides, that could very much become a go, no-go decision for a revenue flight, because you could ferry the aircraft without slides, but passengers, not so much. All right, let's go ahead and drive away all down here. We'll get these trucks are going to start pulling away from the aircraft. I am ready, ready, ready. Guys, if you're ready to do a true long haul, smash that like button for me. Let's get the likes up on this video. I don't know how many likes. So should we have a like goal today? Well, I think we need 340 likes because we're flying an A340. So our goal today will be 340 likes. I think we can do that. We can smash that. We got 6 hours to do it. I heard someone put a bottle cap on the engine cowling. Better to take a look. Or we're hanging here another day. Oh, no, man. No, no. Let me top off my water here. Canadian, sorry for repeating. Thanks for the advice the other day. I passed my ME IFR check ride. Awesome, man. And today I passed my first 2 ATPL writtens. The Canadian, dude. That's fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. I knew you would do just fine. Pass with flying colors, my friend. Congratulations. That's awesome. That's awesome news, dude. Very happy to hear that. The SID will be the Evrod 1 Alpha until NSOD. Need to maintain a climb rate of 1,800 feet and below 300 knots. NSOD departure. Let me take a look at that here while they're driving away. Let's look at airports. I just picked a straight out one. I don't even have that. Oh, the Evrada. This is the Evrada departure out to NSOD. Oh, wow. Okay. Can we do this? Let's see if we can load that one up here in the box real quick. Let's go flight plan. Let's change this. Departure off 10. Oh, I got to reselect it. 10. Evrada 1 Alpha. NSOD. Insert. There we go. Let's look at this. I forget we can do this like that too. Alright, so we can do that. And NSOD EDNAM. Cool. Looks like we got a amber altitude there already. I don't know if we're going to be able to comply. What's I-6C? Let's put the constraint mode on. At or above, flight level 210. Yeah, I don't think we can comply with this one. But what the hell? It's flight sim. We'll do it anyway. We'll do it anyway. Arc mode is back on. Let me come over here to this tablet. I'm going to do a reset to current so I can see what's going on here. This is our current load. 440 passengers. We got our freight. Fuel on board 132.7. 26.4. Gross weight is 28.3 on the CG. We look at our init B here. Looking good. And our fuel predict. 26.4. Okay, so we're looking good. Let's go ahead and do a takeoff data request, guys. This is the best part right here. Toliss has nailed the takeoff data request. Let's go ahead and do a takeoff data request. You'll see it happen in real time. Why is the rudder on the Airbus always tilted to the left? It's not. It's just when there's no hydraulic pressure and the wind blows it whatever direction it wants to blow it. All right, so receive takeoff data. We got a flaps 3 Toga off runway 10. Insert. Boom, look at that. Flaps 3 up 2.7. There's our speed. 61, 61, 66. Transition altitude is 7,000. Engine out and acceleration altitude of 1,000 feet. I don't think it would be that for us. Probably have to change that. No takeoff shift. We're going full length. Flaps 3 up 2.7. Beautiful. Let's put the Unicom in the standby. 122.8 is selected. Let's close up some doors. Actually, we can do it from the IACP. So, intercom. No longer need external power. Let's turn on the APU bleed. Let's go ahead and pull external A, external B. We'll go ahead and pull the chocks. We're going to stand by on that. We've already got our fuel. Let's go ahead and close all cargo doors. We don't need de-icing. That's good. Cabin. Let's go ahead and closed. Close. We'll keep 1L open momentarily. That looks good. We are getting ready to go, folks. Oops. Auto.
That's traffic is all 8706. Pushing back.
All right, let's get rid of the jar trucks. We're just going to push straight back, probably 100 meters. No, probably 50 meters should do it. Only 13,000 pounds short of max, 0 fuel weight. Good and heavy. Oh yeah, this is true heavy.
Rio, Gold Transport Day 1215, passing 10,000 northbound, last call Rio.
2. Oh, I need to bind my trigger. Hold on, guys. This would be under joystick. We need to bind. Nope, not fire missile bombs. What is it? X-Pilot, push to talk. There we go. Rio traffic, Lam 357 heavy. We're going to be pushing back, straight back here off gate 10. Rio. All right, let's do it. Are you guys ready? Let's close this door. Arm doors and cross check. And ground services. I want to go 50 meters. Let's do 60 meters. 120 feet. Hopefully that's enough. Let's do 70 meters. 200 feet. Prime that. Let's get the beacon light on. Alright, are you guys ready? Window stored in slides, closing arm, beacon on, thrust levers idle, parking brake is set. Before start checklist is complete. Let's, was it left shift G, left control G? Nope, left shift G. Bye-bye jetway. Cheers from Poland, what's up? I was tested last time on my channel XB12 and I'm very satisfied. Cool, man. Welcome to the stream. Did you say LAN or TAM? Because you are TAM. Thank you, Christy. So I am TAM. All right, trucks are out of the way. Let's go ahead and push and start. Let's get tiller cam online.
Rear traffic is all 8706, taxiing to runway 10 via Kilo, Mike, Papa. Rear traffic.
All right, we're waiting for the truck to pull up. And it's long haul time, baby. I am not using any scenery. We are default, baby. Default.
Rio traffic, Gold Transport Day 1215, just advise there's some pretty good turbulence over the peaks on the north side of the city.
Guys getting ready for an interview at Delta. Brakes release, clear to push. Straight back. Oh, baby, long haul. What's up, Mika Morgan? Welcome. We're going to go engines 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go right across the board. That's far enough. That's far enough. Stop. 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 Alright, Captain, push complete, set brakes. Brakes are set. Clear to disconnect. We're going to start in sequence. Have a good day. We got bleed pressure. Starting engine 1. And 2. I love motoring both at the same time. Xander, they didn't have the 346. They had the 345, I believe. I believe they had the 500, A340-500. Let's spool them up. I'm getting pumped. I'm getting excited. I don't do long hauls hardly ever, but this is... I'm getting excited for this one. I'm ready. This is going to be fun. I feel like we're actually going somewhere. This is not the Mango. This is a different sound pack that I was recommended by Toliss. It's on the forum. Alright, we got a good start on 1. And a good start on 2. Let's go ahead and turn 3. Oh, guess that one's not bound. Let's go ahead and start 3. I did change my bindings. And 4. Matt Warren. Thanks, Steve. James, I do not believe so. And if you lose 2 engines on the same wing, I think you're pretty much dead in the water. Look at that. Oh yeah, baby. Let's go to sounds. It's all the way up. Good. Avail on 3. Oh, there's that whine. And avail on 4. Alright, we got 4 good starts. That's coming back. That's good. We go ahead and get rid of you. You. And we're going to do trim is auto set. And we're going to do flaps 3. Love it. Absolutely love it. We are flaps 3 and trim is up 2.7. It's pretty dang close. 2.6. 2.7 checks. Let's go. Auto brakes. RTO. Spoilers on. We're going to put this into auto. We're going to leave the radar off. PWS into auto. We don't have any ATC, so we're going TARA 2000 check. APU bleed can come off. APU master is off. And we're going to go ahead and put you into taxi camera. Check. Alright, we got, let's see, 1 FD2, thrust climb nav blue. 370 is set. And we'll do a takeoff config. Let's just do it here at the gate so we can focus on taxiing. So let's do a flight control check. Full up. Full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. This thing only happens in X-Plane, and I don't know what it is. There we go. All right, you guys ready? Brakes released. Taxi light on. How are we going to get there? We're going to go out Lima 1, November Papa. Rio traffic at TAM 357 heavy. Going to taxi runway 10 via Lima 1, November Papa. Rio traffic. Let's do this thing. What a beautiful looking airplane, huh? Swiss Air, are they hiring? Alright, let's see if we can find some resemblance of a taxi line around here. Do you wish the narrow body had a taxi cam, Jeremy? Nah. I mean, it would be helpful at some points, but not really. You don't really need it. You need it in this airplane. I mean, it's not even a creature comfort. I think that you need to have a taxi cam in this airplane if you want to stay on the pavement. Look at that 350, or I'm sorry, 340, that Azul. Cool deal. All right, let's see if we can, there's our center line. Let's go ahead and find it. And it's so fun taxiing this around with a tiller too, because you really have to go slow and mind your ground speed. And the delay, a little bit of a delay, getting that nose wheel all the way over. Alright, now I'm going to cheat in outside view here real quick, because sometimes certain taxiways will prohibit you from taxiing on them depending on your wingspan. So let me take a look. I'm actually going to take, I don't know what I said earlier, but I'm going to take this taxiway here. I'm not going to go over here. So we're going to make this first right and then a left. We're basically going to follow the Azul. Alright, and the hard right. It's so weird. I feel like I'm taxiing into the dirt. In real life, this is a bridge. Oh, cool deal, Gustavo. Man, I hope we get a really nice scenery for this airport, either in Microsoft or even an X-Plane, honestly. I'm coming back to Rio, guys. If you're sad about leaving Rio, do not be, because I've had so much fun flying around here, and this whole South America tour has been so much fun. We are going to be coming back periodically, you know, doing some flying, definitely around this part of the world, because it is, I think it goes underappreciated. I mean, we do a ton of Europe flying, we do a ton of US flying, but man, this terrain out here is absolutely amazing. All right, nice wide turn here. Let's juice up the right side. Right about that 9 knots is pretty good. I'm gonna take Oscar. That way I can kind of just cheat way on there. Any plans for India tour? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. How long is a flight? It's going to be close to 6 hours, my friend. Hello from Argentina. What's up, man? Welcome. Any plans for an African tour? Maybe. You'll have to stick around. You have to stick around. The next tour we'll probably do at maybe 35K. It'd be nice if we could reach... we got 200 subs to go. I don't know. It'd be nice if we could reach 30K by the end of this flight. I doubt it, though. 200 subs is a pretty big ask. Alright, I'm going to hold short of 10 here. I'm a little sideways. Rio traffic. TAM 357 heavy. Going to line up on late runway 10 Rio. 500 viewers, we can do more likes. Ooh, I tell you what. Right now we're set up to do a PAX on Toga, so not a maximum juice. If you guys can get me to, what are we at? 230. If you guys can get me, it's gonna have to be tough. If you get me to 300 likes before takeoff, I will turn the PAX off, and we will do a PAX off Toga takeoff. but only at 300 likes, so that's a steep ask. I don't know if we can do it. You got until I get her lined up on the runway. Alright, so I'm not going to follow the line here. I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit left because I want to use all available runway. Oh my gosh, we already smashed 300. Alright, appreciate you guys. You guys are absolutely awesome. Alright, let me see if I can not mess up this lineup here. And then we're going to do a packs off takeoff. So it'll be maximum juice. So as much power as these engines can give us, we're going to ask from them. So when we turn packs off, that is the pneumatic air cycle kit, basically the air conditioning. It's going to relieve bleed pressure on the engine, so it's going to give you more power to go. Sometimes you would do this in a performance situation, but we're doing it for cinematic purposes today.
Rear traffic is 8706, climbing through 4000 on the Everett 1 Alpha departure. Last call, rear traffic.
Alright, he's out of here. Last call. How'd we do? A little bit crooked. Not bad, though. Not bad. Alright, you guys want to do packs off. Let's do this. Let's go landing lights on. Hey, you only take off one time on a super long haul, so get ready. Nav is on, right? Yeah, it's just in position 1. Everything is good. So let's go ahead and do packs off. Now, let's see if we see a change in the EPRS here at all. So I'm going to turn the packs off. Look at that. Look at that. See, the engine actually relieves some demand. That is pretty cool to see. So you know it actually does something. So now we have max takeoff available for us. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead. Real traffic TAM 357 heavy, departing runway 10 Rio. Here we go, folks. Let's do it. Nose forward on the stick. Spool them up 50. If you're a member in chat, turn it blue. Yoga's in chat. Let me get the sound up for you. Let's we only get to do this every so often. So here we go. Sound is up, spooling it up 50. I'm going to be quiet. Toga. Oh yeah. They are screaming. Man, Toga, SRS, runway, auto thrust is blue. Thrust set. 100 knots, check. Hitting turtles. V1. Rotate. Positive rate, gear up, flyby. Ladies and gentlemen, that is awesome. Let me turn it down a little bit now because I'm going deaf. That power is awesome. She is a heavy girl right now. Alright, Mantoga, let's go ahead and lower that nose a little bit. There's a positive trend. MCT. There's our positive trend. Thrust, climb, nav. Let's go pack 1 on. We're below, or we're above F speed, so we can step up 1 to flaps 2. We are flaps 2. I don't remember if you go straight to flaps 1 in this thing, so I'm just going the safe way. And F speed will go flaps 1. A little bit of pitch up there. I love that. Get that nose forward a tad. Let's do another flyby. Whew. Air pack 2 off, that's associated. We'll go on now. I normally wait till a clean wing, but we're taking our sweet time. Look, so we needed the auto track. We needed the auto retract on that one. Because we were going to be below S speed. Look at that. So we had an auto retract. Now get that pitch up there. Oh, that was cool. So it auto retracted, so our flaps are position 0, but our slats are still extended. A little bit of rain. What's our outside air temp? Outside air temp is 24, so we're looking plenty good. We're above S speed now, so now let's go flaps 0 after takeoff checklist. Alright, we're 250 on the speed. We got a bank angle check to the left coming up. Man, this looks so good. This sounds so good too. I mean, I really feel like I'm flying A340. It's so heavy, like the momentum. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit there. Turn down the X-plane a little bit there. And here's the turn, bank angle check to the left. Flyby. This is what this 340 is designed for. Like, Toliss designed a 340 for you guys to take it on 2,000 mile plus flights. I mean, this is where it shines. All right, we're at a transition 7,000. Everything looks good on the E-cam. I know you can't see it, but outside air temp is 17, so we're looking good still. I mean, it's just, I keep saying it, but I can feel the weight and the momentum in my side stick. Like, I can feel it. Let's go ahead and stay on the flight director there. A little bit of an illusion with what's going outside the window between the reflection and the clouds, so just follow your flight director. Eyes inside. There's 10,000 feet. We're getting ready for a breakout. Let's do a flyby on the breakout. Beautiful. Come back to the right. I do not think we're going to be above 210. Let's go ahead and pull speed 250. See if we keep that climb rate up. I think that's what Gustavo was saying. See if we can get above 21 for that. I'm going to leave the autopilot off as long as I can here. Let's go ahead and get the lights off as well. Alright, strobe beacon, nav. And we'll go ahead and do a forward call. Do that one. Let them know we're out of sterile. It says we're not going to make 21. We'll see. We'll do our best. We're going to do 250 on the speed. Yep, I will explain the auto retract here. Actually, I'll do it right now. Let me go ahead and turn the sim down even more. It's pretty loud. All right. You can hear the power in these engines at climb thrust. So auto retract, what happened was, and this is the same in the narrow body, so when you're at flaps 1 plus F over here, so you have slats and flaps. Sometimes in the 321, but it's really important in a heavy airplane like the 340. I imagine the 350 is the same way, or even the 330. So there becomes a point, depending on your weight, your gross weight, that your flap retraction speed, so your flap speed over here, is going to be, oh no. Dude, this internet is driving me nuts. Is it back now? I think it's back now. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the internet. Whew, it scared me. So, I just see the chat will rip up into like uh-ohs and rips and buffering. Yeah, I don't know. It's not me. It must be something with the internet here. Like it's not you guys is what I mean to say. It's something with the internet on my side. I'm sorry. Hopefully it'll survive. Maybe it'll smooth out. But basically what I was saying about the flap retract is there can be a point in which your safe clean speed is too high for your structural limit speed on your flaps. So there is an auto retract sequence that happens at about 207 knots where the flaps will automatically retract, but the slats will stay in the extended position. And that's, you can see it on the ECAM, and your flap lever will still be in position 1. So that'll give you the extra window you need, because the slats can structurally withstand a little bit more speed than the flaps. So that's why that auto retract sequence is in place. You see it sometimes on the 321 if you're heavy. Like, it's fairly common to see that, but this wide body, and I'm sure, you know, any other wide body Airbus is probably going to be about the same deal. So that's why that's in place. I've seen it. I don't know if I've seen it on the 320. I mean, I know it works on the 320. It works on all of them the same, but if you would actually need it, maybe at some Neo configuration with extra tanks, maybe, depending. Because, you know, Airbus is an Airbus. There could be so many different options. But that's in a nutshell what the retract is. Maybe there is an ECAM on your router. I'm going to need to find it. I'm going to need to find the ECAM for the router. Guys, I just want to thank you all so much for smashing that like button and being with me today on this takeoff. This was a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and go manage speed. We're not going to make that restriction, so rip. We're just going to keep hand flying for a minute. But I just want to thank you all for tuning in and smashing the like button for departure and just hanging out with me, because this is fun. These tours that I do are, when they come to an end, it's a pretty momentous event. You know, we've been down in South America for a couple months and over 30 plus flights that we did down here. Now we get to go back to this. We're going to be in St. Martin for a little bit. Then we'll be back to regular U.S. flying. We'll be doing some more stuff. Do some more stuff that I'm more familiar with. I know a lot of my audience is stateside as well, so you guys probably want to see some more U.S. flying. That'll be coming your way. And then when we hit another milestone, either 35K or maybe we'll wait till 40K, we'll see what happens. We'll do another full-blown tour, but I really had a lot of fun with this one. And if you want to know what the plan is, because it's going to be a really long stream, let me give you a rundown of what we're planning on doing. I'm going to wait till NSOT till I turn on the autopilot. We're going to climb up to cruise, obviously. We're going to get a cruise. We'll settle in. I will probably run the intro video again if you want to see that. I wonder, there's no way the intro video would be like just too much bandwidth or something. I don't know. I don't think that have anything to do with it. But I'll run the intro video again if you guys wanted to see that in its full force. I will probably break for a quick lunch shortly after cruise. So once we get settled in, we get our times up, I will put a timer on the screen. So it'll either be TOD. I think I'll do the time till top of descent. I'll do that. I'll have a constant countdown timer on the screen, so you can, if you want to check back, how long till top of descent. And then, because this time up here is going to be off from real world time.
Would you recommend the Hotas Warthog?
KC, bank angle check right back at you, my friend. Absolutely. I would recommend the Warthog. I think it's a great stick. In fact, this stick that I'm using, it's a stick on top of the Warthog base. So take that for what it's worth. I like the Warthog. I think it's got a good base. Now, is it the most advanced base out there? No. But if you want to fly Airbus, I think it feels pretty dang good, man. But thank you for your $10 dono. Bank angle check right back at you, KC. Appreciate you, man. Texas barbecue lunch? No. I don't think I'm doing barbecue. I think we're doing, I don't know what we're going to do. I think the wife's going to come by and we might just grab something. But yeah, I'm going to do a quick lunch. Won't be too long. Then we're going to come back, and at that point we'll be pretty much getting settled into our long cruise of not much to look at. So what I will do then is I've got an instructor cam, and I say instructor cam like it's something fancy. It's really not. I just have an extra camera set up, and I got a little portable whiteboard here, and we're going to go through some actual real-world flight lessons. Here I am. I'm oscillating all over the place. It's time for me to turn the autopilot on. Let's go. Here, airplane, you take it. You're better than me. AP1 is on. Live cam is on. We're settling in all the way up to cruise altitude. Let's take a quick look down here. Still got fuel estimated 1548Z. Time now is 10Z, so that's 5 hours and 48 minutes until our arrival. As of right now, 5:48. But yeah, with the lessons, we're gonna do the lessons. Yeah, Fubar, I see your message. So I brought my flight instructor binder. If you remember, I posted that in the Discord. I showed you kind of what I got. I got a huge binder. I'm gonna go over at least 1 to 2 lessons that I want to do. I think it would be really good for you guys and your viewers. Basically, we're gonna talk about lift. What is lift? We're gonna break it down in a scientific method. I'm gonna show you, because I would wager to say probably 50% of viewers and even 50% of flight simmers in general, maybe even more, do not know truly what lift is. We all know lift is, what is lift? Well, it makes the airplane fly, right? And it's something with the wings and the airflow, yeah, sure. But when you break it down simply, I can show you some diagrams, talk about it, you're going to have a much greater appreciation for your airplanes in your sim and what's happening at all phases of flight. Having a true fundamation? Wow, I'm going to need some coffee or something. Like a long flight to be getting tongue twisted. But the true fundamentals of lift, if you have a good understanding of that, I think it's really going to benefit you throughout your sim career, whether you go real-world career down the line. So we're going to do that. We'll also talk about drag. And then I'll open it up to you guys. If you guys want to see some specific topics that we can talk about, we'll break all those down as well. So XP72 is in the chat. What's going on, man? Why no Hard 8 barbecue for lunch? That place rocks. XP, what's up, my man? Dude, I'd pass out, XP. If I go to Hard 8, yeah, I would not be here for landing. I'd be taking a snooze, man. But good to see you. I hope you're well, man. Yeah, that place is awesome, though. It's good stuff. Good barbecue. Sim Aviator is in the house, dude. Sim Aviator. While you're here, man, thank you for your 12 months of continued support. Guys in chat, I want to bring just a quick attention to Sim Aviator. I've been watching some of your streams. He's also a content creator on YouTube. But Sim Aviator, I got to say, man, I am impressed with your knowledge of the Airbus and what it does. I've been very impressed. I mean, I don't know whether you learned it from me or other streamers or on your own, whatever. I'm not trying to take credit for it or anything, but I got to say, man, your knowledge of the Airbus is very good. So just wanted to say that. I was caught part of your stream the other day. I was watching it and you were talking about something. You're like, oh no, it's not that because this. And yeah, dang, he knows what he's talking about. So good to see that, Sim Aviator, man. Keep it up. Have I seen the video of the go around at Lukla Quasimodo? I do not believe. Maybe. I might have. B Slang, what's going on, man? How you like an X-Plane 12? Well, I like it for the Toliss right now. I mean, that's why I like it. Look at these waypoints. Goodness. Let's go ahead and clean up the rest of our box down here. But I mean, you know, X-Plane 12, it is what it is. I think it's going to be better in a year. You know, I mean, how much crap did I talk about Microsoft Flight Simulator, guys, when that first came out? So give it some time. Give it some time. One thing that I'm not looking forward to is the investment that's going to be required to get X-Plane 12 back up to snuff. I think it's going to take a lot of time. You're going to invest a lot of time and money to get X-Plane 12 up to where you want it. So that's the part I'm not looking forward to. All right, so here we go. Let's look at this. Optimum is 357. Recommended max is 389. We're cruising at 37, or actually we're cruising at 38. Let's go to 36 for right now. Well, we got to be. Let's see. We are slightly west. Yeah, so let's do 36 for now, and then if we need to step it, we'll step it. Optimum is 357, so I'm going to go 360 in the cruise. That'll be our new cruise altitude for now. No FOI stuff. No, we're not going to do that. Don't worry. Absolutely, Sim Aviator. Anytime, my friend. We have to redo our ortho, right? I think we got to redo some of it. So I still don't have a full, and I don't know, someone in chat probably has a better answer. So I know the coastlines don't match up, right? So you got to redo the coastlines. But as far as the other ortho, I don't know, like, isn't it going to be different because the overlays are going to be different? I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I'm going to go ahead and turn the master volume down a little bit. Comfortable level. Right about there. We'll do comfortable level. Oh, the sun is back. Look what I've spotted. Guys, I have spotted the sun. Hey, at least it has a blur around it today. Look at this. We have a nice blur around our sun today. That's nice. It's much better than it was earlier. But I need that, like that UFO theme song every time we spot the X-Plane 12 sun. Dun dun dun. At least, yeah, I gotta hand it to them. They put a little fuzz around it today. That's good. Alright, we're climbing out. We're going to leave the seatbelt sign on still for now. We're going to wait till we get all the way up to our cruise altitude. We'll see what's going on. How about like this engine view right here? Tony Johns. FS98 Sun is back. Are we doing ground reference maneuvers in the 340? Negative. We will not be doing ground reference maneuvers in the 340. Why is it an outcruise? It's not an outcruise yet. It's armed. Outcruise is armed. So climb, remember, live and die by your FMA. So whenever you're wondering what the hell your airplane is doing, just look up here. So we're in thrust climb, outcruise is in blue, which in Airbus speak means it is armed. Like when you see glide slope blue, loc blue, that means it's an armed feature. So right now outcruise is armed and we are navving. Nothing in column 4, and we have AP1, 1 FD2, and auto thrust is all active. Flew over Hurricane Fiona, and Microsoft got some juicy pics. Andre, I can't wait to see him. And that's the other thing, too. So we got plenty of time on cruise, like I said. We might do some Discord stuff. We might go through some pictures, some screenshots. So if you guys want to show me your absolute best, whether you're an X-Plane 12 fanatic or a Microsoft Flight Simulator fanatic, post your absolute best juicy screenshots in the screenshot section of the Discord, and we'll go ahead and look through some of those today as well. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good day. We got a lot to talk about. We might go over some podcast stuff as well, but overall, I think it's going to be a fun afternoon of flying. You have a real Airbus captain at your fingertips to interact with. We can talk all things aviation. We can talk all things not aviation. Hold on, I'm going to text my wife back. She's talking to me about for lunch. Spins in the 340? No. Screenshot contest, yes. Captain, I'm thinking of buying GSX. What's your thoughts? I'm assuming you're talking about from Microsoft. I like GSX and Microsoft. I did one flight with it recently. We did the Northwest Airlines VA Friday. And I like it. I think it's going to be much better in the future. I still think it's kind of early, like it's kind of an early release. But once these airplanes, I think Sim Update 10 is holding everybody back, right? I think Sim Update 10 is holding a couple developers back from releasing updates. Once Sim Update 10 drops, hopefully we'll get some native support for GSX. So, you know, you can control it via an EFB or something. But we'll see. Yeah, Jeremy, of course, man. Sure thing, Jeremy. Matt Warren says, friends just landed from an 18-hour flight from Bali, Indonesia. Whoa, to LA on the 350. Jeez. Matt Warren, you know what's crazy? Talk about the engines just chugging for 18 hours straight. Well, guess what? That airplane is probably getting a change of crew and then turning around and going back. That's what's crazy. All right, we are mock out cruise. We've leveled off. Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. We're going to have to watch that Swiss 340 flight. I'm probably I'll get a copyright strike from that, dang it. That'd be fun to watch. All right, so 0.83 managed. Let's go ahead and do some time calculations. 0.83 is managed. Fuel is good. Right now, we've got a whole 15 minutes extra gas. That looks good. Descent is at 1558Z. So let me do some math and we'll get a timer going here. 1558, it is 10:11. So basically, what is that in time? So 13, 14, 15. That'd be 3 hours and 47 minutes plus 2, 5:47. Is that right? So in 5 hours, it'd be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 40 would be 50. So 5:40. We'll just do, yeah, 5 hours and 40 minutes. So now I need to bring up my countdown timer. So in 5 hours and 47 minutes, what time will it be locally? It'll be so 5 hours would be 5:38 plus, say another hour would be 6:38 minus 10, 6:28. Really? Whew. So we'll just do 6:20 local on the countdown timer. So 18:20:00. And I'm setting this. Give me a second, guys. I'm making a countdown timer for you guys. All right, so that's on, and countdown is on. Oh, sorry. Just moved the whole screen. Jose Pointero, what's going on, man? Hi, Captain. I'm at Crossroads right now. How feasible would be starting from scratch and become cargo pilot at age 41, considering ATP? It is 100% feasible, my friend. Your age is not going to be a factor, especially if you want to do ATP. But I think you are in a good spot. And if you want to fly cargo, dude, get on it now, because you could probably be flying cargo by the time you're 43, 44 years old. If you are dedicated, Jose, if you're dedicated and you have the financial backing to do it, because it is a huge financial obligation and commitment. But let me see if I can move this countdown timer. But yeah, you can absolutely, man, absolutely. Thank you for your support. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you. All right, can you guys read that? I'm going to put that down there. There we go. Cool. Kind of want it off the screen. There we go. But thank you, Jose, for your super chat. Appreciate you, man. Let's see. Power Jinx, can I ask a question about the V3 throttle? Do you think they would stiff me because I live in EU and the wait is 4.5 months and I'm worried a bit if he stiffs me he can take PayPal? Power Jinx, I don't believe so. I've spoken personally with Roberto over at Throttletek numerous times. So I do not think you're going to have any issues at all. Now, it's going to be a long, patient process. I might have to, keep up an email chain just to keep updated. But I've had personal conversations with Roberto, and I've seen him firsthand helping and assisting. So I do not think you're going to have any issues with that at all, my friend. Jeremy, just put it in the members only one, Jeremy. In the View and After Dark section, just put it in there. And just tag me in it, and then I'll be able to check it on my phone. Have I flown a wide body this big in real life? No, I have not, Santiago. I have not. What sound pack? Let me get that right now because I know you guys are going to be asking me multiple times throughout this flight, and it is a good one. So let me go ahead and find it. It's not the Mango sound pack. Let me find it, and I will pin it for you guys. It is... this one. I'll put the link here for you. And I will also make, you know what, I'll make a Nightbot command for you. I'll make a Nightbot command. So I'm going to make it a sound pack command for Nightbot. Exclamation point sound pack. And there we go. Exclamation point sound pack if you want the link again. Beautiful. That's done. Hey, look at that. Things are coming together here. Oh, add insert? Why not? Sorry if you don't have Prime. Alright, so we're looking good. Endorsed by Boris, yes. Probably get this a million times. What type of Airbus do you fly? 320. Yeah, Marcus. 19s, 20s, 21s, and Neos. All right, trying commercial break. I was trying to. I'm coordinating my lunch. Trying to coordinate my lunch right now. Does American still do the candidate thing to where? Whoa. Interesting. Little audio there. Does AA still do the candidate thing to where they will pay everything but have to sign a contract? Say for Jordan Wilkins, I believe Envoy does that, right? It's Envoy Air, the regional carrier for American, a wholly owned subsidiary. I believe so. I believe so. Sim Aviator, I am on the latest and greatest beta, whatever one it said. Asked me to update twice. I believe it's beta 3. So I remember when the second one came out, and then I think yesterday I updated again. So it would be, I believe it would be beta 3. Is lunch service already done? No, it's not already done. I'm just coordinating because my little girls they wanted me to go with them. They want to go to Chili's, but I don't really want to go all the way to Chili's. That's a little bit too long. I'm going to do something kind of close by. But, and then I said they can come here and have lunch with me here at the office, but they're kind of sick. And I'm like, man, if you parents out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When your kids get sick, it's just awful. They start coughing all over the place. Everybody else gets it. So maybe, yeah, I haven't... Thanks. Using me as a guinea pig to see if it's stable. That's your job, man. That's your job. I'm supposed to watch your stream to let me know if it's stable or not, if I should update. Calm Air Academy, I do very well. In fact, funny thing about the Calm Air Academy, I did some training there at my regional. We used their simulators. No, I take that back. Was it their simulators or was my interview... I think my interview process when we had to go do the CRJ 200 flight in the interview, I think we used a Calm Air sim. I cannot remember. Something like that. Aren't you in Texas? Isn't there a default lunch there? Brisket or beef ribs? Jason, it's funny you say that. There is. About 5 minutes away, there's a barbecue place I can go get lunch. I'm just not quite ready for lunch just yet. I still got some coffee I'm finishing up here. And I still want to... I really want to break for lunch when it gets like really, you know, really bored. Maybe in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Chili's is gross, though. Jason, I think it depends greatly on the location, my friend. It depends greatly on the location. But you're right. There are some locations that I'm just like, ugh, really? All right, so we're cruising along just fine. I want to make sure there's nothing else I need to do up here. Kind of enjoying this lighting right now. Where's the pumpkin spice latte? Dude, I had my first one. I posted in the Discord. The last time I went here, locally, where I live, they were out. I'm like, how are you out of pumpkin spice lattes? It just came available like a week ago. Matt Warren, I haven't experienced that just yet. I'm sure it's in the pipeline though. What do I think of Texas Roadhouse? I love it, man. It's not really like Texas food. I don't know why people associate Texas Roadhouse with being Texas, but it's probably the farthest thing from like a true Texas experience. But it's good. I enjoy who doesn't enjoy those buns, those honey buns, whatever, with that like cinnamon butter? Oh my gosh, dude. If you go to Texas Roadhouse and you don't stuff yourself on rolls and not want to eat your actual meal, then you did the whole Texas Roadhouse experience wrong. So, if you want to experience something truly amazing and high in calories, go to Texas Roadhouse, have as many rolls as you want, as many rolls as you can eat, and then by the time that your meal comes out, you're not going to want it, so just take it home and eat it for dinner or something. Whataburger is Texas food? Hey, it is until they sold the chain to Chicago. Some Chicago right now, so I'm boycotting. Roadhouse salads are good. They are good, Shaq, for sure. They only gave each store so much pumpkin spice syrup per season. Really? I believe it. Iron Man, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. So it looks like they fixed the cockpit being too dark. It's not terrible right now. It's not terrible right now. I think it has a lot to do with the lighting as well. Let's do a flyby. I forget we have flyby cam. It's gonna be a long. This is crazy. It's a long flight. I'm excited. All right, let's see. So it looks like lunch is coming here. That'll be nice. Cool. All right, so my lunch plans are set. That is good. And I got my coffee, and I've even got a little A319. Let me show you guys my instructor cam for later. So let me go ahead and move this out of the way. When we start talking about aerodynamics and stuff, let me make sure instructor cam is ready to go. It's super fancy. Are you guys ready to see this? Super fancy. High-tech professional streamer right here. It's not even turning on. Great. Stand by. Yes, that one. Hey! So now you can kind of see my screen, but I was thinking, so when we talk about lift and stuff, I've got a little model airplane, and then I'll be able to write on a whiteboard, and we can do diagrams and stuff. So that is a super high-tech instructor cam that'll be coming at you here post-lunch. I think our first lessons today, and I'm gonna have to turn off the light above the computer because you can kind of washes out the camera. But we'll have to, our first lesson, I'm going to actually write a lesson plan out here, write our plans out. We're going to do lift, basics of lift first, and that's going to, that's kind of that is aerodynamic. You guys get to see my really crappy handwriting, and I was famous for all my pictorials when I was an instructor, so instructors would always be like, yeah, man, looks like Kevin was here, because I would leave some of my diagrams on the board, but I would make some epic diagrams. I was the instructor that had, I don't know, 12 different colors of markers, and I don't even know if there was 12 colors, but I had all the different colors, because I always, and I still believe it, when you're teaching somebody something that they don't know, like they really do not know what they don't know, you have to explain it. And everybody's different, but I feel like if you can visually show them what you're explaining, it really helps drive the point home. And I know not everybody's a visual learner. Personally, I am a visual learner, but I know that I had students that were not visual learners at all. They could just go home and read the textbook and good to go. But I think the majority of a lot of the guys that I taught, and especially in aviation, when you start talking about things like drag curves, you really got to draw it out on a whiteboard so you can see, you could really see what's happening, at least in my opinion. So I would draw some hardcore pictures and stuff. But we're going to do lift aerodynamics, and that's lift aerodynamics, the same thing pretty much, and then drag, because we're going to talk about drag. There's two different types of drag. We're going to get into that. And then we're going to open it up for basically what you guys want to talk about. I've got a bunch of different plans here. I think that's going to be fun. Texas barbecue is aight, but KC and Carolina is the bomb. You know what? I do enjoy Carolina barbecue. The style of the Carolina barbecue is really good. I will admit. It's like a more vinegar based, right? I do appreciate that. Are the Chick-fil-A lines insane in Texas as they are in Tennessee? Yes, especially downtown. Not where I am, because I live out in the sticks, but it still gets long. Shout out to CFIs, they need hazard pay. They sure do. Where can I find a list of your X-Plane 12 add-ons? Make it real complex for you right now, Sim, with Elliot. My add-ons are default. Have no add-ons other than the Toliss A340 and A319 and 321. That is it. No add-ons in this sim whatsoever. That is kind of a lie. I do have ground handling. I did get the JAR ground handling back. That's what you saw, the trucks at the gate. But other than that, right now my sim is 110% vanilla. Have you ever heard of Brazilian barbecue? Gustavo, we talked about it a little bit on the South America tour, and I actually looked it up. I've never had like a true Brazilian barbecue experience though, and I was actually watching, somebody actually posted some videos in my DMs about it when we were flying down there in Brazil. But I know about it now, but I've never experienced it for myself. It's something that I would love to do. I love trying all different types of barbecue. I really do. I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a foodie, but I do enjoy, especially being from Texas, I do enjoy good barbecue, and I enjoy people's different takes. Like Korean barbecue, for instance. I really enjoy Korean barbecue. You're from White Oak, Texas? Represent, James. Welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, Dallas is too busy for you. Me too, man. We are we're out in the sticks where we live. Shack Oatmeal says, I worked an honor flight this weekend, had the flag and military members meet the soldier. Good slice of humble pie. Shack Oatmeal, man, that is an incredible experience. I'm glad you got to be a part of that. But yes, an honor flight, anytime you get to be part of an honor flight, it is extremely humbling to see and be a part, especially being an American. I mean, it's a reminder, it's a stark reminder, what price is paid to be able to do what we want to do whenever we want to do it. So I was part of a, was it also called an honor flight? So when you flew the veterans around, because I know there's one where you bring in, if you're actually flying a deceased crew member, or not crew member, a deceased soldier, but there's when it's an honor flight in DC, but it was actually on it was a chartered flight on Embraer 190, and I got to be a part of that. That was an amazing experience. All right, I am going to step outside right now for just about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to see what we got here. I think my lunch is showing up. Say hi to the girls, and then when I come back, we're going to dig right into aerodynamics and your flight school lesson 1.0 in just about, give me about 10 minutes or so. Yes, I'll let you guys enjoy the wing view in cruise. All right. Perfect timing. The song's coming to an end. How we doing? Everything is looking good up here. We'll go ahead and pause the music out. Sleep Online is the name of that song. Put you to sleep if you listen to it too long. All right. False alarm there on the lunch anyway. Wasn't quite ready. A little slight misunderstanding, but that's all right. We got plenty of time. I'm back. I'm ready to go into our first lesson of the day. I'm going to need my water. Keep my voice good. Let me just do a lighting check here. And how we're going to do this. So I think the best view for instructor cam would be if we have this view on here, and then I put on this camera here. Okay. Now let me do this a little bit. Let me just actually let me do a little bit of a. Let me edit this here real quick.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
KC.
Is the HOTAS Warthog complex to set up? It's quite expensive, so I want to know if I buy the best hardware for flight simming. I fly Explain 11 and 12 and from time to time MSFS. It's not my favorite sim though.
KC, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. No, it is not hard to, it is not, or not super chat, donation. Bank Eagle check right back at you. It is not hard to set up at all, the Warthog. I think it's going to serve you for a very long time. Just keep in mind, it is only a right-handed stick only. So if you want to fly with the left stick, that might be something that goes into your consideration. If you want something that is a left-handed stick, there are other options probably around the same price point, such as Whirlpool. They have very good controllers. I have a couple of their sticks. Who makes another one? Windwing also makes a stick, I believe. I don't have any experience with like a generic Windwing stick, though. I've used an Airbus Windwing stick before, but I have had experience with Whirlpool, which is pretty good as another option, and you know the Warthog as well. I mean, the Warthog, it's a great Airbus stick, no doubt. So please check the top of your screen. It says 738. Well, that is that's unfortunate because I don't have the logo code to fix that. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But we're obviously not in a 737-800. Let me just check the lighting here. How does instructor cam lighting work? And I also got to readjust my camera. So, let me. I'm testing here with you guys as well. I'm trying to get the lighting set right because when I have those floodlights on up top, it washes out the whiteboard. So let me do some editing here. Make these white. Does that brighten up the room a little bit? We'll figure this out. Aziz light. We can see it. You can see it. Let me just see what it looks like with the big light on. Hold on. Oh, don't fall. Oh, you know what? That actually works out fine. We'll just keep the big light on. That works out fine. All right. We'll just keep the big light on. It's not a big deal. We're going to keep that on. All right, guys. So, V1, does Robert take PayPal? I cannot remember what his methods of payments are. You'd be best served, instead of even just asking myself, you'd be best served sending him an email at his Throttletek email. He's very responsive to emails, and he should get back to you with everything you need to know. So hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, send him an email. He should be able to get everything that you need for you, my friend. V1 behind the scenes. Yeah, welcome to the behind the scenes. I wish I could. You know, it would be really cool if I could set up like a legit camera on a whiteboard somewhere in here. That might be something for the future. You're onto something there, Jeff. You're onto something, my friend. I like that. All right. Real quick, before we do flight lessons, actual lessons. I'm going to teach you guys like we're actually in ground school, and you're going to get a real lesson on lift today. It's been over a decade since I've taught lift, so bear with me if I'm a little bit rusty. I'm going to do my best to stay interactive with you in the chat, answer your questions as we go along. but I'm also going to try to get my point across too. So, first things first, airplane is doing airplane things. Right now, our time to St. Martin, 15:57 Z. So if it was 10:57, it would be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We'd be almost 5 hours exactly, so that looks good. We're tracking on time. Our fuel on board is 25 and nothing, and a fuel predict, we're actually gaining a little bit of gas there. That looks good. Speed is holding steady at 8.2 Mach. Beautiful. We could do 999 on that, but I'm afraid we'd burn all of our gas. So that looks good there. Airplane is doing airplane things. Love to hear it. Let's go back out to our regular view. This seems to be like the best view for, that's the view for instructor cam right there. Excellent. All right. Is there a chance you can get scammed? Power jinx. Look, there's a chance you can get scammed on anything you do, but I'm telling you right now, my personal experience with Roberto, you're going to be fine. But at this point, I mean, if you keep asking, I'm going to have to just start deleting your messages. Send him an email. Send him an email, man. He's going to hook you up with all the information you need, I promise you. All right, 8.2 is kids' numbers. You can pump this baby up to 8.6. Should we? That could save like 30 minutes. How would that do our fuel, though? Let me take a quick look here. If we do... Actually, let's do a copy of the active in the secondary. And let's do secondary perf and secondary perf of 999. And now we do secondary flight plan here. We would be landing at 15:48. We would save 10 minutes. And we would burn 4,000 pounds of gas. Okay, hold on. I got the wrong... You can't see my other McDo. So this is really cool. Let me get rid of instructor cam for this. This is exactly how we do this in real life. At least how I do this in real life. So if I want to know long distance now, I'm not talking about going Dallas to Phoenix. I'm talking about going Rio to St. Martin. And like, if you want to speed up, a little bit of change in speed can really affect your fuel long range. So what you would do is you could plan it out here in your secondary. This is a real world technique. And you can put the secondary perf, which I did it kind of quick here. I went secondary, copied the active, yeah, in the secondary. And then I did perf, and I went 999 in the secondary. So now my secondary is cost indexed at 999, while my primary flight plan is only cost indexed at 99. You could see if I go to the flight plan page key now on secondary flight plan and I do flight plan on primary, we have a difference of time. So if we fly at 999, we'd get there at 15:48 sim time, which is a save. It saves you about 10 minutes, but it's going to burn almost 4,000 pounds of gas extra. Interesting. So but that I'm going to leave it right now. I mean, 10 minutes. Shoot, what's 10 minutes on a 6-hour stream, right? So we'll leave it be for right now. But that's in there. Screw it. You know what? Let's bump it up a tad. Let's see what happens. Let's go perf. Can we do like 900? What's that going to do to our fuel? So 900 it puts us right up on red line. Because I also don't want to hit like a wind shift and destroy the airplane 5 hours into it. We'll do 900. That looks good. And I can pop this out and we can go back to this view. And we can put this little puppy up here. Oh no, I clicked it off. Drag you right here. Cool. And now we get this. Hey! Yeah, 99 is still pretty low. That's right. I got to think in wide body terms. We can't think in narrow body. We got to think wide body terms, right? Okay. Who's ready to learn some stuff? Are we in X-Plane 12? They should be smoother. They should be. They should be, Rodeo. That's the theory behind it, right? Now, if I can move this to the left a tad. All right, cheap fuel. What sounds I'm using? Exclamation point sound pack, my friend. Exclamation point sound pack is going to get you everything you need to know. All right, burn that fuel, AJ says. Exactly, we're burning it. All right, guys, welcome to ground school in your sim careers or aviation careers. Welcome to your first lesson in ground school. We're going to talk about lift. All right, so lift At the very core, you can boil it down to two simple principles. We have Mr. Bernoulli and we have Mr. Sir Isaac Newton. Okay, both of those gentlemen are physicists and scientists and whatever their titles are. But because of those two gentlemen, we can simply define and explain what lift is. Let's first talk about Mr. Bernoulli's principle. Bernoulli states with an increase in velocity equals a decrease in pressure. So for the next couple minutes as we talk about lift and I explain velocities and pressures and why are we talking about velocity and pressure decrease and increase? That is because I am referencing the principle that is fact in science, an increase in velocity equals a decrease in pressure. So in this case, we're obviously talking aerodynamics. The same could be true with fluid dynamics. But that is the principle we are looking at first. So if I bring up my lift whiteboard here, and this, I'm going to have to figure this lighting out. What if that doesn't fix it either? All right, so looking at our lift whiteboard here, I've got a wing drawn out and I've got a bunch of different lines on it. Now remember, we're only talking about the very first principle in lift, which is increase of velocity equals a decrease in pressure. So as I've drawn out here on the whiteboard, this oval shape thing, and I wish I had black. I can't believe I don't have black as color. I have purple, orange, pink, and green. I do not have black. Rip. So, Flicks, take it easy, my friend. So here is our pink airfoil. We know an airfoil by now. This is a standard airfoil. It's pretty much, for the sake of drawing, I drew it. It's a flat bottom. Now, realistically, depending on the airfoil, depending on the airplane, the shape here might be a little bit different. And in fact, some wings are actually slightly bulbous on both sides, in fact, as well. But for the simplicity of this discussion, we've got a nice flat bottom, and we've got the top of the wing here with this nice curvature to it. RW, this stands for relative wind. So looking at our 340 right now on screen, we know that there is wind moving over the wing surface. It hits the leading edge and then it goes in one of two directions. It either goes up on top of the wing, or the wind, the relative wind, that does not impact the chord line or does not impact the middle of the wing, will go right underneath the wing. This cross section of the wing here, I've got this dashed green line. This dashed green line, we're going to come back to it, but this dashed green line is called the chord line. And the chord line, basically, if you can imagine a line from the middle of the leading edge to the middle of the trailing edge of the wing. Now, why is the chord line important? We're going to circle back to that, but I just want you to understand that that's what this line in the middle is. So we've got the air going up over the top, and we've got air going across the bottom. Due to the shape of this wing, the air that goes over the top and back off to the trailing edge is going to accelerate in its velocity. The air that does not go over the top of the wing was going to remain pretty much neutral in its relative point, right? So if you're moving at 300 knots across the air on the bottom is pretty much going to stay for the simple purposes at 300 knots, right? It's not accelerated nor decelerated. The only air that is being accelerated is the air that goes up over the top. Now, we talked briefly on last stream about there was a false teaching of lift, and basically that false teaching was you have an atom of air, say like right here, and when it hits the wing, it's going to split into two separate pieces, and it needs to meet over here at the same time. And the only way it can meet at the same time is it has to go faster because this distance is longer than this distance. That is not true. That is not a true teaching. That is actually incorrect. The molecules aren't splitting, and you're not going faster because you're traveling a greater distance. It is due to the nature of the design of the wing that the air is going faster. Another example of this would be if you guys ever look at a stream or a babbling brook. I say babbling brook, like I don't know where I came up with that, but a brook or a stream or a river, and there's rocks in the stream. So like if you've got a little water here and then you've got a rock, it goes up and over the top of that rock. That water is actually moving faster over the top of the rock than the water going obviously around the sides, and it's not going underneath the rock, but that shape of the rock is accelerating the water velocity over the top. Kind of the same deal that's going on here with the wing, okay? So if we go back to when we first started this conversation of Mr. Bernoulli with his principle stating that an increase in velocity equals a decrease in pressure, we now know that the pressure on top of this wing surface is going to be lower than the pressure on the bottom of the wing surface. Therefore, this pressure below the wing is going to be acting up, as I draw these arrows here, is going to be acting up on this surface, driving the wing up, creating lift. Okay, this is 2/3 of the principle of lift. Okay, this is not all of lift, but this is roughly about 2/3 of what creates lift on an airfoil. So looking at the top of my wing here, I've got 2 lift arrows, and that's kind of hard to see with my orange markers, of course, right? So I've got two orange lift velocities. I have one that is slightly longer, and I have one that is shorter. These arrows tend to be dynamic, okay? So as the wing were to go up, this lift point would be increasing, whereas this lift point would actually be slightly decreasing. And I'm not going to tell you exactly why that is right now, but I just want you to understand that these arrows on top of the wing surface here are dynamic. They change with the wing displacement in the air. So whether you're straight and level, everybody thinks of a straight and level wing, right? Flat. As you go slower and slower, that wing has to point up and up, and then you deploy flaps, and then it kind of lowers the nose a little bit, right? That's what we see in our sims. So let's talk a little bit about this movement of the wing here. Going back to our chord line, okay, we've established the chord line is a line splitting the airfoil from the middle of the leading edge to the trailing edge. I want you to imagine an angle from this chord line to the relative wind. And you can kind of see, I don't know, that green is really hard to see on the whiteboard. But you can kind of see where we're getting at here. This angle from the chord line and the relative wind is called, guess what? AOA, or angle of attack. So when we talk about angle of attack, and I'm a big proponent of angle of attack indicators, I think it should be taught more in primary flight training and basic flight training. Angle of attack is everything when it comes to manipulating an airfoil efficiently and safely. So to fully understand what angle of attack is, I'm going to demonstrate here with my airplane. Angle of attack is the angle of the chord line and the relative wind. So if I can make my airplane kind of straight and level for you on camera, right? That's pretty much straight and level. As you slow down, what tends to happen to the nose of the airplane? It tends to pitch up, right? As it pitches up, it's doing this to create a larger angle of attack. More angle of attack, more lift. So as you are slowing down in this instance, and I say slowing down because you're looking at an Airbus A319, it's not necessarily based on speed, but for the simplicity of this discussion, when you slow down an airplane, the angle of attack is going to increase. If it were not to increase, the airplane would just stall. Okay, it would just fall out of the sky, because if you don't have enough angle of attack, you don't have enough lift, the wings are not going to fly. So as you slow down, airplane tends to pitch up. You increase that angle of attack, you maintain lift. You can maintain lift at a high AOA, just like this. So you could fly across the screen here. You can fly right across instructor cam at a super high AOA, but guess what? You're still flying. The problem is, when you're flying that way, if we look at our trend arrows, that AOA being straight up like that is going to create something known as drag. Now, we're not going to get into the drag discussion just yet, but I want you to understand that angle of attack is directly related to lift, which is directly related to drag. So these are all interconnected. Lift, drag, angle of attack. You cannot change one without changing the other. They all impact each other. They're all connected. Okay, let's step back for a second. Let me get some water. Questions so far? Have I lost anybody so far? We basically just went over, let me do a quick recap. We talked about Bernoulli. Okay, we're talking about 2/3 of lift. Bernoulli's principle. Increase in velocity, decrease of pressure. That creates this driving force up underneath the wing, lifting the wing surface. We know we've got two different lift vectors on the wing. We have a total lift line, and then we have a relative lift line. It's not technically correct. What is the name of those arrows again? I forgot. Oh yeah, so we have, if I were to name these two lift arrows, we've got lift, and then we have total lift. So total lift is going to be, this gets complex, I'm not going to really get into it, but total lift is 90 degrees angle of angle of attack. So you could say center lift point or center of lift, but depending on how deep we get into the discussion, that may not be exactly correct. But we know two lift arrows acting on the wing. Tom Paskin says, well, locked out of all my work counts, so I'm functionally useless. May as well check in for a bit. Tom, what's going on, man? We're going over our lift discussion today. Welcome on board. Bummer, I have to go. Thanks for this explanation. I'll watch the stream back tomorrow. Have a good one. Thank you, Sword. Take care, bud. All right, so that was part one of lift, is Bernoulli's principle. Fast air over the top, low air over the bottom. We got two lift vectors on top, drives the wing up. So if 2/3 is Bernoulli, what is the last third of lift? All right, and this one is debatable. And I say debatable because some people would debate about how much of Sir Isaac Newton's principle is in relation to lift as Bernoulli. Some say it's 50-50, some say it's a different whatever. So look, at the end of the day, I don't care what percentage you think who has more responsibility for lift. The fact is there are two principles that are required for us to achieve lift. We talked about Bernoulli. Sir Isaac Newton said in his principle, his law of relativity states, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if I have an action upward, I'm going to have some reaction downward. Okay? Where this really takes place is when you start looking at the trailing edges of a wing and you start looking at wing tips. This really becomes more into more applicable in that section of the wing. So downwash of high velocity air, let me get the lighting right. Downwash of high velocity air off the top creates an action force. This reaction force is then felt in the opposite direction. So you're going to have an opposite reaction force. Now I'm trying to get a okay. Double check my notes here. So I see Mr. Nell says a Bernoulli explanation is AIDS, which is ironic because Coanda effect is way easier to understand. I'm not familiar with that right now, so I'm going to just stick with what I've got. But a good example of Isaac Newton is if you've ever been in the ocean on a boogie board and you've slipped off, maybe you slip off the backside of your boogie board and you slip backwards, what then happens to your boogie board? It shoots out from underneath you, right? That is Newton's third law of relativity, stating every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So high velocity air coming off the back of the wing is going to create reaction going the other direction. So Debatable. Again, I know there's different theories on that. People say that like the Coanda effect, and you could say that it's not really Bernoulli, or I'm sorry, it's not really Newton. Not so much Newton. It's more Bernoulli than Newton. Some say it's more Bernoulli and less Newton. Either way, you've got two different principles acting on the wing force. Where Sir Isaac Newton is going to be more of a topic of discussion is when we start talking a little bit more about drag. We're actually going to come back to him in a little bit. So, looking again at our wing diagram, now we know we have we've got all the parts. We got 2/3 Bernoulli, 1/3 Newton, high velocity air, low velocity air driving it up. We've got action force down, reaction force up. Okay, now I'm going to redraw my wing here. And I'm actually going to get rid of lift 101 on the top because it's taking up room on my tiny little whiteboard here. Yeah, so we all know this is lift 101, of course. All right, so I'm going to draw a wing slightly at a slightly higher angle of attack now. Okay, so you see my wing. This is obviously at a much higher way. We know from what we reviewed, we got a wing chord line there, right? We've got relative wind going this direction. Some of that wind is going to go up over the top at a high velocity. Some is going to go down here at a lower velocity. The angle, I'm going to use a different color for this. Maybe orange is hard to see. Maybe pink is a little bit better. Time for the big board. Yeah, exactly. So the angle, again, of which I'm going to draw this in here. The relative wind is in relationship to the chord line. This angle is going to be your angle of attack. Now, we talked about lift vectors, so I'm going to clear that off. I'm going to make this, I drew it on the wrong side. I need more room. I need more room. Let's go back to my orange lift vectors. All right, so as the angle of attack increases, which means we have more wind below the wing surface than on top of the wing surface, it means that this arrow, this lift vector arrow, is going to be increasing while the total rearward lift arrow is going to be minimizing. The distance, I shouldn't say the distance, but the value between these two lift arrows, again varying depending on the AOA, is in fact induced drag. Okay, so the higher the angle of attack, the higher this lift force is. The higher the leading lift force is, the more induced drag you're going to be having affected on your airplane. And this is especially true when you think about, again, I'm relating this to slowing down because we're talking about civilian sims and we're in Airbus a lot. But as you slow down in your simulator, if you don't extend flaps, what also happens to your airspeed gauge? It starts to get very close to the barber pole or the red line at the bottom, and the Airbus would be VLS. Because it knows if you continue to increase this angle of attack, you're going to have so much induced drag on the airplane that you're eventually going to overcome the lifting forces on the wing, and you're going to now become into a stalled wing or a wing that is not producing lift, and you're going to lose lift and stall the airplane. So higher AOA, more induced drag. So this is where we're getting into our drag part of aerodynamics. Have I lost anybody so far? We've talked about lift, how we make lift. Now we're getting into drag. So I'm talking about these two lift vectors. We've got total lift and we've got we have lift and then we have total rearward lift. These are dynamic. If I were to pretty much level out, let's say here for the discussion, I level the wing in camera view. Now I've got a small lift arrow here and I've got a larger lift arrow here, but I have less induced drag now. Okay, so it's kind of hard to explain lift with not talking about drag because again, these are all connected to one another. So we're still going along. Everyone says we're still good. No questions really so far. Cool. it's a mix of theories. Kai, you've got a great point. So it's lift is not, as much as we want to just say it's exactly 27% this and 37% this and 2% this and 5. It's not like that. What it is we have this principle and we have this principle and maybe even a third principle. When you combine all of them together, we create lift. What I am doing today is simply explaining to you visually these different principles on a wing and what is creating lift. And now we are bleeding into the drag conversation because we cannot talk about lift without talking about drag. Tony Johns, thanks, man. I appreciate you, dude. Does a winglet increase lift at all? Anthony Teal, you have a great question. I'm purposely avoiding it because I'm not there yet. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. All right, so let's get back to where we are. We know angle of attack increasing. This lift vector would be increasing. This lift vector would be decreasing. We'd be increasing induced drag. All right, this is kind of a bad picture, so we're going to start over. So before I even draw more, let's talk briefly. What are the types of drag? I've been throwing around the term induced drag. There's also another term called parasitic drag. Now, stand by. Let me get my notes. And I should say I don't really need notes for this, but for all you instructors out there, one of the FOIs, or fundamentals of instruction, is the principle of primacy, meaning the first time you teach somebody something in a when the first time you teach somebody something, that is what they are going to ingrain in their memory. And whether it's their memory, their muscle memory, whatever it may be, the principle of primacy is very, very strong the first time you teach something. So you want to make sure that you teach something correctly the first time. This is all more important and more true when you start dealing with high stress situations or fast actions are required. So whether it's you're in an emergency situation in an airplane, or you're trying to get away from aviation, like maybe the mechanics of reloading a rifle. So you're in combat and you need to reload your rifle. The mechanics that you learn from basic training are going to help you smooth that out and make it faster. And as long as it's the right thing that you learned in a high stress environment, you're going to do it correctly. If you learn it the wrong way first, it's very difficult, not impossible, but it's very difficult to unlearn that, especially as stress levels arise. All right. So that's why I'm trying to use some notes and not necessarily teach you guys something incorrectly, even though this is not an official lesson, but it is very much a lesson. Induced drag, the drag that produces lift, parasitic drag that does not contribute to lift. That's kind of a confusing term. I like to break it down a little bit simpler. So, and I actually have it. Can I show you this diagram in here? Oh, I'm going to have to draw it out. Okay, I'll have to draw it out. These have got sheen on it. I laminated these pictures back when I made this. So why do flap slats produce lift and drag at the same time? I thought that increased surface area would produce more lift. Jeremy, we're going to get it. You guys have got some great questions, and we're going to get there. But first, before we talk about drag and what lift surfaces do what and what creates, we must know what drag is. There are two types of drag. So, induced drag. I've been throwing this term around a lot. Hopefully by now you understand it, right? It's kind of that if you look at the wing surface, it's the more AOA that you have, depending on those lift vectors diverging on that wing, you're going to create more induced drag. So, with that being said, as airspeed decreases, angle of attack must increase. As angle of attack increases, induced drag will increase as well. But increasing airspeed will then reduce angle of attack, which will reduce induced drag. So, an easy way to think of it, that was a word salad. The faster you're flying, the less induced drag you're going to have. the slower that you're flying, the more induced drag you're going to have. So I'm going to draw out a diagram for you here. We're going to have a box here. This is min drag. Okay, and now we got to draw 2 different lines here. I got to cover up my markers. How long is this flight? Oh, sorry, you can't see the timer, huh? Let me get the timer back on. Where is it? Where are you at? Where are you at? Yeah. Hold on. Let me turn off instructor cam briefly. There we go. Because people are just going to ask constantly. There we go. So min drag, and now we have induced drag. Okay, so, and this up at the top, this would be airspeed. And it's not airspeed, that's incorrect. It's AOA. Because I want, if you take away anything from this conversation today, guys, I want you to understand, if you don't even understand lift, if you don't understand drag or anything I tell you, Newton, Bernoulli, you must understand one thing today. And that is, airspeed is not the reason that you stall a wing. You do not stall because of your airspeed. It may be part of that, but the reason that you stall an airframe is because you exceed the critical angle of attack on an airfoil. So remember we talked about the chord line, remember the diagram I have? At some point, that angle of attack is going to get so great, and this is important, so I'm going to draw it out. I kind of wish I talked about this earlier. So here's our wing, right? At some point, here's our chord line, angle of attack, okay? At some point, this angle is going to get so great, exceeding what's called the critical angle of attack, where the wind or relative wind going over the top of the wing is no longer going to, for lack of better terms, stick to the wing surface and create a nice smooth laminar flow of air coming off the wing surface. It's going to separate. You're going to get separation. You're going to get separation of the relative wind on top of the lift surface. You can get burbles down here, and this is a completely stalled wing. This is when you exceed the critical angle of attack. So if you don't learn anything today, learn right now that the airplane will fly, the wing will create lift as long as you do not exceed the critical angle of attack. Once you exceed the critical angle of attack, that's it. You're done. You can no longer create enough relative wind to keep a nice laminar flow to keep our principles in force, right? We got the Bernoulli principle and we got the Newton principle acting on the wing. Once you exceed the critical angle of attack, rest in peace. You're going to stall that airfoil. Okay. Just had to hit that real quick, because when we start talking about drag, we might come back to that. I hate skipping around, but boundary layer separation. Thank you, Hassan. I knew there was a technical term for that. So back to, let's bring it back here. We're back to our angle of attack chart here. So angle of attack is going, in this particular diagram, would be decreasing as you go this way, and it would be increasing as you go this way. So essentially, you could put airspeed up here, and you could put airspeed like a fast airspeed and a slow airspeed. But remember, it doesn't really matter which airspeed is, it's about the angle of attack. So induced drag, coming back around, bringing it back in here. Induced drag is caused by the same factors that produce lift. Its amount varies inversely with the airspeed, or the AOA. As airspeed decreases, angle of attack must increase. In turn, increasing airspeed will then reduce the induced drag. So this is your induced drag curve. Low speed, low AOA. I'm sorry, low speed, high AOA. We've got high induced drag. As you accelerate and lower that angle of attack, your induced drag gets less and less. So the faster you're flying, the less induced drag you will have, theoretically. That is what is called induced drag. Is this where we talk about laminar flow? Loss of airflow adherence, that's another good term. Yes, exactly. That's what happens when you exceed the critical angle of attack. Okay, so if induced drag is one type of drag, what is the other type of drag? The other type of drag is parasite drag. And my wife is texting me right now with a soup on the way. I'm heading your way with the soup, chips, and salsa. Okay, cool deal. So after this lesson, I'll be able to have soup. We're going to finish this lesson, and then I will have soup. Hopefully I can finish it before she gets here, because we got more to talk about. So parasite drag is number 2. So we've got ID for induced drag, and number 2 is PD, or parasite drag. Under parasite drag, there's actually 4 different types of parasite drag. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 different types. We're not going to get in depth into a lot of them, but there is something called interference drag, and you're not going to be able to read this. I don't even know why I'm writing it out. Interference drag, I'm not even going to write it out. Form drag, profile drag, and skin drag. But for simple purposes of today's lecture, think of parasite drag as things that hang off of the airplane or anything physically on the airframe that is not going to enhance laminar flow, or it will help increase the loss of airflow adherence, or it will increase a disturbance of lift. So examples of that would be rivets. This is a big one. So if you look at a Cessna 172, let's say this is the skin of a Cessna 172, and you have a bunch of rivets on it. Well, those rivets are not countersunk. So those rivets stick out. So when the air hits these, although it's minimal, it creates a little bit of a disturbance. That little bit of a disturbance would be something known as parasite drag. Oh, soup is here. Thank you. We're in the middle of a lecture.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Appreciate you. No, that's all right. Cool. Thanks, hon. She almost put the soup in our instructor cam. Jeez, these women. All right. So that's one simple example. Another example of parasite drag would be profile drag. This is a big one. This one's important. So think of a bus, a school bus profile head-on, that's a bad square, versus something like a Corvette or a sports car. Okay, when you look at them head-on, you have a pure difference in mechanical design. So you have a square, a bus, versus a Z-6 Corvette. The Corvette is going to be much more aerodynamic in its profile drag. Profile drag, again, is a subcategory of parasitic drag. Okay, another example of parasitic drag would be, this one is kind of a bad name for it, but it's called form drag. Now, form drag, Jeremy, I see your comment there, landing gear extending creates parasitic drag, correct. But even more specific, landing gear would be classified under the term form drag. So objects hanging off of the aircraft, such as the landing gear, wing struts, missiles, bombs, anything underneath or attached to the aircraft would be considered form drag, which is the subcategory of parasitic drag. Because remember, there are 4 subcategories of parasite drag. We're going in depth today. If you had a check ride and you said, my wing strut on a 172, what type of drag is that? Parasite drag. You're correct. But theoretically, even deeper into the book, that is form drag, which is a object. So we have form drag, profile drag, the skin friction drag, which is what we kind of talked about with those rivets popping up, right? Nothing is smooth. If you look at very fast jets or any military aircraft, all those rivets are countersunk, right? They're countersunk in. So if you have a surface here, all those rivets are now on the bottom. They're out of the airflow, so the air can flow right over the top We're going to have to fix this instructor cam for long haul. But this air can zoom right over the top, and it's not disrupted by any rivets. That is part of skin friction drag. Okay, anything that's not completely smooth. You could even have, you know, dents, for lack of better words. And the way I say dent is because that actually comes into play on the RVSM critical area of the Airbus. We're getting off on a slight tangent, but we're on a 6-hour stream, so let me explain this. Bear with me for a second here. So looking at the A319, at the very front, on the nose of the airplane, this is really bad lighting, huh? We've got all our pitot tubes up there, right? If you look at any liveries or even just pictures of an airplane on Google, you'll see that there is a red box around all those pitot tubes and air data probes. And what it says is, it says RVSM critical area. And that's part of our pre-flight check. Within that RVSM critical area, there cannot be any dents or any damage that would create skin friction, disrupting the airflow, causing the aircraft to potentially read itself at an altimeter that's incorrectly, or it could potentially lead to incorrect altitude reporting. And when you're up at RVSM, you're up in RVSM airspace, it's very important that that is all, that everybody is on the same page. You don't want one airplane flying around with a big bird strike in the RVSM critical area and their altimeter is slightly off. Okay, so that would go under skin friction. Another example of skin friction is the type of construction that your airplane is made of. Is it made of composite construction? Is it cloth construction? You know, all of that comes into play when we talk about aircraft and aircraft drag. It's the very material that your airplane is made of is part of a skin friction drag. So we have skin friction, profile, form drag, and interference drag is the last one, which we're going to talk about now. This is, and everyone's been itching to talk about this one, we talk about sharklets, winglets, and all that stuff. Interference drag, part of parasite drag, is drag created by the collision of airstreams and creating eddies or currents, also known as turbulence, or restrictions to smooth airflow. So let's dig into that. Interference drag. I'm going to draw a wing and a wingtip here. Okay, that's a terrible wing, Kevin. Let me do that a little better. Let's draw a little bigger picture here. All right. So we've got a wing from behind. We're looking at it from behind, okay? So interference drag, we talk about creating a collision of airstreams. Well, if we go all the way back to when we first talked about lift and Mr. Sir Isaac Newton, with every action has an equal and opposite reaction, we know that there is air flowing off of this wingtip here. Okay? If there is an action force of this air coming off the wingtip, we know it's also coming off the trailing edge, but particularly here at the wingtip, we know that there's going to be a reaction force going the other direction. Okay, you combine this with the, depending on the shape of the wingtip that you have, you're going to create an eddy or turbulence or wingtip vortices. Wingtip vortices can be directly impacted by the type of wingtip structure that you have on the wing. Now, when we get back into, when we start talking about wings, the wing tips itself, it could actually, we can also include induced drag into there, but the design, the main design of a sharklet in this case for an Airbus, so if I draw a nice sharklet wingtip up here, part of the reason that the sharklet is more efficient for the airplane is you are going to help reduce the interference drag caused by the collision of airstreams off the wingtip. Okay. Another example of interference drag is the wing root of the aircraft, because we've got airflow around the fuselage. The fuselage also creates lift in its own way. But we have the fuselage of the aircraft with its own airflow properties. Then we have the wing root or the wing, where the wing goes into the fuselage, known as the wing root, there is a big collision of airstreams. So if you look at airplanes, and let's take a look here at our airplane that we're flying. Let me move some of my notes out of the way. Let me go out here to this view. So you can see there are designs along the wing root to help reduce this interference drag. So yes, there's obviously a big center tank of fuel here. You got to put that into account. But this is all going to be wind tunnel tested prior to design. And when you come up with the design of the airplane, you not only have to look at the wing tips, but you also want to look at where is another collision of airstreams. Well, you're going to have a big collision of airstreams right here at the wing root. Okay, pylons, nacelles. There's another area where you could have a collision of airstreams creating interference drag. Oh, turn on lift vectors. I totally forgot about lift vectors. I could turn those on in a minute here. Here's the thing. I gotta pee. So I want to finish up this drag lesson first, and then we're going to come back to it. But let me get us back on track. We're still about halfway done with the drag talk here. This winglet, a sharklet, whatever you want to call it, the designs are in place to help reduce that interference drag, also known as parasite drag. So again, recapping, induced drag, that has to do more so with the angle of attack, right? Induced drag is angle of attack related. Higher AOA, more drag. Lower AOA, less drag. Has nothing to do with speed. Done. Parasite drag. It could be as simple as parasite drag. But if you want to be specific, there are 4 types of parasite drag. Interference drag, the collision of airstreams and eddies. We talked about that just now. Form drag, that would be objects hanging off of the aircraft itself, antennas, wing struts, anything of that nature. Profile drag, number 3, the actual profile of the airplane. When you look head on, what's the profile of your airframe? Does it have a high profile, low profile? What is it? C-130 versus ERJ. Which one's got lower profile drag? The ERJ is going to have much less profile drag than a C-130. Skin friction. Skin friction, part of parasitic drag. Okay, kind of has to do with not a smooth surface, what's your surface made out of, rivets, things of that nature, along the skin of the airframe itself. Okay, so that is your rough explanation of the 2 types of drag. So let's continue to draw out our drag curve here. So if induced drag reduces with a lower AOA, or in normal operations, a higher airspeed, what will our form drag look like? Or parasite drag? Well, that would go the other direction. Okay, so this would be your form drag or parasite drag. So with an increase of airspeed in normal operations, or a reduced angle of attack, all these other types of parasite drag are going to be amplified. All right, so that is what those 2 look like. Now, that's drawn out on a drag curve. Let me come back to something here. I don't want to talk about that. Where is... Hold on. Give me a second. All right. So looking at our drag curve, where would be the point of lowest drag? Actually be right here. That is your basically your total drag point, or the point of lowest drag, which in the Airbus we could refer to it as green dot. Now, you got to be careful when you say that, because when you start getting hardcore into Airbus philosophy, green dot is not always the same at high altitude versus low altitude, depending on the airframe. So in some situations, green dot is going to be your best lift over drag speed, right? Or in Cessna 172 speak, what do you do when you lose an engine? You pitch for what? Best glide. Your best glide airspeed is going to be the speed at which the least amount of drag is acting on your airframe. Because if you don't have an engine, you guess what? You want to fly as far as you possibly can to find a place to land, right? So you don't just pitch for 90 knots or 100 knots and drive the airplane into the ground. You have to pitch for a certain speed, and it's published in your aircraft manual, your POH, whatever it is, as your best glide speed. That best glide speed is going to be the speed at which induced drag and parasitic drag are going to be meeting at the least they're going to intersect, and the spot at which you'll have the lowest amount of drag impacting on your airframe. So that is a lift and drag with AOA in there. Introduction to Lift Lesson 101. Do we have questions so far? So you can ask anything on lift. We talked about the two forces of lift. You know, without understanding the principles of lift and what's creating lift, you cannot understand angle of attack. If you can't understand the angle of attack, you can't understand drag. So you must understand that all of these principles are interconnected. Best glide is the biggest argument to have an AOA gauge in every airplane. The other Jason, you are absolutely correct, man. And this is why, you know, we taught when I was going through flight training, AOA gauges on small GA aircraft was just not a thing. I mean, maybe if you had a lot of money and you had your own airplane, you could install one. But generally speaking, you did not see AOA gauges on light aircraft. So I am a huge proponent of AOA. I think a lot of lives can be saved with an AOA indicator, because remember, angle of attack is not even going to, it's not constant. And when you increase your bank, which we'll talk about next after I have my little lunch break, you can actually increase your AOA, and you can stall at a much higher airspeed than anticipated, because remember, stalling does not correlate to airspeed, it correlates to AOA. So when you induce a bank or a roll, guess what's happening? You're increasing angle of attack. So we'll talk about that next, and then I'll take some more questions, or we can start to go off into other topics as you so wish. Check Jeremy. Thank you. Let me pull that up real quick. Bank angle check after lunch. Yeah, we're gonna do my lunch has arrived, so I'm going to have a snack and stand up, do some squats. All right, let me get your question, Jeremy. Okay, so Jeremy asked a question in Discord. He says, I know that stall is only an angle of attack problem and not a speed problem. So since this is true, why do we always see the speed decay before we get to alpha protections like when we do stall tests? Jeremy, that is a misconception on your part. You don't always see it. Now, in the sim world and on flight sim and on my streams, you are correct, because you only see the stall happen like when I do check ride prep streams, when I put the airplane up into a pitch or a roll, or pull the thrust back. What happens? The AOA increases, and we stall. However, this is not necessarily true in a transport category. Well, it's true in a transport category aircraft, but you're never going to see it unless it's an abnormal situation. Where this is imperative is for aerobatics or military aircraft and learning how to manipulate your aircraft to the highest peak performance possible. So if I'm flying straight and level, Jeremy, and I'm doing 300 knots, okay? Well, let's just say I'm doing 500 knots in my 319. I'm past, well, that wouldn't make sense. Let me make a realistic scenario. And since I have the PFD gauge here, we'll use it. So let's say, Jeremy, right now, I'm doing 280 knots indicated here on my A319, okay? If I were to right now pitch full aft, the sheer movement of me pitching the aircraft full aft before the speed decay, what is happening before speed loss here? In this moment right here, boom, what's going to happen? The speed isn't going to decay. It will, But more importantly, what's going to happen is my angle of attack is going to increase. So instantaneously, my angle of attack is going to increase as I pitch up. And what would happen in this particular scenario is we would immediately go into alpha floor, because alpha floor is a predictive function of the auto thrust system. It predicts that you're going to be at a high AOA and potentially stall the airplane, because you could stall at any possible speed. You could stall this airplane at 300 knots. You could stall an F-16 at 500 knots, depending on the AOA. Don't quote me on that if you're an F-16 driver, but I know you can stall an airplane at any airspeed. It has to do with AOA. The only reason that you are believing that right now, Jeremy, is when you see the speed decay, is because that's the only demonstrations that I've given you on stream, or maybe you've only seen in transport category aircraft. The only time we get close to stalling is when? Low speed. But that is not necessarily true. We could hit a wake turbulence right now, and you could inadvertently it could snap roll, and what would happen is you'd go into alpha floor, because the VLS would immediately shoot up from the bottom of the speed tape and it'd say, hey, your AOA is exceeded, you're stalling, even though you're almost overspeeding. And there we get into the other conversation of coffin corner, mock tuck. These terms start to come into play, which I really don't want to get too much into mock tuck and stuff today, but that is why you're thinking that, Jeremy, because you've only seen that. But in reality, it has to do with AOA. So I hope, does that explain your question a little bit? I mean, yes, if I go full Cobra here, I pitch full up on my 319, yeah, airspeed is going to decay as well, but directly in relation to the exceedance of angle of attack. So a Cobra maneuver is pretty much using the fact to your advantage. Link Space Program, yes, and specifically when you talk about Cobra and you start talking about military aircraft, they have stuff that's a lot different on their airplanes, such as thrust vectoring. So F-22 thrust vectoring. When you start getting into thrust vectoring, now you can start really doing some freaky deaky stuff with your airplane. So F-22, F-16, all those fighter aircraft, they have a little bit. It's not different. All the principles are the same on lift, but you can make lift in a lot different angle of attack scenarios when you have thrust vectoring involved. But you are not wrong by saying using AOA to your advantage to do a Cobra maneuver. You're absolutely right. So what happens when you do a Cobra? Okay, so you go full AOA. If you do it right, you're not actually going to stall, but you've just done what? You've extended your angle of attack so high. What happens when we increase angle of attack? What directly happens when we increase angle of attack? Do you guys remember? 300 people. What happens? Angle of attack. Boom. Increase. What did I just increase on my airplane as well as angle of attack? Drag increases. What drag? Induced drag. Boom. Exactly. So Cobra maneuver. Boom, you go straight up, you've gone super high AOA, hopefully you haven't exceeded your critical angle of attack if you're in a fighter aircraft, or your structural limitation, but now you've just increased your induced drag to the max almost. So now what happens with drag? That's going to pull you down, so your airspeed. So now when you go to recover from your Cobra, that's where your piloting skills come into effect, right? Because you've got to be able to unload that wing, and what I mean unload, now we're getting into advanced aerodynamics, unloading that wing to increase airspeed because you're reducing drag. That's where we start to get into some more high-tech stuff. You guys got some great questions. I have to take a leak, so we're going to take a quick break here, probably give me 10-15 minutes. I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to eat some soup, and I will come back. We'll get into, what should we get? We'll kind of piggyback off this conversation. We can talk about, let's see, what should we talk about when we come back? Because I kind of want to stay in the lift and drag realm. We could talk about, let's talk about like stall margins and your and turbulence, because that's important, and I think it also applies directly to us as simmers as well. Jeremy says, so speed decreasing is only a byproduct of when induced drag increases. You're absolutely correct, Jeremy. The loss of speed is a byproduct of increased drag. Increased drag is a byproduct of increased AOA. So there you go. They're all connected, Jeremy. You're right. Now you're going down the right track. They're all connected. You can't change one thing with another. But in certain fighters, you can really, you can make some. That's what Okay. Turn circle, 1 circle, 2 circle fight. Any of my DCS guys in here? Any fighter pilots in chat? So, I'm not even going to get into it. We're just confusing you guys. But you're absolutely right, man. So they're all interconnected. Let me kill the instructor cam for a little bit. If you have any questions, you can get them ready to ask me when I get back. Let's take a look at our airplane. Let's make sure airplane is doing airplane things right now. We put these over here for don't need that. How we doing? So I don't even know where we are, man. Where's our map key? There's that goal that took off. Man, we are over the middle of nowhere. Are we over the Amazon right now? I guess we could have the radar on. Ooh, lift arrows, yeah. Okay, have to get the lift arrows. So we got the radar on. How are we looking on our fuel? Estimating 22,000 on arrival. For some reason, I don't believe that. I'm gonna pull selected speed. I'm just gonna hold 8.4. I want these to stabilize. I feel like we're burning a lot more gas than we should be, because I feel like they're fluctuating. We're at 88,500. Which you're telling me we're only gonna burn 60,000 pounds of fuel. We've already burned 46,000 pounds, and we've only been airborne for what, 2 hours? So 2 more hours would be, let's see, what are we burning here? So like, see these numbers? Let's dial it back. Matter of fact, let's take a look here in the Prague. What do we got? An Optimum 3.6. Max is 40. Let's go up. Let's go up to 38. See if we can save some gas at 38. Alright, thrust climb, open climb. We're going to go up to 38. We're going to save a little gas, I think. I don't know why. Yeah, the McDo calculations seem to be a bit off. Let's climb up to 38. I just don't, I can't believe that. Like, unless we have a fuel leak. $24.3. So you're telling me we're only going to lose... I'm going to do some actual hard math here with the calculator. Give me a second. I'm starting to not believe my airplane. My spidey senses are going off. So we've got 87.9 on board. And we're going to land with 24.3, according to the box. Means we're only going to burn 63,000 pounds. So we've burned 47,000 pounds. When did we take off? Do we have a OOE time in this? I don't think we do. No, we don't. When did we take off, guys? Anybody remember? Let's check winds. Oh, we gotta go back. Nope. McDo, FMC1, data. Let's go init, wind. Let's update the winds. Says we're gonna have more gas now. We're climbing up. That's why you been airborne for 2 hours. Alright, so we're out cruise now. So at 2 hours we burned 47,000 pounds. And in 2 more, so if we double that, we burn 80,000. Like, there's no way, right? I guess descent, we're not going to burn as much, but we'll check it again at the ETP. But I'm 0950Z, thank you. So yeah, 2 hours exactly. We burned 47,000. Something's happening with these EPers going up and down, up and down, up and down. Key 6, I'm gonna have to. Oh, jeez, no way, man. Sorry, brother. You're gonna have to watch that one on VOD or whatever y'all Twitch users say. We're not leaking anything. How's our fuel tank looking? 13.4, 13.5. 48,000 used. I mean, I guess we're okay, but I'm I think we're going to run out of fuel, honestly. I mean, there's no way I believe this number. We might have enough fuel to get there. I mean, I could be wrong. Who knows? Let's let it. We'll do another fuel hack here after our next discussion. But I'm going to insert an ad for all you non YouTube Prime members. And that's a good point. We could do a sim brief fuel predict, Bill. That's a good point. Saw something with live weather. Saw the same thing with engines on flight deck to SimStream. Okay, so live weather is causing the engines to do this. Because this, I guarantee you, this is causing us to burn a hell of a lot more gas. You see how they keep going up? They keep oscillating. What if I turn live weather off? Can I do that? All right. Tell you what, we're going to put some tunes on. You guys want to be outside view for a little bit? Turn this way down. We'll get some tunes on. I'm going to have some soup. I don't know what the playlist has got, so you guys are just going to have to roll with it. If it gets obnoxious, I'll change it. But yeah, so you can hear the engines going up and down. I'm actually gonna You might run over the goal 7.3 without live weather. You're right. Oh, tilt the camera up so you don't have to look at ground. There you go. Oh, let me do this. Let me go shift 6. This view is a little bit easier to manipulate. There we go. I don't want you to look at that default ground. Let's get that. Ooh, there you go. That's a shot right there. Brazil. Man, I wish I was Brazilian sometimes. Just so cool. I love this. This tour was awesome, guys. All right. Gonna run, hit the head, have some soup. Bring your questions. Let me know what you want to talk about when we get back. And we're gonna dive into some more stuff. Cheers. Alright, alright. We're coming back here. Let me get this off the screen. It's a good song. We'll pause that for a minute. What's everybody doing? Wow, still under 250 people here hanging tight. Guys, you guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Let's see. We're still over the Amazon, huh? Dang. I was going to play the... Oh my goodness, guys, I could see it. The equal time point. I think in celebration at the ETP, I'm going to have to go get some treats. How's our fuel? 25.8.
Since we're going to school today, teach us about how predictive wind shear systems work, as well as generally how wind shear affects planes of different sizes.
I could definitely do the second part of that. First one is that we'd have to bust out the books. C2A, thank you for the $5 dono. Bank angle check. I'll right back at you, my friend. That is a good point. We could get into wind shear and lift since it's on the same topic. I like it. I'll tell you what. What we'll do is I want to hit on turbulence. That's actually perfect. That would be a perfect segue. So we'll do turbulence and like penetration speeds and your maneuvering speed of an airplane and how that impacts and how that is affected from your gross weight and why that changes with gross weight, which will then lead us into situations of where that could be a problem, such as wind shear. So we're going to do that, but first, let me get some of my notes in order, and I'm going to let you guys, I'm going to play the intro for y'all. So hopefully it'll work this time. I'll play that intro video for you. Anthony says, does icing fall into interference drag or parasite drag? I think you honestly could probably say a little bit of both. You could even say, well, remember, Anthony, parasite drag encompasses interference drag. So interference drag is a type of parasitic drag. You could theoretically say it could affect the form drag, right? Because it could change the shape of the airframe a little bit. It definitely adds a interference to it. So you could say you could put it into a couple of those categories depending on the type of ice that you're accumulating and the amount of accumulation. So I think the best way to state that would be it would fall into the parasite drag category, and then you'd really have to look situationally where are you accruing that ice and how much ice is accumulating on the aircraft to really pinpoint which one of those subcategories would be ice. Mr. Canido Honey, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you so much. The super chat. I do not see a message with your super chat, but I appreciate you. Sorry, guys. I got some chips and salsa stuck in my throat. Mr. Ironman, 7 months already. It says 8 on my screen, my friend. 8 on my screen. Thank you for your support, continued support. I appreciate that very much, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, it's been good. Hey, time flies when you're having fun, right? Time flies when you're having fun, Mr. Iron Man. Let's take a look at our prog. Recommended max is 40. Optimum is 37. We're sitting at 38, so we're looking okay. You guys want to see the intro? Oh, there it is. Mr. Honey says, I just finished my ATPL and I'm heading towards an Airbus job. What's your opinion if I want to learn Airbus better? Toliss, X-Plane 11, or Phoenix? Man, that's a tough one, honey. It depends on, you know what, you're going to be better off either way. I mean, you're not going to go wrong either way with either the Toliss or the Phoenix. I would say whatever sim that you have most like set up right now, go with that, honestly. But the Toliss, where the Toliss is going to outshine the Phoenix, really is only in the abnormal situations and the aerodynamics that are associated with some types of abnormals, such as engine failures and single engine performance and things like that. That's where, you know, it's going to outshine the Phoenix. It also has a few more updated ECAMs than the Phoenix, but the Phoenix ECAMs are not necessarily wrong. So it's honestly, I'd say go with whatever sim that you prefer, because you're not going to go wrong either way. That's a great. I would just stay away from the flight factor. Stay away from the flight factor. Don't fall into that trap. Al W says, missed the first part of it. Do you discuss Bernoulli's principle in relation to AOA, or does it really matter? Yeah, Al, we went over all of lift prior to the first break. So, yeah, we did some AOA. Why do I have this notification to skip frames. Okay. Hopefully everything is alright. Icing will also increase AOA, so induced drag can also go up. Bill, you're absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. Welcome to Commercial Pilot, Mr. F.L. Ryan. Glad to have you on board, man. Exclamation point, welcome for your new perks here on the channel. Glad to have you on board. Thank you for becoming a V1 member. Team Green, glad to have you on board, my friend. Welcome. Cardboard Box says, I'm a new plane enthusiast, but my friend is really into planes. My friend really wants to be a pilot, but does not know how to become a pilot. Well, do you have any tips? Cardboard Box. First off, you got to find out, I don't know where you are geographically, if you're in the U.S. or around the world. I'm not really up to par on my around the world or global flight training programs and how they do things globally. If you are in the U.S., though, I would highly consider looking at some of those flight schools that will just get you going right out of the gate. ATP, any types of flight schools like that that will have a curriculum out there for you and you can just knock it all out. But to get started, there's no time like the present, my friend. So if you want to do it, get started now. Thank you, honey, for the other $5 super chat. Appreciate you. I have both sims, but I'm more used to X-Plane. It's more acceptable and faster to use. I don't know. Then you know what, honey? Then I would 100% get the Toliss. I bet, you know, these updated Toliss birds, the 319, 321, are absolutely fantastic. We saw a couple failures on the last couple streams I did with them. You know, they really upped the level of detail under the hood in the Toliss. You know, I said from the beginning when Phoenix released that when you fire up your Phoenix airplane, you're really firing up a true Airbus systems under the hood, behind those screens, behind your PFD, behind your ND. You're actually seeing there's actual Airbus stuff going on. And that is true now, especially with the Toliss 319 and 321 as well. So if you're familiar with X-Plane and you got it running, hey, you're not going to be disappointed at all with the Toliss bird. It's a great thing to learn on. And if it's any comfort to you, I've actually used the Toliss birds in my check ride preparation streams, right? So those are the birds I use when I prepare myself for check rides. So Cardboard Box, absolutely, my friend, absolutely. I'm working on PPL at 141 and getting my bachelor's degree. Awesome, man. What do you do during cruise on these long hauls IRL? I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. It's classified. You know, now in this airplane, realistically, you'd probably have a relief crew. You'd have a relief crew coming up here. So let's go. There's no relief bunk in here, right? It's actually on the floor, isn't it? Or is it? Can't go down there. This is what I would be doing right now. I'd be sitting down, first class, just chilling. Alright, everything looks good here. Why does it say 738? Because of X-Plane. Because of X-Plane. Yes, Microsoft will force you on the massive updates. Bill, I did not double check it, my friend. I was trying to figure it out. I don't know if it's a binding issue. I haven't had time to really get back in the 319 and check it out, but it is an ongoing investigation. No relief crew for a 6-hour flight? Poppycock. My contract says that any flights blocked over 6 hours need a relief crew. At least that's my rule. Depends on your contract, I guess. But yeah, no, legally in the FAA, what you needs to be over 8? I think 7 augmented? No, I think over 8 augmented crew. I can't remember. In your video with the Hot Start Challenger, you said you'd only fly it more often, but that was the only stream you did. But what was the reason for that? Politics, GamerTube. Politics. 8 hours? All right, cool. Have you ever let anyone into the cockpit? On the ground all the time. I have kids come up all the time, yeah. Alright, I'm trying to figure out. Let's clear that out here. Jessica, thank you for your continued support. You ever sit in a chair, practice flows on a cardboard cutout of an ERJ? Flying with Jonathan? Absolutely, my friend. In the meeting room of the Holiday Inn in St. Louis, Missouri. At Flight Safety International. Flying with Jonathan? Absolutely, my friend. Still have it, too. Still have the Paper Tiger. Lift arrows. Oh, what's the commands for lift arrows? You guys gotta refresh my memory. Is it possible to do a 6-hour flight in a 320? Absolutely, Vitor. Absolutely. Hell, you can go longer than 6. 320s do Lima from Miami all the time. I mean, that's pretty far. That's getting up to 7 hours. What is the little dot that moves on the PFD when you move the stick on the ground? And is it possible to have it show up during flight? No. No, it's not. I don't believe so. To have it show up during flight. The little crosshairs or whiskers that you see on the ground, that is because you are in ground mode, and it's Airbus's way of showing you that you have a direct relationship between the flight controls and the side stick input when you're on the ground. So that is that's what those little whiskers are for. And it's just another visual cue when you're doing flight control checks, right? So you can make sure everything is good to go. But those whiskers, I don't think you can get them to pop up at any other time in flight. I think they only show up on the ground in ground mode. What do I fly? Who do I fly for? I fly for Southwest Airlines as an Airbus captain. Nah, we keep that. I don't openly discuss that stuff, you know? Internet's the internet, right? I'm sure after a while you guys can piece it all together, but... Wow, look at that terrain, huh? Where's Christy at? That looks freaking awesome. That terrain is 10 for 10 down there. Do the gaps between extended flaps and the wing create drag because it's not a smooth surface anymore? Ooh, Jeremy's getting back into the combo. All right. Jeremy, great question. I'm going to get right back at it. Let me pull out a couple of notes, and then we're going to get back into instructor cam here in a second. I thought I had a Reese's peanut butter cup laying around here, and I forgot it on the counter. I'm pissed. All right, let me get my notes, and we're going to get to your question, Jeremy. Juan Andres, thank you for the 5 months continued support. Says, what's up, V1? I started a CFI job recently. Looking forward to yelling more right rudder. Mr. Pinella? That is awesome, man. Congratulations on that. That's an exciting time, man. Very, very happy for you. Congratulations. Thank you for your continued support. All right, guys, here's the plan. I am going to roll the intro video first. It's about a 5-minute intro video. I know it got all jacked up, so I'm going to run it one more time here during cruise so you guys can see it. And then when we get back, we're going to talk about we're going to finish the conversations on lift and drag, and we're going to branch off into kind of like what Jeremy's talking about. What do flaps do? How do the flaps increase lift? Where do they increase drag? That's going to lead us into, and then that's going to continue to lead us into maneuvering speeds and how airspeed affects the maneuvering speed of, or I'm sorry, how gross weight affects the maneuvering speed of an aircraft, and what makes it safer versus less safe. And then we're going to go into like wind shear. What are the aerodynamic properties of wind shear and why are they so hazardous to the airplane? And then we can wrap up with, and then somewhere in there we'll talk about the wingtip vortices again, because we touched on wingtip vortices briefly in our aerodynamic discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and finish. There's a lot more to that. We barely just scratched the surface. So like with sharklets, winglets, how does that affect the airplane? What do you know, we talked about it reduces some types of drag a little bit, but we're going to get more into that here. So let Jesus take the side stick, Jeff L. And you're absolutely right. So Godspeed here. We're going to try to run this video, and I will be back with you at the end of this video with Instructor Cam, and we're good to go. And let me just make sure. Auto saving is on. Beautiful. And here we are halfway through. So if I pretend it would never happen, if we did have a fault or some type of crash, we are near SBSN or Snell Airport, whatever that is. So we've got that, SBSN and Snell. There we go. And then the screenshot competition. You got it. Then the screenshot competition. Hey, we got 3 hours to go. So we're getting there. We are getting there. All right, guys, enjoy the intro Latin Tour finale video, and we'll be right back at it. What'd you think about that, sports fans? Pretty good, huh? I kind of like that music with that Star Trek Airbus vibe going on. Good stuff. All right. School is back in session. All right, here we go. I got this up. I got that up. Let me adjust my seat. Team Vodka is back. What's up, man? Good to see you, dude. Hopefully we haven't, I don't think we're overtaking you just yet, but my fuel flows are... Let's do a quick fuel check before we get into teaching mode. We're ETP, or about the halfway point. We've got 73,000 pounds. We've burned 62,000. We're going to save a lot in the descent. We burned a ton going up, so I guess maybe it is right. Maybe it is right. This says we're going to land with 26. I don't believe that, but I think we're going to be okay because we did burn a ton of fuel climbing to cruise altitude. So I think we're going to be all right, sports fans. ETA? Really, Team Vodka? Really? Really? Oh, I guess you need to know the actual ETA. ETA sim time is 15:47 for me, but that's not, I adjusted my sim. My sim time right now is 12:41Z, so that's 3 hours. We have 2 hour, no, we have 3 hours. No, we have 2 hours and 12, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Math. 2 hours and 5 minutes. No, 3 hours and 5 minutes. Get it together. Get it together. 3 hours and 5 minutes left. Approaching the ETP. I wanted to look at my sim brief real quick. Look at our flight plan here. Does it have fuel numbers? We are approaching Navag. Let's see. Flan, Ice Nux, Matpi, Simvu, Humby. Not that one. Man, a lot of waypoints. Opvid. Here we go. There was Opvid. We were supposed to have 68. So we're actually ahead of the game. But this was based on less fuel. So my Simbri fuel wasn't the same as this fuel here. So that's why that's probably off. However, should be good. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a massive dono in the house. If you remember, get some positive rates in there for Mr. Iron Man. Iron Man, dude, you get all the emojis. You get bank angle checks, you get with yous, and you get positive rates. Coming in with a massive $200 dono. Thank you so much, dude. He says, I'm off to work, but wanted to say thank you for the stream, Captain, a true hero. Iron Man, I don't consider myself a hero. Thank you so much for your very kind words and that massive donation, dude. That's I really appreciate that. Thank you for your continued support. I know you've been a member for 8 months now, and in the Discord and on the streams and everything. Thank you so much, man, for your continued support. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the content, and I will continue to provide it as long as this community continues to be so receptive. So I can't thank you enough, Iron Man. Have a good time at work. Going to miss you for the rest of the stream, my friend, but hopefully you'll be able to catch the landing on replay if we make it there on fumes. But thanks again, Mr. Iron Man. That's awesome. Really appreciate that, dude. Very, very, very generous. Cheers to you, Iron Man. This is to you right here, my friend. From Tony Stark himself. Awesome, awesome. Blueback getting all the emojis in there. Okay, back to instructor cam video. That is there. My nose got plugged up for some reason. I think the salsa was too hot. Is it necessary to do Toga, or is it just a convenience? It's technically you only do Toga when performance requires you to do Toga. So, all right. Here we go. Let's get into the next topic of conversation, because let's kind of recap what we did. We talked about our lift. We talked about drag. We talked about angle of attack. Everything is correlated to each other, right? Let me turn the sim down a little bit more. So everything is connected to each other. Then we started getting some more questions in the chat about, Jeremy brought up a good point, like, you know, the flaps, when they're extended. Now, when you have a slot in the flap, does that create more lift or more drag? How does that affect the wing? We're going to get into that too. But what I want to talk about first is the effects of load factor. First off, what is load factor? How do we measure it? And why do we even care about load factor? Because when you understand this topic, you're going to be able to tie in load factor with everything we talked about previously. And then you're going to go into maneuvers. It's going to talk about it has a direct correlation with configuring an aircraft, like increasing the lift. Why do we increase lift? And then that's going to bleed into a little bit more about the aerodynamic properties of the wingtip vortices, and last but not least, we'll get into wind shear impacts and all of that. All right. It looks a bit laggy at the moment. I do see, I don't know what's going on with the skip frames. I do see I've had a skip frame message go off. Let me pull up my task manager really quick. Well, I think it's just X-Plane being X-Plane, honestly. Streamlabs is pulling a lot of power from the GPU. The GPU is getting absolutely slammed right now, 78%. X-Plane doing X-Plane things. It's drawing the biggest puddle possible, the ocean. That's true. We're getting towards the ocean. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this into performance mode. Well, I hate doing that when I have instructor cam on because I can't see it. Oh well, we'll have to rock with it. If it gets unbearable, let me know, then I can change it. The salsa too hot, fake Texan confirmed. Oh, dude, I am. You call me fake Texan all you want. The spice, man. I mean, I can do spice, but I don't love it. I mean, like my wife, she loves super hot stuff, and I'm like, why? Why do you want to punish your mouth while you're eating something? I don't understand. All right, let me try this instructor cam. Hopefully this doesn't crash the whole sim. We got this back on. We got my eraser. Let's get into this. So, load factor. EdForce5, thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. Appreciate you. Get these out of the way so I don't see that. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Very much appreciative of that. AJ Dyson says, I'd love to donate, but I can't just watch to know, or I just want you to know that I'm watching until the very end. I love the content. AJ Dyson, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Hey, that's what makes these videos go around, right? We got viewership. Appreciate you. Smash that like button. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so first off, load factor. What is why do we care about load factor? What is maneuvering speed, and how does it relate to load factor? Wow, my lighting got like really bad in here all of a sudden. I feel like it wasn't that bad before. Weight, and then I got a diagram down here. So first off, what is load factor, this term? Load factor is described as the ratio of maximum load an aircraft can sustain to the gross weight of the aircraft. Now, when I say load, we talk about what are we measuring this load of load factor in, and that is G's, G units. Okay, where all my G units at in the chat? I think Gustavo's a G unit. So, G forces, or the effect of gravity, is how we measure load factor in an airplane. Why do we even care about load factor? Why is it important that pilots, that we learn about load factor and have a knowledge of load factor moving forward? So the reason we care about load factor, we want to have the knowledge, is mostly because of the dangers of load factor. There are two dangers that can arise with correlation to load factor. Number one, it is possible for a pilot to impose a dangerous overload on aircraft structures, or it is very possible that a pilot can overload or overstress an airframe, creating mechanical failure. Okay, so Gustavo. So yes, so the I lost my train of thought. Jesus Christ! All right. Yes, we do not want to damage the airplane by overstressing the airplane with G factor. That's one reason. The second reason we care about load factor is because we need to understand that stalling speed. Now remember, when I say stalling speed, what should you guys think of? Well, really, you should think of AOA. Stalling speed increases as load factor increases. So in another way to determine this, and even though I'm saying the word speed, we all know what relates to AOA, angle of attack, but a good phrase would be an increased load factor increases the stalling speed and makes stalls possible at seemingly safe flight speeds. So Jeremy, that's kind of going back to when you asked me that question on Discord. You're like, why do we always see a decay in airspeed before protections come in on the Airbus? And that is because those are just those are the examples that you've witnessed here on stream and on this channel here. Most of our maneuvers and protections that we do come about when we are in low speed regimes of flight. But the most important fact that you know is that an increase of load factor is going to increase your stalling speed, meaning that, hey, the airplane can stall at any speed. And that circles back to when we originally talked about, you guys were talking about the Cobra maneuver. What happens when you just go like this? Boom. Okay, I've increased my angle of attack. I've increased my induced drag. I've also going to put an exceeding amount of G-forces on this airframe when you do that maneuver. That is going to be load factor. Now, so now that we know a little bit about what load factor is or why we care about it, we know it's measured in G-forces. Jeremy says increased load factor decreases the AOA which airplane will stall. An increased load factor decreases the AOA at which the airplane will stall. Correct. That's a correct way to say it, Jeremy. It took me a minute to wrap my head around it. But yes, an increase of load factor will decrease the angle of attack at which an airplane can stall, therefore making you be able to stall an airplane at speeds that you would think are safe. Now, there's a couple different ways you can get into this situation. One of them, kind of offhand, is an icing condition. What happens when we have ice accumulating on the wing surfaces? Well, we're now changing the wing surface. We're adding weight to the airplane. The angle of attack is, this is a bad example. I got off track. Scratch everything I just said. Scratch that about ice. Don't even pretend it didn't happen. Deleted. Back to load factor. So why we care about it, we got the two reasons. Maneuvering speed is next. So what is maneuvering speed of an airplane? Maneuvering speed is a calculation that can be done, and there's a formula for it for all my math nerds out there, and I'm going to show it to you, but we're not going to get into the formula how to calculate it because most maneuvering speeds of aircraft will be published for you. But the formula, should you wish to calculate it yourself, I don't know what happened to my lighting, would be, I'll just read it to you, VA max times the square root of the max gross weight and the current weight of the aircraft. That's the formula that you would need to calculate it. Now, most airplanes are going to have a published maneuvering speed for you. All right, so what is this maneuvering speed that we're talking about then? And how does maneuvering speed relate to load factor, and why am I even bringing up maneuvering speed? Maneuvering speed is the speed at which you could make abrupt flight control maneuvers, and by definition, depending on the category of aircraft, you could make a full flight control input on the airplane at this speed, maneuvering speed, and you will not overstress the airframe. Okay? So that is kind of hard, but stick with me here. So a published maneuvering speed is going to be a safe speed at which you can access full flight control deflection and not overstress the airframe. Because remember, any flight control deflection that you do, and you feel this if you're ever flown on an airplane, you can feel the G's, right? As the airplane goes to climb out, if you're at an intermediate altitude, goes to climb, you get pushed back into your seat a little bit, right? A little bit of G factor. Or sometimes if they lower the nose too quick, you float up in your seat, a little bit of less G, right? A little bit of lower that, less than 1 G, just a little bit, you can feel it in your stomach. So knowing what a maneuvering speed is going to be important depending on what type of airplane you're flying, what's your scenario. So a maneuvering speed is going to be much different and much more important for someone who is an aerobatic pilot and we're doing aerobatic maneuvers, or you're doing flight demonstrations or air racing. Rest in peace for, was it Aaron Rogue? Gentleman just lost his life on the Reno air races. Okay. Maneuvering speed is going to be much more important for a pilot in that situation than someone who is flying an A340-600 across to St. Martin. But it is still important, and for the reason I'm going to give you is we're not going to do flight control movements, full deflection, are we? Why would we do that? It's not comfortable for passengers. But if we were to enter an area of severe turbulence, what do we need to do? Well, this is where maneuvering speed now comes into play. If you just blast through a thunderstorm at 8.6 Mach in a 340, there is a very strong likelihood that the amount of turbulence and abrupt aircraft movement and G-loading on the airplane in this turbulence at 8.6 Mach, it is a high likelihood of structurally damaging the aircraft, depending on the severity of the turbulence, of course. Gustavus says pray. So for an airline pilot in a transport category aircraft, maneuvering speed comes into play when we start talking about rough air scenarios, turbulence, convective activity, clear air turbulence, or even abnormal scenarios where maybe you need to do an abrupt recovery of the airplane. Now, the Airbus has particular computers that keep you within a safe envelope, even in an unusual attitude, but that is a different tangent for a different day. But the maneuvering speed of the aircraft will still apply to airline transport category aircraft, and in this primary example that we're going to talk about, it's going to be rough air. So I'm flying along in my Airbus, and we start getting into some really rough air. What's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to go up to the FCO, I'm going to dial the speed back. Depending on the airplane you're in, every airplane has a different maneuvering speed. They will be published. Sometimes they're published as turbulent air penetration speeds, or sometimes you have a severe turbulence QRH that you would run. And then you have a chart that you would pull up, and that chart is going to have two things. It's going to have your gross weight and your altitude. It's going to look kind of like that, your gross weight and altitude. You need to find out what altitude you're at and what's your gross weight, and wherever that is, there's going to be the speed associated with that. Now, it's much simpler for us boring airliner guys because this is all put out for us in a chart. We don't have to think too much about it other than we know we just look it up in the chart. That's the speed we should fly to keep us safe. So if we know that a certain speed is going to keep us safe, to fully understand load factor further, we must understand, how does load factor change? Can a difference of weight change the amount of load factor imposed upon the airplane? And the answer is yes. So, stick with me. The higher gross weight of an airplane, the higher the airplane is, or the heavier the airplane is, the aircraft is now going to be required to produce more lift. Okay, so if I have two identical A319s, one is at max weight and one is empty, the heavier 319 is required to maintain more lift at the same altitude than the empty A319. More lift is more what? How do we create lift, chat? Angle of attack. Okay, so more lift, we need more AOA. So the max gross weight 319 is going to be flying at a higher angle of attack, than the empty 319. Now, this difference, I know I'm making these gestures here on the camera, they're not going to be that extreme. I mean, we're talking nths of degrees, okay? But that matters when we talk about this subject. But just know that these are dramatized angles. So the heavier 319 has got to maintain more angle of attack than the light 319 to produce this, to keep the airplane at the same flight level. Okay, so now if we look at our formula for maneuvering speed, the current weight of the aircraft is going to directly impact the amount of G limit we can put on that airframe. The heavier aircraft is already flying at, let's just say, 5 AOA, 5 angle of attack units. The light 319 is flying at, say, 3 angle of attack units. If my critical angle of attack is 7, which airplane is going to stall first in an abrupt disruption of the aircraft or an abrupt flight control maneuver? So if one is flying at 3 units and the other one is flying at 5 units, critical angle is 7 units. It doesn't matter what numbers are. It just matters to have the values correct. Which one would stall first? The heavier airplane would stall first. Because remember, what is a stall? A stall is exceeding the critical angle of attack. If my heavy airplane is required to maintain more AOA units than my light airplane, if I have an abrupt movement of the flight controls, my heavier airplane is actually going to be stalling before my light airplane. All right. You're like, okay, V1, I get that. What does that have to do with anything? The reason that's important is because the airplane that's going to stall first is actually going to be protected first. So if you stall before you exceed the structural limit, your airplane theoretically is now recoverable, right? Because every airframe out there, whether it's a 172 or a 747, it has a structural G load limit imposed on it. Some airplanes have very high G limits. Some military aircraft, the only G limit is, the only limiting factor to Gs is the pilot itself, not the airframe. But talking about transport category aircraft here, the G limit, once exceeded, you no longer are guaranteed structural integrity of your airplane. So if you stall before you exceed the G limit, you're actually better off. So to break this down into a simple phrase, a heavier aircraft will have a higher maneuvering speed than a lighter aircraft, or not maneuvering speed, load factor limit. So let me let me take a second here, because there's a phrase that I used to use. All right. So there's a chart here. I'm going to just show you the chart. All in, gravity sucks. Exactly. So if we know load factor is directly or directly contributes to the weight of the airplane, if I look at this chart here, you guys might have seen this chart online. So we've got our normal operating range here in green, which is level flight at 1G, okay? Structural damage is occurring up here in these amber parts of this chart. The caution range is out here, and of course, structural failure is in red. Structural failure deeming that if you enter this regime, you are guaranteed to come apart at some point. So a maneuvering speed, your maneuvering speed is going to fall within here, depending upon your gross weight. So in simple terms, the higher your gross weight, the likelihood of you exceeding your load factor limitation is less than if you were at a lighter gross weight. Because, again, we go back to our angle of attack units, and it's like my simple angle of attack unit description there. We have 5 units, 3 units, critical is 7. Which one stalls first? The one at 5 units is obviously going to stall first. Okay, so now that it's clear as mud for some of you there, now we need to talk about, when I first brought up this subject, I said that load factor, we care about it because it can make the airplane stall at seemingly safe flight speeds. So you may or may not understand why that is yet, but let's go a little bit deeper into why that is. Now that we know that, okay, weight directly impacts the load factor. Load factor is measured in G's. How does it relate to speed that I'm saying? So when a sufficiently high angle of attack is imposed, the smooth airflow over the airfoil is going to break up and separate, right? We're going to lose that laminar flow over the wing. There's going to be an abrupt change in flight characteristics. You're going to have a sudden loss of lift, resulting in a stall. So to be scientific about it, and then I'm going to dumb it down, aircraft stalling speed increases in proportion to the square root of the load factor. Now hold on. Let me say that again. The stalling speed of an aircraft increases in proportion to the square root of the load factor. What does that mean? That means that an aircraft with a normal, unaccelerated stalling speed of 50 knots can be stalled at 100 knots by inducing a load factor of 4 Gs. So 4 Gs at 100 knots is going to be your accelerated stalling speed. Remember, G load, load factor, making the airplane stall at seemingly safe flight speeds. So I could be cruising around at 100 knots, and then I impose a G load of 4. If I don't break my airplane apart at 4, what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to stall the airplane then, because now that G load is going to cause my AOA to accelerate past its critical angle of attack. 4 Gs, beat me to it. There's a delay. But mathematically, you can calculate all this stuff out if you are really mathematically inclined. So if it were possible for an aircraft to withstand a load factor of 9 Gs, theoretically, you could stall that airplane at 150 knots then, that same airplane we were talking about. Now, those are a lot of mathematical numbers, but I'm going to show you a different chart here that it might make it a little bit simpler. All right. Stall speed. So on this chart, I hope I can get it to show. I'll have you look at this chart. So on this chart, we've got accelerated stall speeds, and then we have the unaccelerated stall speeds on the top right. And what this chart is showing is that at the increase of load factor and Gs, your stall speeds accelerated are going to be much higher. So for instance, if I look at an airplane with an unaccelerated stall speed of 120 knots, if I impose 2 Gs on it, the airplane would stall at 240 knots, according to this chart. And it's kind of hard to read, but basically I took unaccelerated stall speed of 120 knots. I imposed 2 Gs on it over here. It's hard to see. Drop it down to your accelerated stall speed at the bottom, 200 plus knots. So this is another factor that comes into play when we talk about the safety of flight and angle of attack and all that. There is a lot more that continues to go on. So when you're flying your airplane, there is a lot of stuff happening around the wing and the wing root and gravity and Bernoulli and Newton. Airplane math is the only math that matters. Exactly. Mr. Freedom BW, thank you for the 31 months. Goodness, 31 months. We've been doing that for 31 months. Thank you for your continued support, man. As long as the bank angle is checked, you're good. Thanks for the breakdown, V1. Mr. Freedom BW, cheers to you, my friend. Thank you for your continued support, dude. Appreciate you. 31 months. That's a long time, my friend. All right. So let's recap a little bit about load factor, and we're going to continue to move on. Why do we care about it? We care about it because of its factors that could damage the aircraft, right? We need to know how weight is in relation to load factor. Higher gross weights, higher allowable, higher load factor. Less weight, meaning you have, rephrase that. Higher gross weight is you have a higher maneuvering speed. Lower gross weight, opposite is true. So the dangers are on the light airplanes. If you're super heavy, now again, this will apply. Load factor is one of those things that once you get to the transport category of flying, it's not so much of a big deal as someone who's flying Red Bull Air races. All right. But you still have to know about it. You got to keep it in the back of your mind. Turbulent situations, things like that. First thing we do, we go to a chart. So in the Airbus, when we pull up our chart, I showed you it's got the flight level, the gross weight, and what is that chart doing? Well, it's doing the math for us. It's saying what is our maneuvering speed at my current weight and my flight level. Okay, and it's going to tell me what I need to fly. I could slow down. That way, I maintain a buffet margin. So that's another term I'm going to throw at you. The buffet margin, typically 1.5 Gs, is what the airplane handbook is going to give me. So it's going to allow me to fly a speed that at my current gross weight, directly related to load factor, is going to allow the aircraft to absorb a 1.5 G buffet margin and still be safe. So if you were flying at a faster speed, you're not necessarily going to have that same buffet margin. It may be less. All right. Now, buffet margins, and the Airbus in particularly, too, we can get into the prog page and talk about recommended max and all that. But that's kind of where load factor rolls into. All right. Questions on load factor. I know it's kind of, load factor is one of those things where it's much easier to explain in an airplane when you go in and you talk about, and you can hear the stall warning horn go off and all that, and you can actually impose G's on your airframe and watch it happen. But the main takeaway for us transport category airplanes here, think about rough air. What's the first thing we should do if we're in a transport category aircraft and we're encountering severe turbulence? We need to slow down because of forces known as load factor, which could cause structural damage to the aircraft if we exceed the structural limits on the airframe. Slowing down will help that, because when we slow down, what happens? We increase the AOA. When we increase the AOA, we get closer to that critical AOA. So then if we actually have a oopsie, we stall it and we don't break the wings off. I'd rather stall the aircraft and recover than snap the wings off because I'm going too fast. That's kind of the very basic why I care about load factor as an airline pilot. I don't, this guy. Gustavo has the, oh boy, for nerds, proportional to the square root of x means the graph is linearithmic, i.e. increases fast and flatten out in a linear way. Square root times x is also log. Yeah, I am, I'm just going to go to my POH and fly the speed it tells me to, because that is confusing AF. But I know I am not the most mathematically privileged person out there. I know some of you are extremely sharp when it comes to mathematics, so hopefully you guys enjoy some of that. Jeremy says, so I wonder why Airbus decided to command load factor rather than pitch when you pull on the stick. Well, load factor, Well, so load factor is pitch, but why would they call it load factor, Jeremy? Let's think about it. So if pulling on the side stick is load factor demand, what can I calculate that? Well, I can calculate load factor, right? So pitching on the stick, it's a simple, well, I say simple, but it's a complex equation that can be solved simply by computers as load factor demand. I want to increase the load factor more than 1G. I'm calling in 1.5 Gs, 1.5 Gs. So I think now the reason why they chose that, my personal opinion, I don't know, you'd have to speak to an Airbus engineer, but I think because it's probably the easiest thing to regulate, I guess, with a side stick, with computers, because pitch is a movement, right? Like, you can't really calculate pitch, but you can calculate a load factor. You can calculate a load factor, meaning it's going to do what, it's going to put the nose where. I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts about it. But that would be a question for an Airbus engineer, why they call it load factor. But now you know why it's load factor demand and what load factor is. Load factor demand is going to depend greatly upon our gross weight of the aircraft. Now, kind of piggybacking on that topic, the Airbus computers actually have a load factor protection during unusual attitude recovery. So it will not let you overstress the aircraft. That is part of the protections of Airbus, because it knows it's constantly computing your current gross weight, and it's computing the G's imposed on the airframe, and it will protect you from overstressing the aircraft. Now, once you get into direct law, or you have, depending on the failure of what situation you're in, that can all go out the window, and you can absolutely rip the wings off. And that's what we train for when we do our upset recovery training in the Airbus. We do recoveries without computer protecting us from our load factor inputs, because it could theoretically you could very easily break the wings off, especially in like an inverted dive, when we do inverted dive recovery on the airplane. Now we got to, this is a good segue into G loading on the airplane. So like if you're inverted and you're in a dive, to recover from this without any load factor protection can actually be a very difficult maneuver. The amount of speed that you pick up in this inverted position here is very excessive. And if you do not immediately retard the thrust levers and get the airplane started trending in the right direction, you will 100% rip the wings off. It's very, very easy to do. I've done it in the sim. I've ripped the wings off in the sim, matter of fact. We all have. We all do it to see what the limit is. But remember, I think the Airbus has a limit of 2 Gs, positive 2, negative 1, negative 1.5, depending on configuration of the wing. But once you get past 2.5 Gs, all bets are off of what's going to stay together. Jeremy, yes, the computers try to keep you at 1 G. So a neutral side stick is you're staying at 1 G. If I pitch back on that side stick, if I pull aft on it, I am telling the computer, hey, I want more G's on this airplane. I want a little bit more G. I want a little bit more G. And that in turn is going to be pitching the airplane. For some reason, OBS Studio will not capture X-Plane 12. Do you know the reason? Havoc, I do not know. I have the same issue as you do, but I have it as a desktop capture, I believe. So, yeah, I know the same problem that you're going through. Richardson says, absolute top-notch content. Love that I always learn something when I tune in to V1 stream. Awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And this is why aeronautical engineers break the wings off of test planes on purpose. You're absolutely right, Stephen. That's when you see those wing snap tests. If you look on Google, they actually have those 787s. And I think I saw a 747-800. I think I saw a video on YouTube. Maybe it was a different airframe. But they literally put the wing in a vise, and then they pull up on it until it snaps, because they want to know, they must know, where is the breaking point on that wing, because then they can publish limitations. They can publish limitations after they find out that information on the aircraft. That's why that's important. So that's going to wrap up load factor. Kind of a muddy topic to talk about, but hopefully we have, at least maybe you know now what to do next time you're flying on VATSIM across the pond and you enter some severe turbulence. In real life, the pilots would slow down to a safe speed. Okay, so that at the end of the day, that's what you got to be taking away for this, because this is, while this is real world topics and I'm giving you real world instruction, this is you know, tailoring it towards simulators as well and being at home flight sims. Okay, continuing on. Let's finish on wingtip vortices. We touched on it briefly when we were talking about drag. But wingtip vortices can, I'm going to say how I word this here. So load factor is dependent upon the aircraft weight, right? Changes with gross weight of the aircraft. I think by this point, everyone should know that. Without knowing the gross weight, you cannot know the load factor imposed on your airplane. Why that's important is because wingtip vortices are actually going to increase the heavier and slower the aircraft. So let's continue to talk about, let's just continue here. ABCDE, where is my other paper? I'm looking for one of my notes. All right. Wingtip vortices. This is one of, I think this is like one of everybody's favorite topics. I'm going to draw something out for you. Anybody know the command for the aerodynamics on X-Plane 12 as well? Because I wonder if it will show any of this. All right, so wingtip vortices. We're going to hit on this. Wingtip. I'm not going to lie, this kind of makes me miss being an instructor. I definitely need some practice, though. This is the first time I've taught any of this stuff in over a decade, so. Control M, Felipe says. Real quick, can we see any vortices with Control M? Let me turn this off briefly. Aha. Look at that. Where we're going to particularly be discussing wingtip vortices is on the wingtips. Can we see? Oh, it actually has. Ah. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Whoa. That's your wind stream? Holy crap. Streamlines. Do I need that? I don't need those. Turn that off. Wake turbulence. Look at that. That is cool. All right, we're going to come back to that. How do I turn it off? Microburst and then off. Beautiful. All right. T-tank, tail tank transferred. Step deleted. Was I supposed to climb up? Optimus 37 max is 40. We're at 38. I think we're doing fine at 38 here. What's our fuel? Alright, so tank fuel has been transferred. We're still in the green on the CG. Everything is looking good. Things are good. Welcome back to the Northern Hemisphere. Thank you. Feels good. You should pull up the video of the wingtip and wing. Yes, we're going to get to that, Matt Warren. We're going to do the visuals at the end. We're going to talk about wingtip vortices. All right. And Peyton, you bring up a great point. Okay, so wingtip vortices. I love wingtip vortices. All right. We all kind of have a rough idea of what wingtip vortices are, but I'm going to kind of teach you like as if you have no idea what a wingtip vortice is. So let me pull the instructor cam on again. So I'm going to draw a wing. I'm going to draw a top-down view of a wing. All right? And then we have green airflow today. Wingtip vortices, the problem of every finite wing. Exactly. Okay. The intensity or strength of vortices are directly proportional to the weight of the aircraft. That's why I kind of saved this towards the end after load factor, because we're talking about weight. We're talking about how gross weight can change your load factor and all that. And also, it comes into play as your wingtip vortices. So the important thing to remember when we discuss this topic is that the strength of these vortices that we're going to be discussing varies directly with the weight of the airplane. And it's also inversely proportional to the wingspan and speed of the aircraft. So, weight is a contributing factor. Speed is a contributing factor. The wing design is a huge factor. The worst case scenario for wingtip vortices will occur on heavy aircraft and high angles of attack. When can you think of high angles of attack? What's a high angle of attack? Climb, high angle of attack. Approach to landing, we have a high angle of attack approach to landing sometimes. What is the highest angle of attack and the heaviest the airplane can be? And as a bonus, the slowest speed. Matt Warren, you're absolutely correct. Takeoff. So while wingtip vortices happen at all regimes of flight, if we look at the science behind them and how they are created, and I'm going to explain that in a minute, the fact is the worst case scenario for these wingtip vortices are going to be on heavy aircraft, slow configurations, and high angles of attack. And when I say high angles of attack, during takeoff is one of the highest angle of attacks you're going to get because the wing is relatively clean. Takeoff flaps are generally less than landing flaps. Would you concur? If you said yes, you're correct. So you're also the heaviest you're going to be, right? You got all that fuel you got to burn off. So you're heavy, you're clean relatively, and you're slow. Takeoff is when you're going to have the greatest wingtip vortices. An aircraft will create wingtip vortices with maximum strength occurring during takeoff, the climb phase, and you're not wrong if you said landing as well. So theoretically, the worst case is climb out or is takeoff, then it would be climb out, then landing, and then at the very end you could just put cruise flight in there as well. Because even though we don't really talk about wake turbulence during cruise, they very much are a thing, and you can very much fly through them. I believe there was a corporate jet a couple of years ago, flew through wake turbulence of an A380, completely inverted the aircraft, destroyed the interior, warped the airframe completely. It was wrote off as a totaled airframe. I think it was a Hawker. Someone might know the information in chat. But yeah, they flew through the wake turbulence in cruise of a 380, and it almost destroyed the airplane. They recovered low level and were able to divert and land. So while we don't really talking about cruise during this discussion, just know that it is still a danger during cruise. Now, wingtip vortices are kind of interchangeable with the term wake turbulence. So you kind of interchange those terms, wake turbulence, wingtip vortices. High angle of attack and pressure differential above and below the wing are the root cause of this phenomenon. So looking at this picture here, I've got a top-down view of a wing. So this purple is the wing spar. This would be the wing tip over on this side. We have green airflow going over the wing. Due to the natural design of the wing, depending on how your wing is constructed, the flow along the wing is typically going to be front to back, right? That's our relative wind. However, there is also a direction of flow known as lateral flow that's going to move outward from the wingtip. Okay? Remember, we've got this low pressure on top and we have high pressure on the bottom. It's kind of like escaping. This wind kind of wants to escape or roll off the tips if it's allowed to, if it can continue to expand laterally, right? So when this low pressure air over the top, low pressure, high velocity air, slips off the top of the wing, mixes with the low pressure air at the bottom of the wing, you're going to create the cyclone effect or a spiraling effect like this. These wingtip vortices are also known as vortexes, caused by the high pressure air, low pressure, high velocity air, slipping off the wing laterally, mixing with the lower velocity, high pressure air at the wing tip, create the spiraling effect. Now, this is a much prettier picture. You can see this picture here. So kind of the same thing. So you've got the lateral flow, and that's the vortex spinning off the end of the wing. Now, coincidentally, this action of the relative winds meeting at the wingtip do a couple things. Number one, it is creating the wingtip vortice, the vortex that we talk about, which is a hazard to other aircraft flying behind you. Number two, this also increases drag on your airframe. This reduces fuel efficiency on your airplane. Now, while some could argue, and I mentioned previously at the very beginning, that there is a type of parasitic drag that would be, or form drag that can be, you could technically put this into, because it is a collision of eddies, it's a collision of airstreams creating drag. The main drag that you would really put this under would be induced drag. If we go back to the very beginning of the discussion, we talked about induced drag and when does it increase and when does it decrease. Well, what is your highest induced drag? The highest induced drag is at the greatest AOA, or the slowest airspeed in a normal situation, i.e. takeoff. Now, why is heavy a factor in wingtip vortices? We talked a little bit about this in load factor. What does a heavier airplane have to do in relationship to a light airplane? It has to maintain a greater angle of attack to create the same lift. So even though you have two 319s going down the runway, one is at max takeoff, one is completely empty, the one that's at max takeoff weight is going to need to generate more lift to get airborne than the one that's completely empty. So this more lift, more AOA, is going to create a greater wingtip vortice. So now maybe the light bulbs are coming on. I can just picture light bulbs coming on for all you guys in chat. Like, oh, now it's all coming together. And now it's coming together. I see. So the wingtip, and we talk about, I keep saying wingtip, it's at the wingtip. This is where the unrestricted lateral flow, unrestricted meaning depending on the wing design, typically, and if we look at this wing design in the 330 or 340, it's pretty much unrestricted till the wing tip. It's going to flow that way. It's not going to flow towards the fuselage, right? Because what happens when it flows this way? It's going to hit the fuselage and bounce off. It's not going to allow it to form at the wing root. And if you have a good engineer, they're going to design the wing root of the aircraft to reduce that type of induced drag, right? So you typically don't see it there. I don't think it would be there. Now, you could, and maybe some of you have seen this as passengers, you could see these vortices form not just on the wing tip. You could also see them form on the tips of flaps. Sometime depending on the the temperature and dew point spread outside. If you're coming into land, sometimes you'll notice a spiraling effect visibly right at the tip of the flaps. And that is the same situation. Now, those vortices are going to be much smaller and less dangerous than the ones that you're going to get off the wing tips. But just know that it's not only always going to be at the wing tip. You could indeed have vortices form at other parts of the aircraft, depending on the configuration and, of course, depending on the the style of the wing that has been designed. It's like a heavy train can provide more traction than a light one, though that's frictional adhesion. Yeah, now we're going down the wrong path. Christian says, so let's say you're landing a 319 behind a departing 747. What are the risks for you landing behind aircraft and heavy taking off? That is a great question, Christy, and that's exactly where we're going to go next. So, any questions on wingtip vortice and how it is formed? High velocity, low pressure air meets high pressure, low velocity air. It slips off the wing, goes that direction, creates a spiral effect, creates drag, and it also creates a very turbulent, dangerous position for following aircraft. So now Christy brought up the great question, where we were going next. So I'm going to draw a runway for you. Okay, there's our super high-tech runway. Let's say, as Christy said, there is a departing 747. Okay, he just took off. During his takeoff roll, what is he not creating during the takeoff roll? Well, he's not creating lift, or else he'd be flying, right? So he's building enough airspeed to create lift. It's not until he begins to rotate that we see a true angle of attack form and true low pressure, high pressure air collide at the wing tip, creating vortices. So if you're landing behind a 747, as long as you touch down anywhere before he rotates, you should be okay. So this is me landing my 319 behind Christy in a 747. As long as I touch down before the 747 rotates, you have no risk for wake turbulence. Now, you could get some jet wash. That's definitely a hazard if you were right on his tail, absolutely. But landing behind a heavy aircraft, as long as you touch down before they rotate, you're good to go. Now, where you could have another scenario is, let's say that heavy 747 is landing. I don't know how I'm going to draw this. There's his wheels, just touched down. Wow, that's one of my famous 747s, okay? This 747 just landed. He's rolling out. All this time during his approach, is the airplane flying during approach? You should all be shaking your head yes, because he's on approach. He's still flying. Thus, if the aircraft is flying, he is creating wingtip vortices and wake turbulence hazards to aircraft behind him. Now, he said V1. All right, so then where do I land? Well, if wingtip vortices are a function of angle of attack, what happens when the airplane touches down? A couple things happen. We all like to see what? Spoilers? Spoilers pop up. That's a lift spoiler on a wing. Why is it called a spoiler? What does spoiler mean? Spoiler alert. It is spoiling lift on an airplane. So as soon as the airplane touches down, you are no longer generating lift. And you are also spoiling any excessive lift with ground spoilers. So, in this scenario, if you're flying, if Cosmic Doubloon is flying his Christian Eagle, little prop airplane right here, and he's coming to land behind the 747, as long as you touch down after where he landed, you are in no danger of wake turbulence. Okay, and this is something that you would take into account, especially if flying light aircraft and you're coming into an international airport. You don't need 8,000 feet to slow down and stop your prop or your light aircraft. Now, I keep saying light aircraft. Does it affect larger aircraft as well? Absolutely it does, but not near the extent it will to a light aircraft. A 319 landing behind a 747, yeah, you can get rocked pretty good. You might wing rock into 90 degrees if you're not careful. But that's probably about as much as you're going to get. You take a Cessna 172 behind a 747, probably do 3 flips, rip the wings off before it can even hit the ground. So it's all proportional, right? But it's still a threat. Definitely still a threat. In fact, landing behind heavies, behind supers, ATC has a wake turbulence table that they look at, and each airplane is categorized into a wake category. The higher the wake category, the more spacing they need between aircraft behind landing. It's also one of the call-outs you get. Caution wake turbulence following heavy 777 on final. Be like, oh, okay. So let's keep the same scenario, but instead of Cosmic in his L-39 flying, what if I'm coming in my 319 behind a 747? What am I going to do if I get a caution wake turbulence? Well, I still have to land within the touchdown zone. That 747 is probably directly on the glide slope all the way down. At least he should be, right? That's something that a good pilot always should follow the glide slope, right? This is another reason why, even on a visual approach, if you're following the glide slope, if someone behind you is worried about wake turbulence, all I'm going to do, here's my glide slope indicator, I'm just going to fly a half dot high on the approach. Because a half dot high, I'm not going to miss the touchdown zone, but I'm going to stay clear of the wake turbulence all the way down. So where you can get absolutely screwed is if that 747 is high on the glide slope, then he's screwing everybody below him. So I've been there too. I've seen that happen. It's not fun. So think of it in simple terms of landing inside the bowl. This is your bowl. These are wake turbulence generating aircraft. Approach and takeoff. As long as you land inside the bowl, you are going to be clear of wake turbulence. Christy said, but isn't the wake falling off? Like if you come in 1 mile behind them, you're kind of screwed, but if you are 5 miles, shouldn't you be fine if you land in the same spot? Christy, you're absolutely correct. But you bring up another question. Okay, what if you have a 10-knot crosswind? What happens to those wakes? So before we really talk about that, let's briefly touch on just a couple key features about wake turbulence and specific to aircraft. So believe it or not, the 757 is actually one of the highest wake producing aircraft in the world. And more particularly, 757s without a winglets. Okay, so let's look at since we're right here in the 330, look at our wing out here. There is no restriction to lateral flow, right, of this wind. It can go all the way out to the wingtip, except, oh no, look what it hits right here, a winglet. That winglet is going to restrict what? Lateral flow of the high velocity, low pressure air meeting the high pressure, low velocity air under the wing. So this little wingtip out here is going to help reduce the vortices on the wingtip, increasing fuel efficiency, reducing the severity of wingtip vortices and wake turbulence. So going back to mechanical engineering, though, on the 7.5, it is for some reason the highest wake category aircraft, or not the highest, it is one of the highest out there. Matter of fact, they designed a new wake category program because of the 757. We just entered a rain cloud here. What's going on? Let's make sure everybody is good. Plus 51. You wouldn't need this in real life, but because it's X-plane, I'm turning on engine anti-ice. It is plus 51 on the SAT. I would not be concerned about it in real life, but we are in X-plane, so I am turning on the engine anti-ice just so we don't fall out of the sky. And you know what? Because we've been flying for like 3 hours, what the hell? Let's turn on wing anti-ice. Look at our fuel flows go up. That's very cool to see that. That's realistic. Now, there is no reason to use wing anti-ice or engine anti-ice here at plus 51 SAT IRL, but because this is a long haul and we're doing good, I do not want to risk anything. So we've got that on for now as we go through these cumulus clouds. Matt Warren, 777 is up there, but for some reason, there is something about the design of that 7.5, particularly the one without winglets, that is exceptionally heavy with the wake turbulence. Okay, so I wanted to get back to Christie's comment. He said, well, what if I land behind the aircraft? Where does it go? So I'm going to draw a rear view here. So we got a wing, fuselage, a wing, a tail. All right. Our wingtip vortices are going to be purple. So Christy, in a perfect world, no wind, your wingtip vortices are going to look somewhat like this. So they are going to fall down behind the aircraft, and they're also going to dissipate out due to their natural rotation and shape. So they're going to naturally fall down and out behind the airplane. Now, inside of that, I'm also going to draw an airplane landing, profile view, and here's the ground. So now on profile view, the same airplane, these vortices that are going to come down, they're going to hit the ground, and then they're going to continue to either dissipate or they're going to get blown laterally. Let's look at another view here. So if I have a runway below me and I have a wind, a crosswind, for some reason I forgot how to draw an arrow. So that's one hell of a weird arrow. What the hell is that? I don't even know what I'm drawing. Jeez. Need a bigger whiteboard. So if you have a crosswind, these vortices, instead of being able to go out, they're going to get pushed right across the touchdown zone, or right across the runway. So the prevailing winds at the airfield are going to be extremely prevalent in the danger of the wingtip vortices that are in front of you. The worst case scenario would be a quartering tailwind. This will lead us on to a perfect discussion about wind shear later. The quartering tailwind is the worst possible scenario because, number one, you've got tailwind impacting the airplane, which is not good. It's less performance on the aircraft. The quartering tailwind is also going to what? It's going to bunch up those vortices right there over the runway. And they can linger for up to 5 minutes. Okay, if the wind conditions are just right and there's nothing to disturb those vortices. Okay, typically runways are a nice flat ground, there's nothing around, there's no terrain. So those vortices are just going to sit right there on the runway, and they're going to be waiting for you to come down in the flare. So wind is a big deal when it comes to wingtip vortices as well. That's a good question, though. I wonder if the 7.5 produces so much wake because of the narrow-body fuselage on what is essentially a wide-body wing and the high AOA on takeoff and flare. Well, Tony Johns, if you think about it mathematically, that would be exactly correct. Because what is wingtip, or what is wake turbulence? It's the more lift, the heaviest weight. There you go. I mean, you have a wing capable of producing enough lift to fly a 767. I mean, that's a very high producer of lift. So with lift comes great responsibility, such as wingtip vortices. Did I see the KC-135 that had 2 engines ripped off in the middle of the flight? I did not. No, I did not. They had 2 engines ripped off from a wake turbulence? That seems pretty excessive. Was it a Marine C-130? That's crazy. I did not. I have no knowledge of that at all. Remember the American Airbus that encountered wake turbulence of a 7.4, responded incorrectly and ripped the tail off? How should you respond? I do not remember that. American encountered wake turbulence 7.4. I don't think I remember that. Maybe I did, but maybe I do. I'm not thinking about it right now. Oh, the A300 after 9/11? That was, oh, yes. Yeah, well, that wasn't caused by wake turbulence. Wasn't caused by wake turbulence. That class was caused by excessive G-loading of the rudder. What's a factor of load factor? What's a factor of load factor? What a terrible sentence that was. What is a contributing factor in load factor calculations? Weight. High gross weight. Uh-oh. We've got center online? Rip. So what happened is, yes, they got into they ran into a wake turbulence, but the reason that tail ripped off is because the flight crew incorrectly did full, and I say incorrectly, but it wasn't really published. I think, or was it published, where you were not supposed to traverse the rudder at full deflection more than one time. And they mashed that rudder, I think, 3 times. Full deflection, left to right, high gross weight, high load factor. The G loading on that tail ripped the rudder off, ripped the tail off. It was not the wake that ripped the tail off. But that was because of the load factor proposed on the tail, which we're going to talk about why in more here in a second. So we're out of that. Let's go ahead and kill that, save some fuel. Let's contact this guy on 28.6. And we're going to talk about we can expand upon load factor, because you're probably like, well, I thought the tail wasn't a wing, and how could you have load factor if it's not the wing? We're going to talk about that here in just a second. What center is this? I have no idea. Center, good afternoon. TAM 357 Heavy, flight level 380.
357 Heavy, Georgetown, good afternoon, sir. Squawk 5276.
Squawking 5276 for TAM 357 Heavy. Georgetown.
215, Brotharchi, radar contact, flight level 380, welcome on board.
Let's turn the weather radar off. Guys, we only have 800 miles to go. Welcome, thank you. We only have 800 miles to go. We're less than 2,000. How awesome is that? We're less than 1,000 miles. Okay, so questions on wingtip vortices before we go down to the American incident A300 with the wake turbulence induced structural failure due to load factor. Any questions on wingtip vortices? Long story short, you got to respect them. I was waked in an Embraer 170 behind an Embraer 190, so you would not think that's much of a difference. Embraer 170, Embraer 190. I took off behind a JetBlue Embraer 190 at a Washington National many years ago in a 170, and I hit his wake so perfect. I mean, it was I wouldn't say it was uncontrollable, but it put us into a right bank, probably about 60 degrees, and just a moment of violent turbulence that I could not get the aircraft back on course. The constructor was giving us a heading, and I was like, unable, we're in a wake turbulence, and we had to recover from it. So do not ignore it. It's especially for you private pilots out there, wake turbulence is a very serious thing. It can get you killed if you're not paying attention and you're not careful. Also, helicopters, somebody brought that up. Helicopters do produce a tremendous amount of wake turbulence. In fact, it's I think it goes underappreciated. You can actually flip a light sport aircraft or even a light Cessna GA aircraft. You can flip one on the ground if you taxi too close to a helicopter. Same deal. Remember, the blades on a helicopter are airfoils. Those airfoils are creating lift, thus they are creating induced drag, thus they are creating wingtip vortices, although they would be called rotor vortices or rotor tip vortices or rotor wake, whatever you want to call it. Same deal. And what's happening to those vortices? Well, they're getting beat down and they're just drifting right behind the helicopter waiting for you. You can actually be on a parallel taxiway 50 feet away from a helicopter and get rolled, ground rolled, if you're not careful. So if the wake hits you just perfectly because the wind blows it over you. So wake turbulence, big deal. Helicopters as well. Got to watch out for that. All right. All right, Professor V1. Good luck on that. Steven, thank you so much, man. You have to go to actual class, dude. Thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy your class. And thanks for hanging out with me in chat today, man. It's awesome. The rotor wash just gets quicker as they fall to the ground and disperse. Sam Snook, it's the wrong aircraft on the header? Huh. All right. What were we going to talk about? Oh, we're going to talk about the tail. An American incident. And where's my phone? Need my phone. Somebody said they sent me something. It's a long stream, dudes. Oh, you sent me a video. Nice. I'll have to watch that one. I've probably seen part of it. All right. Moving on. Vortex ring state, VRS. Oh, gosh. That's a whole different can of worms. VRS. Yeah, we're not going to get into that today. All right, I'm going to draw out a... How do I do this here? All right, so I'm going to draw a tail. Elevator. Draw this bigger. Okay. Actually, pretty proud of myself on this one. All right. Oh yeah, camera's off. That would be something, huh? I don't know why I'm getting skipped frames. It keeps coming up with skipped frames. I don't know why, guys. I'm sorry. I hope it's not, like, too bad for you. It must have to do with all this clouds and stuff. I don't know. It's just X-Plane being X-Plane. We are still over South America. Good gosh. We got a long ways to go. We're not even feet wet yet. All right, instructor cam. Hit it. All right. So look at this picture. I'm really proud of this. Okay, so we're looking at the rudder of an aircraft. In this particular case, we're going to talk about the A300. And I shouldn't say rudder. We're looking at the vertical stabilizer. The rudder is indicated by the orange here. So this is a profile view. This is a top-down view of said vertical stabilizer. Now, we talk about American 300. We're like, well, didn't they hit wake turbulence and it ripped the tail off? No, it did not. What the wake turbulence did is it put the airplane in a situation where they had to recover from an unusual aircraft state. Recoverable? Debatable. Most people would say yes. Honestly, you never want to tread on anyone's grave, but looking at the data, it looked like it would have been a recoverable aircraft state had they have not lost the vertical stabilizer of the A300. The reason they lost the vertical stab is because the rudder and the vertical stab itself are actually wings. They're actually lift surfaces, right? So if we look at the top-down view here of my vertical stab, I can establish a chord line, right? I can go right down the middle. I've got relative wind hitting the top of my vertical stab. This wind is going to go around my vertical stab on both sides. Theoretically, it should be symmetrical speeds, right? Until you do what? Until you deflect the rudder. If I deflect the rudder, it's going to look something like that, right? Well, what if I rotate this picture? What did I just draw? I just drew a wing with an aileron down, creating lift. Would you agree? So lift is now going to be going this direction. Back to the rudder, top-down view. Now I'm going to drive the nose of the aircraft to the left. Right? I have that right, don't I? Or do I have that backwards? Well, now I'm having a momentary brain fart here. No, it's right. I've got it correct. So yeah, it would be going, you have an aerodynamic force going this way. Well, with aerodynamic forces, we have G's imposed. Be nose to the right. It would be nose to the right. Thank you. Aha, because the force is going this way. Lift goes left, nose goes right. Thank you. So nose goes right. So I had the arrow right. Well, lift goes this way. So this was correct. Lift, the important thing here is lift goes this way. Nose of the aircraft is going to go that way, right? This is a wing surface, essentially. You are creating the same forces on this vertical stab that you would be on a wing if you were to overstress the wing by doing a dramatic pitch up and increasing the angle of attack to a point of where you either exceed the angle of attack and stall at a higher gross weight if you were at a lower gross weight, or you're going to structurally damage that surface because of the G forces imposed upon you acting on the flight control surface. So if you mash this rudder down, you have a massive amount of G that's going to be felt all along the route of this airplane. Okay, you're going to feel all the G force is going to be impacted right where the vertical stab meets the fuselage. All right. What those pilots did is they traversed the rudder. I think it was 3 times, 4 times. They did full deflection right, full deflection left, full deflection back to the right. The amount of G that rudder and that vertical stab took eventually was enough to separate it from the airplane. It just ripped right off. Now, Chris, you bring up a good point, and I want to talk about it. It says the inappropriate rudder inputs were because AA's training from those situations was based on Vietnam-era fighter pilot training, which didn't work for transport category aircraft. And I think I remember reading something like that as well, Chris Hawkins. So while we say this incident was pilot error, it also was training error. Okay, this was the Navy has a thing saying that the rules are written in blood, right? Everything that you do in the Navy is because somebody died, and it was written in blood of why that rule is in place. And a lot could be said of the same thing in aviation in general, right? So we learn a lot from our mistakes when these accidents happen. And the training program at the time, based upon fighter aircraft and how to recover from abnormal situations, was a little bit different. When they did this to a transport category aircraft, going all the way back to our load factor discussion when we talked about there's different categories of aircraft. Some are meant to withstand more Gs than other airplanes. The Gs that this A300 was meant to sustain was exceeded drastically due to this rudder hardover or this rudder input more times than once, but traversing the rudder. Because when you go full right, you have a ton of G-force, but the act of bringing it full left is also creating additional load factor on that rudder. And then to swing it back again to the right it was too much for the airplane. And it eventually broke and separated from the aircraft. So that's kind of a breakdown of why that crashed. That was not, I mean, you could say it was because of wake turbulence, but it wasn't. Wake turbulence didn't break the tail of the airplane. It was the load factor imposed upon the empennage that separated. So, but any questions on that? Pretty cool. I impressed myself with that top-down view, right? Because you turn it like that, and you're like, oh my God, it's a wing. It's a tail. It's a wing. It's a tail. Everything on the airframe, if you think about it, is a lift surface. Your tail is a wing, but you're just creating lift in a different direction. Your elevators are lift. So, let's draw. How do I draw that? So there's a tail up there. Oh, that's a really bad tail. Well, that's terrible. Jeez, that's not even good. Let me just show you on the airplane. So the elevator is what? A wing surface. So when you want to pitch up, the elevator goes down. When the elevator goes down, this is a direct relation to our angle of attack, right? So if I draw my wing out here like this, and I put a surface down like that, now my chord line no longer extends right there. It extends all the way down to this point. What does that do? That increases our AOA, creating more lift. See, it's actually pretty simple when you know the basic fundamentals of this airplane. So this is a wing. This could be your elevator. This could be a top-down view of your vertical stab. So everything on the airplane is theoretically a lifting surface. And people were mentioning before, you know, even the fuselage. And to a certain extent, yes, the fuselage can create lift. You know, if that's your airplane, you've got relative wind under there. Who's that for?
No problem. Over to Unicom for goal 1215. Thanks for coming on today, Georgetown.
All right, so we're probably going to lose him here in a minute. But yeah, even the fuselage technically is going to create lift somewhat. Now, you just got to remember that every fuselage not every fuselage is created equal. So different fuselage will have a better lifting capability than others. A good example of this is like the F-15 Eagle, right? The F-15 has a phenomenal fuselage of where it can actually fly without a wing. And they found that out after one got blown off in Desert Storm, right? So you look at the most modern fighters, the F-22s, F-35s, the Sioux Felons. I mean, they all have this fuselage that will create its own lift. And you combine that with extreme structural integrity, the only limiting factor at that point now becomes the pilot. I mean, the airframe can withstand more G's and can stand more load than that's humanly possible. That's why all military aircraft, I think, are going to go to drone, remote control. Because that's it. That is your, if you can fly an aircraft and you can outlimit your human counterpart, you're going to be unbeatable. Turn radius is going to be unbeatable. Your vertical acceleration, all that stuff. So. Vitor, thank you for the 10 ruble, man. Appreciate you. Says thanks for the amazing time teaching all of us in details. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the donut. I really appreciate that. Normal tail versus T-tail. We'll have to come back to that. Well, let's see. Same thing, Christy. The only problem is, let's go over why T-tails are awful. And I say awful, but they're not. You just have to be aware. So a T-tail, we draw this out here. We've got our conventional tail like this. Yeah, and then we have this awful design. Because if it's not broke, let's fix it anyway. And how do I draw? There we go. Let's draw this. Ah, I got limited on space. I was doing good. There we go. Well, this T-tail's a little bit jagged, but all right. So very rough drawing here. We've got our standard, and I'm just going to say you got a vertical stab. It's like right here. We just can't see it, right? And you got a T-tail. The problem, and not really a problem, but one of the things you have to worry about or think about when you fly a T-tail airframe is the critical angle of attack on the T-tail is going to occur before the critical angle of attack on the wing, depending upon the airframe. Generally speaking, so light trainers and stuff like that, those T-tails can stop flying because what? The critical angle of attack is exceeded, thus no longer creating laminar flow over the wing, reducing lift, having laminar or boundary layer separation on the tail before the wing does. If that happens when you're flaring, this is a very interesting wall cloud coming up. I see you guys in chat. It's very interesting. But the that aspect of the T-tail stopping its flying capabilities before you actually touch down means you could come down, you go to flare, you go to pull aft on your elevator, and guess what? There's nothing there. You pull all you want. That T-tail has already stopped flying. You got too slow. You've exceeded the critical angle of attack on the tail, but not the wing, and you're going to stuff it. So it's not a, I don't want to say it's a terrible design, but it's just an alternate design that, depending upon the airframe that it is on, it could be inherently challenging, and you have a much greater likelihood of having a negative outcome in a high AOA situation in a T-tail than you do a traditional tail, because, again, of how that chord line is positioned and the relative wind is positioned up on top of the wing instead of in the same plane, right? Instead of like the wings and the tail are pretty much the same. But we fly them diamonds, fun planes. There you go. It's not bad, you know. Like I say, I joke about it. I say, oh, they scare me. But as long as you are aware of the aerodynamics behind it and you're aware of the potential hazards that it could cause, then you're good to go. So. This is a very interesting cloud. Let's take a look. That looks cool. I think that's the Hurricane. Is that the Hurricane? That must be the Hurricane station. It must be the Hurricane up there. Please. All right. We'll kill this for a minute. So, I think we did pretty good. You guys have any burning questions that you want to go over? The T-tail PA-28 special focus on approach to stall, accelerated stalls, and anything else. There's another thing. So accelerated stalls. I was just giving you one example of coming into land and approach stall. But yes, accelerated stalls. All that is very. It can be much more hazardous if you're unaware of what can happen. I thought. Can you explain lift vector? What do you mean lift vector? Like what the lift vector is? So really, you're vectoring lift. So you're talking about so let's talk about I think I know where you're going. So turning an airplane. And we'll get into adversity on all that, but how do airplanes turn? Well, they turn because we can increase lift on one wing and decrease lift on the other. Thus, the lift vector on one wing will be higher than the other, creating a rolling moment. Was it left control M? Let me see here. Let's go outside and look at this. Left control M or left shift M? For the views out here. Someone let me know. Left control M or left shift M? Does any amount of flap extension also produce drag at the same time? Okay, Jeremy, and we kind of forgot about your question there about the flap design. But essentially, Jeremy, the design of the flap, I was going to draw it out, but I think I have a special diagram. I'll look for it here in a minute. I got to take a quick break anyway. But the design of the flap will greatly determine the type of drag or lift that's going to occur on your airplane. So certain flaps are better at creating lift, and certain flaps are there really to just create drag. So we'll come back. I like this topic, Jeremy. We're going to talk about flaps. We're going to talk about flaps when we come back, and then I think we'll wrap it up there, maybe with wake turbulence, or I'm sorry, with wind shear, because that kind of ties into all this. But I'm going to have to take a quick break. We're going to talk about flaps. It's left control M. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go into flaps and then wind shear at the very end. And then I think we're going to be close to wrapping it up. Are we still on this guy's center, or were we supposed to... All right, so we're looking good. How's our fuel? I think we're doing all right. This is one hell of a long haul, huh? Yeah, center TAM 357 heavy. Bruno, appreciate you, man. Thank you, dude. I wonder. I'm going to kill this countdown timer for a second. I'm going to kill this countdown timer for a second. I want to see if it's impacting something. The guy rage quit. Nope, it's still not. That doesn't impact it. It's still doing its thing. All right, we're going to go outside view. I'll give you this view. Top of descent is in, what do we say, an hour 30. I think I'm going to take my last break. Let's see. Let's just, I feel like we're going to fly into a freaking wall cloud out here. Actually, that's the wrong one. Auto, let's go. Let's turn you on. Like, are we going to die? What are we flying into out there? I don't know. It's going to be spicy, but we'll figure it out. Team Vodka's 55 out. Perfect. Trevor, you're thinking of it wrong. Airspeed is a byproduct of angle of attack. That's not even the right question. You do not want to associate airspeed. We'll get back to you. I got to think about it. Why does induced drag decrease with airspeed if it's a byproduct of lift? If lift can be increased with speed. Why does induced drag decrease? It doesn't decrease with airspeed, Trevor. That's the problem of your statement. Induced drag decreases with the reduction of angle of attack. Has nothing to do with airspeed. Has to do with angle of attack. Okay. Think about angle of attack. Do not think about airspeed. Then that would render the rest of your question obsolete. So, induced drag decreases with the reduction of angle of attack. So he's leaving his airspace. I think I'm leaving his airspace. I think we're going to be all right. Let's see. St. Martin, 1544Z, which is an hour and 20 from now approximately. Top of descent is at 1518Z, which is 1 hour from now. Oh my goodness me. We are getting close. Let me see if this guy's still online. Center Spirit, or TAM 357 heavy.
357 Georgetown.
Oh yeah, we're gonna step offline for a couple minutes. Are we gonna miss a radio call?
357 Gordo, you'll be leaving my space. Thank you for come now on to this flight. Have a lovely flight to Takeoff.
Over to Unicom now. Thanks for popping on for TAM 357 heavy. Good day. All right, so we're gonna switch over anyway. 22.8. It's break time for me. Douglas Phillips, though, has come in with a massive $40 super chat. Douglas Phillips, man, I appreciate you so much, my friend. Thank you for that. Says thank you so much for the stream. Absolutely, man. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this stream. I got to be honest with you. I thought it was going to be a lot rougher, but I'm having a hell of a lot of fun. And we got over 600 likes on this stream. You guys are 10 for 10 awesome. I'm going to get the music playing for you. I'm going to take probably a 10-15 minute break here. This will be my last break. We're going to come back. We're going to quickly touch on flaps. Then we're going to go over wind shear, because that directly relates to your flap configuration and the effects on the airplane. We'll tie it all together. And then we're going to prep for our descent into St.Martin. So, enjoy some tunes. I will be right back. Let me put on my lav brake screen here. And let me put on some music here. And let me turn down... All right, folks. Give me about 10-15 minutes, and we'll be back. All right, all right, all right, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting back into it here, getting settled in. We're going to finish up our discussions today. Man, shout out to you guys for hanging out. We still got 240 viewers on this stream. I don't think it's dropped below 200 this entire time. I can't thank you guys enough. 700 likes on this video. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the continued support throughout the years of streaming on this channel for all my longtime followers. You guys are awesome. The song is depressing AF though. Ugh. All right, what are we going to do now? We got to talk about flaps and lift with wake turbulence, and then we are going to be on the descent. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Top of descent is on the map. We've got some islands below us. How is our fuel? We got 36.9 on board, predicted to land with 26.2. We're below max, 56. So I think that means we can, let's bump it up a little bit. Let's do 8.5. That's a lot of gas. We'll do 8.4. We'll do 8.4. We're doing our center feeding. It's doing its thing. V1 Nation. Yes, sir, Fubar. I got it. So here's the thing. I need to, YouTube is allowing badges now for greater than, 24 months? So, I need to create some more badges. I think one of them is going to be V1 Nation, or like a V1, I mean, because V1 status is, I like those, but now we need to be part of the true V1 Nation. I got to create another emoji for that, or I need to Tom Pasco to hook a brother up. All right, screenshot competition. I'm going to be honest with you right now. I wanted to open Discord, but the stream has been running for over 5.5 hours. Knowing what I know about X-Plane, and I know we have autosave and all that, and the fact that I've been having some skip frame issues, and it's an OBS thing. It's not a computer thing, because I pulled this up earlier looking at my frames. I'm getting solid 60 FPS here, solid. Sometimes even over 70 FPS. So the skips that you are seeing has to do with X-Plane 12 and Streamlabs OBS, because for whatever reason, I cannot capture X-Plane 12 as a game window. I have to do either a window capture or display capture to pick it up, which X-Plane 11, I could do a game capture. Microsoft, I do a game capture, do whatever. But for some reason, X-Plane 12 won't let me do it. So I think that might have something to do with the skip frames you see every so often. But I don't know. That's just an assumption. So I'm just going to let it be. Vodka says gas is on the right. Hey, I'm stepping it up. I was a little nervous there when we first started out, but I think we're going to be okay. Why does it say you're flying a 738 on top? Because we are in the next-gen 738. No, I'm just messing. You're probably the 47th person to bring that up. It's just because it's X-Plane being X-Plane. I have to configure some stuff in FSU IPC to change it, and I didn't want to deal with it. But we'll be all right. I think we'll make it. What 141 colleges do you recommend, Karsten Murphy? You know what? Honestly, they're all going to be, as long as I recommend the one that you're going to have the most success at. Look at location, proximity to family, a support network, and then look at cost. I think if it's a 141 school, it's a 141 school. But look at what's going to be best for you to be successful. Only you can answer that question. You know, as a 141, they're all going to be very equally good. Look at fleets, too. Look at, maybe they have some differencing in fleets. What kind of aircraft do you want to train on? But other than that, it's going to be a personal choice, because you need to put yourself in an environment in which you are going to be successful in. So, what do I think about racing sims? Hey, to each their own, my friend. To each their own. I used to do a lot of drag racing in college and stuff, so I like legit. So I kind of scratched that itch many years ago. All right, let's do this. Flaps, 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 flaps. Let's kill this song. I put in some of this like nose spray, so I feel like I sound stuffed up now. Hopefully it'll work out. I'm trying to not get this bug or whatever my little girls have. So whenever I put this nose spray in, it just like clogs me up for a few minutes. Okay, so we had a great question. Jeremy brought up flaps. We're going to talk about flaps today. I love talking about flaps. Also one of my favorite subjects to teach. So fire up the old instructor cam. Sorry if I sound a little out of breath too. I've been doing some squats and some push-ups just to keep the blood flowing on this freaking stream. It's been insane. All right. Wing flaps. First off, if you're just tuning in, let's recap roughly what we've done today. I love this little 319 model over here. I love holding on to it. I need to get official like V1 flight instructor streams going on or something. Patreon or some shit. I don't know. I love this. This is fun. All right. Roughly going over what we talked about. So we all talked about lift. That was the very first discussion we had. We talked about the principles of lift, and we broke it down to its very core, the very simple principles in physics and why wings create lift and how they do it and why airplanes fly. We also talked about that you cannot discuss lift without discussing angle of attack. And we also talked about you cannot discuss lift and angle of attack without discussing drag. So lift, drag, angle of attack, all tied in together. Then we introduced load factor. Talked a little bit about load factor, G-loading, how your weight, your current weight of the aircraft will affect the angle of attack at which you fly, which in part then affects the load factor limitations upon that specific aircraft. Then we talked about wingtip vortices and how they are directly impacted by the weight of the aircraft itself, the phase of flight that it's in, and how to avoid them in real life. All right, so now we're rolling it around. Can I ask when the duty-free trolley is coming around, please? Mad Air, it's coming around right now, just before top of descent. We're starting our final duty-free is coming in for all of my members. So all your members, you get free duty-free trolley carts coming down. So today, right now we're going to finish up with flaps. So, and you probably know everything you know about flaps, or so you think, until we get into this discussion. This stream needs more Woodford Reserve. Swarm 3513. Dude, thank you for your continued support, my friend. 37 months. Good golly. Official V1 Nation member right there, my friend. Swarm, thank you for the support. Appreciate you, brother. I'm going to be hitting some of that Woodford Reserve as soon as I get home, because that's the best thing to kill a cold is a little bit of Woodford. Or Svedka. Same thing. Well, Svedka gasoline, same thing. That'll kill anything you got. All right. Wing flaps. So what are wing flaps? They are actually a secondary flight control. So ailerons are a primary flight control, right? Trim would be considered a secondary flight control. But the elevator, ailerons, those are all primary flight control surfaces. Rudder is also another one. Flaps, however, are a secondary flight control device. Flaps are the most common high lift devices used on aircraft. So it's good that we're talking about this last, because this really talks about, it piggybacks on the whole lift conversation we had earlier. Flaps are attached to the trailing edge of the wing. So whenever we talk about flaps, and this is, I obviously I'm at fault for this too, but it kind of goes without saying that flaps are the trailing edge of the wing. They are not the leading edge. The leading edge devices are commonly referred to as slats. And that's a good point. When we first took off on this stream, we noticed that we had an auto flap retraction. Notice it's not an auto slat retraction, it's an auto flap. And it's just the trailing edge devices are retracted. So flaps in the back, slats in the front. They both increase lift and induce drag for any given AOA. Remember, you cannot increase lift without increasing induced drag, depending on the device. So, and that was kind of a bad statement, so we'll skip over that. What flaps do, the primary purpose though, is they're going to allow us to compromise a design of a wing for high-speed cruise, but low landing speeds. So for instance, when you look at something like the Concorde, that is a very, very fast airplane, and it also lands very, very fast, which is one of its downfalls, right? When you have a very high landing speed, you now have a very long rollout. You have to go to airports that are served by longer runways. You have to go to airports that have a much greater distance for you to land and roll out on and even depart, because lift devices will actually help you get off the ground quicker as well. So the Concorde not having those is also, even though it can fly really fast, one of its downfalls is it doesn't have a good compromise for landing speed. Most common aircrafts today that we see, Airbuses, Boeings, all that stuff, we have a good compromise of a high-speed cruise or a good cruise, 7.8, 8.0 Mach, and still being able to land at up to 120 knots. I've even seen some of the empty Airbuses, VAP around 118, 119 knots if you're empty. So especially on repo flights and things like that. So it's a pretty cool design when you think about it. The same wing allows us to land at 120 knots, yet we can cruise at 500 knots across the ground. I mean, pretty incredible. So there's a bunch of different types of flaps, believe it or not. We actually have a couple different ones, and I was going to draw, and I'll draw them out for you. So anybody know the types of flaps that we have? So I'm going to draw them out here on my handy dandy whiteboard. So we have a plain flap. We have a split flap. We have a slotted flap that allows air to go through it. And then we have a Fowler flap. Which is not to be confused with the slotted flap. A slotted flap and a Fowler flap are different. And then we actually have a slotted Fowler flap, so we're really getting into it now. All right. So, here we go, basic rundown. Got a plain flap. This is the flap section here, just comes off the trailing edge and droops down. We have a split flap, which is, you see this a lot on some GA airplanes, and I think, does the MD-80, no, the MD-80 has a plain flap, I believe. The split flap here is actually below the trailing edge, so that's the difference. The plain flap is the trailing edge, this is below the trailing edge. A Fowler flap, common on commercial aircraft, it's got a space here, but it actually extends outward, increasing the surface area of the wing as well. Then we have a slotted Fowler flap. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed one. This is a slotted flap, and then a Fowler flap, and slotted Fowler flap. So it's a lot of words. A slotted flap allows air to go through it. A Fowler flap extends and allows air to go through it. And then a slotted Fowler flap is what you see on the airplane, the airliner such as the Airbus, this Airbus 340 that we're flying. A lot of these bigger jets have a slotted Fowler flap. Geez, say that 10 times fast. And what the slots do is they help increase the surface area of the wing. So depending on the type of airframe that you are flying, you're going to have a flap design that is either going to help you increase lift or is going to help you increase drag, one of the two. If you get to fly one of the lucky fancy airplanes like airliners, you're probably going to have a flap that allows you to both increase lift and increase drag depending upon the extension of the flap. The second flap on the 310 doesn't generate any lift, just helps you slow down. That is, you're absolutely correct. That is the split flap. Or I should say, let's go over them. We're going to go over them slowly here. So I'll give you some comments. So the plain flap, the first one I showed you there, is the simplest of the four. That's the one that just drops down off the trailing edge, right? That one increases the airfoil's camber, results in a significant increase in the coefficient of lift at a given AOA. So it still does create lift, but it greatly increases drag, and it actually moves the center of pressure on the airfoil aft. And what I mean about that, we're going to talk about the center of pressure on the airfoil. So I'm going to draw the wing out again, and we're going to draw a flap in the down position here. And this one's connected. So when you move, so let's say, here's my wing with the flap down. Let's say my CP is right here, the center point of lift, Okay, when I extend flaps, this is actually going to move this rearward, which is actually going to drive the nose down. Okay, it's going to drive the nose down just a little bit when you extend flaps, and you can really get that. And you're right, in the 310, this simulates this. When you pull that flap handle down, you kind of get that whoop. Airplane kind of goes up like that. A couple other GA aircraft are probably very similar. You might be familiar with that if you fly an airplane with this type of flaps. But this comes back to what principle is this? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So because we remove the center of lift point aft, we're going to move it up here. We're going to move this down, because then this is going to move over here, driving the nose down a little bit. So that's your basic. That's the most basic flap. We're not going to talk about all of these flaps, but we're just going to hit the basic ones here. So that's the plain flap. The split flap, this is the one that is mostly drag. And this one, I think, Christy, is this one? I think this is on the 310. This is the one that drops down like this. So the trailing edge remains in place, but the flap actually drops from that, but the trailing edge kind of stays in the same position, except this split flap deflects from the lower surface of the airfoil. This type of flap produces a very slight increase in lift, a slightly greater increase in lift than the previous one we talked about, but it still produces some lift, but it creates more drag. And the reason it creates more drag is because we've got our flow over the wing, right? Well, now when you drop this flap down, you've now created a separation of the boundary layer going off the trailing edge of the wing. So this design creates drag, not necessarily by putting this out into the airstream here, but it creates the most amount of drag behind the wing because it disrupts the airflow off that trailing edge. So you're basically creating a wingtip vortices for a very lack of a very simple explanation, because we just talked about wingtip vortices. But the generation, you're purposely generating lack of sufficient of smooth airflow behind the trailing edge, which increases the drag on that one. So that's just kind of interesting. People think, oh, when you drop the flap, you're creating drag because you're putting that flap into the wind. Like if you ever have your hand out the car window and you go like this, knocks it back, right? Well, same thing. Think about a flap. When you drop it down, people think, oh, you're going to create all this drag here, but it's really that airflow behind the flap being so turbulent that creates the most amount of drag. Okay, slotted flap, we'll hit on this one. The slotted flap is probably one of the most popular flaps on today's aircraft. Variations of this flap are on small airplanes as well, so not just big airplanes, but this one, the slotted flap, greatly increases lift. That's kind of, let me draw this at a better angle. How about like, there we go, like that. Inverted spoid brake, exactly, 3041. You're exactly right. It's an inverted spoid brake. So the slotted flap, and remember there's different variations of this, even for small airplanes today. This creates a lot of extra lift. Most commonly on smaller aircraft, you'll see this hinge point is below the surface of the wing. But when the flap is lowered, a duct forms between the flap and the wing and the leading edge of the flap. So basically right here, you create this little duct effect. All right. When you lower this flap, high energy air from the lower surface is ducted up through that slot. Okay, so when the creation of this flap, the design of the flap kind of sucks that air up right through the slot. All right. When that happens, this will delay the airflow separation. So my airflow separation looks kind of like that, but because you're pulling in all this air from underneath, you get this nice smooth air pulled up underneath. You can keep that nice flow air to go all the way off to the back of the flap, which will create lift longer before disrupting and creating drag. So it delays the airflow separation when you have a slot in your flaps. The very design of this gap here pulls in that air, lets it, and it puts it right down that trailing edge. Because remember that last flap we talked about, it had all that disturbance right behind it. This slot prevents the disturbance, thus creating more lift, providing a higher lift coefficient. Now, there are many types of slotted flaps. There are even double slotted, triple slotted flaps. But that would just depend on the airframe. So the 340, I think we got a slotted flap out here. I would imagine so. Now, there is a... can you get icing in that gap? Just Jace, you absolutely bring up a great point. And the answer is technically yes. That is why if you have slotted flaps, your airframe, your airplane flight manual will probably tell you if flight with known icing condition in the flap configuration is extended, do not retract flaps until parking at the gate, so you can inspect your flaps, make sure there's no icing in between the hinges. You're absolutely correct. In theory, it could form ice because with an increase of velocity, we get a decrease in temperature. So could also create ice in there. So that is why you're also not supposed to hold with flaps extended. 3041 says, so these slotted flaps are like the flap is a second wing after the main airfoil. 3041, I would say yes, but we have one more flap to talk about where that is more true than with the slotted flap. With the slotted flaps, I want you to think of when they are deploying, when it deploys, it's still mostly going down. Okay, so you're still mostly going down with the slots. You're not really extending rearward where you create a second wing. Where you extend rearward and create that second wing that you want to talk about, that is called a Fowler flap. So Fowler flaps are a type of slotted flap. So it's not a totally different flap. It's just a design variation of a slotted flap, but the technical term is a Fowler flap. F-O-W-L-E-R. Okay. Now, not only do Fowler flaps change the camber of the wing, which is kind of that, we've been drawing this out, like I keep drawing at this little angle, right? That's the camber. So not only does a Fowler flap change that, but it also extends the wing area. It increases the wing area. So, for example, I'm going to draw a wing surface out here. When you extend a Fowler flap, it will first extend rearward on its hinges. That way, without creating any, I shouldn't say any, without creating very much drag. So it's actually going to produce very little drag, but it's really going to increase your lift because you are extending the camber. Oh, I'm sorry, you are changing the camber of the wing, but you are also increasing the wing surface area because it is extending outward on tracks. All right. The first portion of the extension is what we just talked about, increasing it out on tracks. And as it further deflects, then it will start to go rear downward like so. Now, since this is a slotted Fowler flap, guess what happens? Well, those ducts, that duct's vacuum, I should say, there's a little vacuum suction there, pulls in this air, keeps the laminar flow going. This duct pulls in the flow, so we continue to provide smooth laminar flow over the wing surface area all the way down until we get to the later portions of the extensions, flaps 25, flaps 30, flaps 35, flaps 40. Now you're going to start to see the separation of that boundary layer air as those Fowler flaps are really extended to their full potential. So that is probably the most common flap design out there. I know I said the slotted flaps are, even though it is a slotted flap, but the Fowler in particular is where you see it extending on its hinges rearward before creating drag. But it's all about those slots, because those slots help prevent the airflow separation as the wing gets bigger and bigger and bigger until they want it to separate. Then once that airflow separates, what are you creating? Vortices. What do vortices do? They create drag. What does drag do? Slows the airplane down. And that is why we've got flaps on the airplane. Stuck75, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. Very appreciative of that. Thanks for spending your afternoon long hauling and teaching. This is legendary stuff. Stuck75, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for that $10 super chat. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content. It's been a long one. This has been a record for me. I think it'll be a record for me. It'll be close. But thank you for your support, my friend. Appreciate you. All right, moving back here, getting a fresh eraser. I got a question. When you find 74380? When we get one. When we get one, I'll fly it. Jake, what's going on, man? Now, yes, I am at the office today. This is the office instruction, my friend. We're officially at the office. To kind of touch on flaps, we'll touch a little bit on the leading edge devices. So kind of in the same way. And I think I have some pictures of these somewhere. There we are. So there's, just like there are different types of flaps, there are different types of leading edge devices. I'll kind of show them here on screen. These can draw much better pictures than I can draw. So you got a fixed slot up here. You've got a movable slot, which is probably the most common, the movable slot, where you would see on like the 320 series and stuff like that. Leading edge cuff, that's that like flat slat that just drops out.
Thanks, V1. Good stuff on the teaching.
Flying with Jonathan. Dude, bank angle check, right back at you, my friend. Thank you so much. It says, thanks for teaching. Oh, you guys can hear it read out. Thank you so much for your support, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's a huge dono. Bank angle check, right back at you, my friend. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for that. So this leading edge cuff design, I'll show you here because you guys, I know, all love the 737. It's basically that flat door that comes out. You see that happens, I think, on position 1 of the 737 wing. You see it pop out there. That would be a leading edge flap, not a movable slot. It's a leading edge flap. So you can have a flap in the front, but it's got to be a leading edge flap. And then last but not least is the leading edge cuff, which is a non-movable fixed cuff area, which I'm not too familiar with. Not very common anyway. So real quickly, just some points about the leading edges. We talked about fixed slots. Movable slats, that's the one I'll talk about. That's the most common. That's what you're looking at right here on the window. Movable slats, they move on tracks. At low angles of attack, each slat is held flush against the wing's leading edge by high pressure. As they increases, high pressure moves the airflow. So that's not what we have, excuse me. We have leading edge, a flat. No, we have a combination of movable slats and leading edge flaps. But there's really not much else to discuss about that. I mean, the slats really help create lift. They can move the camber of the wings. They use frequently, most of the time you use slats and leading edge flaps with trailing edge flaps, depending on the flap selection and the design of the wing. But the biggest takeaway here, and I'll just wrap it up with this because this is all kind of semantic information. The biggest takeaway for leading edge devices is you get a larger increase of lift than you do an increase of drag with leading edge devices. So those leading edge devices really are important for keeping the airplane flying and at slow speeds. Just keep that in mind. And that's why you really see those slats come out first, right? Because you get the slats out first, get the wing nice and puffy, and then the flaps start to come out, and then it really starts to create drag and slow you down. Peyton, you're at the F-16 has movable slats. So what a movable slat is it's a pressure, it's basically a pressure slat. So at high angles of attack, each slat is held flush against the wing leading edge by high pressure. But as the AOA increases on the wing surface area, that slat begins to slide out to help create and keep a smooth boundary layer going over the top of the wing, creating lift. And that is an aerodynamic leading edge device. That's like what the F-16 has, the A4 Skyhawk has that. I can't think of any civilian aircraft off the top of my head that have a movable slat, but you're on the right track. So the F-16, it's all aerodynamic, right? F-18, same way. It's an aerodynamic leading edge device, depending upon the AOA of the aircraft, and there's no regulation of them in the cockpit, other than you can lock them out. I know in the F-5, T-38, you can manually fix them in a position, but generally in normal operations, they're all driven by angle of attack. Just Chase, thank you for the 10-pound donation, my friend. Thanks, V1, for an entertaining and awesome stream. Just Chase, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Everyone knows the best leading edge device is the inflatable de-ice boots. Oh, baby. Yes, sir. Okay, we need to slow down. We're approaching TOD. We're well past TOD. And we got a fuel problem. So, decelerate. Oh, boy. Let's go ahead and descend and maintain 240. I'm just going to vertical speed us right now. I think we're there. I think it's time to pay attention. I don't think we're going to get to touch on wind shear today, guys. I think we're there. Just Jace, thank you for your support, though. I appreciate you, man. I think we're there, guys. Is it time? Is it preparation time? I think it is. Let me put my notes over there. We need to do some airplane stuff here. So let's bring up the sounds. I'm just kind of shocked that we're here. Zapata, we're coming up to Zapata. Let's go ahead and step through this here. Umana is at or above 3,000. So let's go ahead and set, let's just set 10 for now. Let's pull for open. We are starting down. We need to get down. So we are starting our top of descent. Here comes a flyby, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally made it to TOD. Let me pull up the external sounds a little bit. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're here. Callie Simmer, what's up, man? Thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Says I'm super late to the party, but I'm glad I made it. Callie Simmer, hey, you're just in time, man. We are finally here. Looks like we're going to catch up to it. What was our ECAM? So we have a fuel problem here. What's going on? Imbalance going on here. What was our fuel wing tanks balanced? 6,000. So we need to move some fuel around. Lucky for you guys, I'm not quite sure how to do that. But we're obviously out of limitations. I wonder why. That's only 100 pounds, though. Ooh, this is 300. Status is normal. I think we'll be fine. I'm running X-Plane on an SSD. Might want to tune San Juan on 18.5. Well, we'll do it. St. Martin ATIS is up, 2765. Oh, wow, we got ATC on. Here we go. Perf data, next. Altimeter is 1013. $10.13 is set. 110 at 12 are the winds. 110 at 12 knots. I can't believe we're here. Are we actually here? 110 at 12. Temperature is. I know temperature in the ATIS. What's the temperature in St. Martin? Anybody know? Let's say 27. 27 degrees. Oh my. This is exciting. All right, we're going to zoom it down. All Alright, so let me zoom in here. Let's actually see our approach. So we're doing the RNAV 10 X-ray. It doesn't look right. Oh yeah, it does. Avaki, Leslor. Okay, cool. So the RNAV 10, let's come back here. Airports. We don't need this. This seems like a lifetime ago. TNCM is RNAV, runway 10. Temperature is 29, thank you. Whoa, we're coming in from Zapata, Umana. So the bottom out for us is an LNAV 7,000. We got a couple of notes. Missed approach restricted, minimum, maximum climb 205 knots. I think we got to do this one. We'll do 770. I don't think we can do that missed approach, 205 knots. No, I think we can. I mean, it's visual, so we're going to be fine anyway. Let's go. Next phase, MDA, 700 feet. We don't need LS push buttons. This will be an RNAV approach on the ground. Beautiful visual. 4,100 feet sector altitude. We're landing config full. We need to slow down before we overspeed. And we are on the descent needle. Manage up the speed. Our thrust idle descent, we were right in the barber pole there, but we're back on profile now. So we are, yeah, we're on profile. We're at a 24. We're descending across down there at Zapata. Cool. Yeah, we're a little fast there. Next flight, LA to YSSY in a Qantas livery. Dude, how long is that? How long is that? Let's go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign on in preparation for landing. Wow, this is cool. We're going to be we're going to be right at 12, pretty much midday sim time, with a nice default St. Martin. Should be fun. Should be fun. Beautiful visuals would have been in Microsoft. This is a minute. Yeah, I know, Christy. This is where I'm really going to miss the Microsoft. I got to remember how to fly this thing here. 15 hours? Oh, man. All right, let's do auto brake 3. That'll be fine. Auto brake 3 is set. TNCM is on there, and looks like San Juan Center 1815 might be online. Got him ready. Cool. When is the proper time to activate approach phase? Anthony, 10,000 feet. You can never, will never steer you wrong. 10,000 feet, select speed. Never steer you wrong. Depends on your SOP though. That's all. All depends on your SOP, my friend. We can't do any landing stuff yet, so we're good there. Down to 10 thou. Let's get a few tunes on here. Let's enjoy this. Here we go. San Juan Center, good afternoon. TAM 357 Heavy out of flight level 200, descending to 10,000.
357 Heavy, San Juan Center, squawk 6764.
Squawk 6764 for TAM 357 Heavy. Let's do this.
357 Heavy, contact Nicoma, South East, stop Zapata, level 190. Would you like the RNAV or the BR0 for runway 10?
We'd like the RNAV 10 for TAM 357 Heavy.
You can expect that.
Roger, we'll expect that TAM 357 Heavy. Andre Henry gifting 10 subs to you guys. That is absolutely fantastic. Guys, if you just picked up a membership from Andre Henry, make sure you tell him thank you. Thank you so much, Andre. I can't thank you enough, my friend. That's a huge support to the channel. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you, my friend. Guys, if you just picked up a membership, exclamation point, welcome in chat. We'll get you your info on your new perks. And Andre Henry, you're the man. Thank you, sir. I cannot believe we're doing a 2,000-mile long haul. This is insane. Turning the chat green. Gotta love it. 210 at flight level 100, TAM 357 heavy. Alright, 1013 is set. 1013 is set once, twice, and 3 times. 210 knots, he says, at 10,000 feet. We can do it. We're on the way down. I'm getting pumped now. I am excited. Get those likes up. It does help. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate you guys. If you're just tuning in, you haven't smashed the like button. We have 784 likes. Can we get 800 likes? Let's go for a like record. Can we get 800 likes? I mean, I don't know if you haven't liked it already, but this has just been an epic flight already. And hit the like button for yourself if you haven't hit it already. Just hit it for yourself. For tuning in, sticking with us. I don't think the stream went below 240 viewers at all, which to me is unbelievable, even in cruise. And you guys are diehards. I love it. Departs about heading 300, TAM 357 heavy. So 300 heading out of Zapata. Da, 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 da. 800 done. Check. Awesome. Tom Pascal says you have legs similar to this in the narrow body in the real life, don't you? Yeah, we do, man. We do. But I personally try to use my seniority to stay away from anything longer than 3 hours. You guys are awesome. Thank you for smashing that like button. You guys are absolutely awesome. Christy, I agree, man. Thanks for hanging out with us too, Christy. I know it's got to be a late night for you, my friend. That's late for you. Late for a lot of you guys. I hope y'all learned something. Y'all learned something, at least one thing today. Hey, at the end of a 6-hour flight instruction lesson, if the only thing you learned today is that stalls are not a relation to airspeed, it's more of an angle of attack, then we are successful. Train on ND, radar's off, we don't need it. Let's do another flyby. Exclamation point, welcome, 3041. What airport is that down there?
12, 15, 6 miles from Aluba, maintain 2,600 at elevation, clear BOR, Zulu approach 310. Maintain 2,612.
A refresher for sure from a PPL. Awesome, Felix, awesome. Smash the like button for seniority, that's great. Might be Saba. St.Martin, 12,000 to go. I'm going to do this. I'm going to just go ahead and descend 10,000, open descent. I'm going to do a couple things here. We're going to go ahead and select speed 300. With thrust idle, open descent down to 10,000 feet. Out of Zapata, we're turning to heading 300. We also got to slow to 210 knots. Here comes Zapata. Let's dial in our heading again, 300. Max Parks, can I go over Coffin Corner? Absolutely. We're going to have to dedicate some time to that. But the fact that what we've talked about today is really going to help you understand Coffin Corner. All right, 300 on the heading. And slowing to 210 knots. We're speed alt star heading. Let's go ahead and activate and confirm the approach phase. Activated and confirm. 10,000 feet. Landing light is coming on. Runway lights are coming on. Wing lights are coming on. We're just going to turn them all on because it's not an aero body. Speed out heading. We got the brick at 12, right above us there, so we're looking good. Slowing back to 210. We're approaching our clean speed, 280 knots here. We're going to have to extend flaps 1. There's VFE next minus 10. Let's extend flaps 1. Flaps or slats? Here we go. So flaps are coming out first. Or I'm sorry, slats. Extending forward. Let's fade out the music. 320 to send 3,000. TAM 357 heavy. 320 and 3,000. Alright, that was awesome. Pausing you. You are done. And thrust idle open descent. And we're slowing to... Let's get our tiller cam up and running. Let's get a little spoil brake action. VFE next, minus 10. Flaps 2. So no slot in this, or this is a single slotted flap, not a multi-slotted flap. We got 210 down to 320, and we are looking up here. I'm not sure what he's going to give me. Probably a Vaki, so we can clear P-pause on this one. What I'll do is I'll clear from the bottom. I'll clear from the top, so we'll clear Zapata. And we got a Vaki in check right corner, so we'll just let that be for now until we get something. 210 on the speed, descending to 3,000 feet. Flaps 2, we are looking good. As good as X-Plane 12 can look. Any in real life flights this week? No, Brad K. I am off this week. It's my birthday. My birthday week. My birthday is on Thursday. Why is it 321? Only member of the 320X has double slotted flaps? Christopher, do you remember what I said about the flap moving the center pressure of lift rearward, driving the nose down? So when you increase that slot, you move the center of pressure even further aft, driving the nose down, minimizing the risk of a tail strike. So the 321 has an extra slot to help minimize risk of a tail strike on approach to landing. Liam, it's your birthday on Friday? Nice, dude. Probably should have went P before top of descent, but we're looking good. Yeah, looking good. Happy birthday in advance. Thank you, Kevin Thomas. Drink some bourbon on Thursday for you. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. I think I'm definitely going to need a day to recover from this stream. I'm thinking we do some Virgin Island hopping today or this week. Don't you think? Definitely in Microsoft, though. Anybody know where we're parking? Because I have no idea. All right, 7,500 feet. We're going to double half. We're going to have to backtrack Echo, and as far as gates are concerned, any gate information on this one? This is all coordinates. We're just going to the terminal. Oh, here we go, down at the bottom. What's a heavy gate? Alpha 1? Let's go to Alpha 1. This sounds fun. Alpha 1, and here is our RNAV, but it's just we're going to back it up. We're going to fly this with a visual as much as we can. Sim update 10? Yes. That would be awesome, Andre, if we had a Mass for the Caribbean. I agree with you, buddy. We're looking good. Look, our fuel was pretty much right. 25.5. Hey, I'll hand it to Toliss. All right, even though our thrust was fluctuating heavily throughout the flight, the Toliss flight management system correctly predicted our fuel burn. So, hats off to Toliss again. Thank you, man. The next time I do a long haul in about a year, we'll definitely have to do it in this airplane again. I love this airplane. I really, it'd be a great birthday surprise if got a notification saying that Toliss was going to bring their 340 to Microsoft in 2023. Wouldn't that be awesome? Just because I feel like long haul flights, having that global ortho available on Microsoft is just going to be so much easier. You know, if I do a long haul in this, like you got to have ortho for this part, and then if you want to look at anything that's not default, right turn 350 TAM 357 heavy. 350 on the heading. Here we go. INI A310 is coming. You're right, the Pilot X. You're right. I'll be looking forward to that. But there's nothing like, I gotta say, there's nothing like this view right here. This frickin' view with the 340-600, these big old engines out there, is sweet, man. It's sweet. It's a single-decker 747 with an Airbus cockpit. Normal speed, TAM 357. Oh, what? Oh, direct avat to the TAM 357 measure. Alright, direct avat, Avaki, insert, that's why we left it, we didn't want to delete it. Alright, we're direct Avaki, Navin. I'm going to go ahead and slow us down a little bit more. Let's get below that. We're a little bit close to red line for my comfort, so let's go ahead and dial her back. 190 knots in the 340 seems like it's going to be a good spot. It gives us 10 knots below our VFE next point. We're going direct Avaki for the RNAV 10. We're at 3,000 feet. Engines are spooling up. 2,600 Avaki, cleared RNAV 10, TAM 357 heavy. 2,600, we'll just pull it, approach. So we have thrust idle, open descent, app nav, and out final is in blue. Puddle Do Gaming, that's a good way to get yourself a band, my friend. So just take it easy. We've all had a great day, it's been a long flight. So I'll just take a chill. Speed out star. Let's go ahead and extend flaps 3. Love it. A340 300, your favorite, Felix? Yeah, there's something to be said about the hair dryers, but I like the 600, those big engines out there. All right, I guess we've got replay mode, so we don't have to worry about that. What's our final speed here? VAP is 153, and we've got that up so you can see it. Everything else looks good. Are the auto flaps controlled by the FCU? Relief valve opens to constrain the hydraulic fluid demand for the incorrect flap setting. Sean, they're actually controlled by one of the flight control computers. For auto retract, it's going to be... I'm drawing a blank. It's going to be your... Sec. I believe Sec 1 and 2 in conjunction with something else, but my brain is turning to mush, my friend. No spoilers yet, Anthony. We'll arm those when we go gear down.
Citation 205 Juliet, speed 190. Speed 190, citation 205 Juliet.
Good afternoon from the middle of nowhere, Fort Irwin, California. This place is a desert. What's up, John Franco? Welcome, dude. Welcome to the mayhem that is a 6-hour long haul. 2,000. What is it? What is our total distance? 20? Was it over 2,000? There's like 2,500 miles. Epic. Sean, yeah, that sounds more like a 747 thing that you're talking about, the relief valve and all that. Remember the Airbus electric jet, man, it's all about flight control computers. I believe it's the SEX and maybe part of the SFCCs. I'd have to look it up. PFM. Turn and final. This is so exciting. Thank you, Jeff. I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friend. This is what the long haul is all about, right? Turn and final after a long haul. I can see her out there. I can see the island. All right, let's go ahead and dial it back to 180. Final lap. Let's go manage speed. Gear down. Oh yeah. EFU minus 10 flaps full. Gotta love it. Alright, if we have to go missed, we'll take it up to 3,000 initially. Alright, landing check is cabin crew advised. Auto thrust speed. Auto brakes are... I thought we had to arm them somehow. Go to land 10, TAM 357 heavy. I guess they're armed? Can't click on them. I guess they're armed. We're clear to land. Down to land. Landing checklist complete. I gotta hand fly this. Autopilot off. Flight director's off. Give me the birds in chat. Let's do this. I don't need no stinking autopilot. 19 knot crosswind, maybe I do. Rip. Already getting high. That's right, we're correcting. 160 knot VAP, gotta love it. Just a big boy. Birds in chat. There we go. You can see the PFD a little bit better when I do that, right? Captain Tom is in the house. Welcome, dude. Alright, whoa, watch that sink rate there, boss man. Watch that sink rate. 1,000 feet stable, clear to land. Wow, we have a nice little crosswind here. I should have left the autopilot on. Rip me. Alright, let's go ahead and get on the center line now. We'll get our crosswind correction in. This will look sweet in the replay with a little bit of crab here. There we go. Now the wind's kind of shifting around. We're still 2 whites on, 2 reds. Let's come down a little bit. Oh, doesn't this water look amazing? 400. This is like FSX, the tutorial mission with the CRJ. Let's see if we can come in a little bit lower over the fence for cinematic purposes. Come on, get down a little bit lower on purpose. Let's drag it in. There we go. I know. I'm doing it on purpose. Correcting. Calm down. There we go. This will look sick.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, retard,
Ooh.
retard.
Oh, that was firm. But it's going to look sweet over the fence, I promise you. Reverse is green. D-cell. $70 knots. Stow it. Backtrack vacate 10 tam 357 heavy, roger. Alright, we got to backtrack it around. That was a frozen hard butter, but that replay, I promise y'all, is going to be juicy. We dragged it in over that fence. I mean, it's like 40 feet over the fence. Alright, let's see if we can turn this thing around without going into the dirt here. Alright, I'm going to go taxi cam on. Was that on the fence? I don't know. It's going to be close. I hope we didn't hit the fence. I wanted to come in for... I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Alright, so here we go. We got to make this turn here. Pay attention. Yeah, this is where you need that nose cam. Look at this. Oh, this is badass. I can't. I gotta look outside. Oh my goodness. Even though it looks like FS9 graphics out here, that just is, that's fun. That's fun. Look at that. All the way around. Taxi camera for the win. Spool it up a little bit. The puddle sim. Oh, we're moving TAM 357 heavy. Alright, it's my runway. I paid for runway? What? What did he say? I didn't hear what he said. Alright. We can go ahead and stow the spoid brakes. And we're going to configure now, even though you don't really reconfigure on the runway, but since we're back taxiing, we're going to be right into the ramp area. Let's go ahead and pull it all in. Next flight's going to look like 2022, exactly, Christy. Kevin, greetings, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a late night for you guys. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm doing 23 knots. I'm not going to do much faster than that. Single engine taxi on that beauty Vitor? I do not believe so, but that's a good point. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU, huh? Come on, come on, come on. Hit it. There it is. APU's coming up. We said via Charlie, so this is another... Oh, that's Echo, so we got to go to Charlie with... Yeah, good thing we didn't turn there. That would be a problem. We need to go in via... So Charlie is not the next one. That's Delta. Charlie will be this third one here. Alright, let's go ahead and make the turn here. Taxi cam for the win. You know what's cool is you can actually see the nose wheel turning on the taxi camera now. I think that's new in 12. What? Y'all took my gates. Alright, I guess I'm going to the right. Hey, there's that 330 that took off with us. And that's that goal. That's amazing. We're actually going to shut this beauty down. So the taxi cam is on the center pedestal. That's where you're going to find that taxi cam. Alright, now this is the true test here, coming into the gate. So we got to straighten her out. Straighten her out. This is an overturn too. You would not. I don't know. Do three? I don't know if 340 would park at this gate. That fence looks really close, but we got to do what we got to do.
I'll let you know when I get the field in sight for citation 205.
All right, crank it over.
Some issues with my FMS. Southwest 532, clear line on 810. Clear to the Southwest 552. Square wings 1452, line up away, runway 10. Line up and wait, runway 10, straight wing 14.
I'm pretty sure this gate would not. Oh, it would fit. Well, that was a terrible lineup, but hey, we end the stream perfectly off center line. But if I was any further to the left, it would have been more perfect. But hey, you get what you get. Son of a gun. We did all that. We parked perfectly parallel to where we need to be. Oh well. Let's spool it down. Let's turn it up for the spool down sounds. APU is online. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Oh, I didn't bind those off yet. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Erps in chat, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St-Martin. This was frickin' awesome. Look at those engines spooling down. This was cool. Hey, shout out to all you guys in chat hanging out. Ooh, we blinded the parking guy too because we had that. That was awful. We're not gonna look at the parking job. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's disconnect from VATSIM. Let me make sure there's nobody else like on short final. Ooh, we got a Spiritual Wings taken off. Spiritual Wings is taken off. No one else on short final. They're nose to nose. That's a recipe for a disaster. Let's take a look at the replay though. Guys, I am ready. We're off VATSIM. Replay mode is on. I don't have to start engines, right, because it's native. We'll disconnect from VATSIM. Thanks for flying along with me, Vodka, or Christy, and whoever else was flying in the Vodka, and whoever else was flying with me in that 330. Absolutely awesome. Let's take a look here, shall we? Let's back it up. Oh boy. We're a little ways out, but turn that off. Oh shoot, I left taxi cam on the whole time. I'm just gonna fast forward here because I hate skipping around. I want to let it load a minute. Anthony, you're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. There's the gear. Alright, so at the 716 mark is where the gear came down. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Next time you're in Oakland, you can sign my logbook. T6, you got it, brother. You got it, my friend. Thank you for the continued support. Appreciate you, dude.
1,000.
Alright, so we're going to hit play. Turn up the volumes. Everything looks good. Let's enjoy it. Chris Stuper, my pleasure, man. Thank you for sticking around, hanging out with me for the stream. First stream I watched of yours. Heard of you as a Captain Canada stream. Great stream, very educational. Gear Up Aviation. Hey, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you coming by. Shout out to Captain Canada. You picked me up from his channel. Good deal, man. Welcome on board.
500.
Let's see how we did here. Almost 7-hour stream. That was crazy cool. Don't forget to hit the like button on the way out if you learned anything today, guys. Thank you, Christy. You're absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. And there's no time like the present to start some sail in the background. I just want to take a quick moment to thank everybody, my mods especially, hanging out today. Long stream, keeping the chat in line. Appreciate you. All the members, the donations, the support that you guys have showed me during the 7-hour stream has been absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to see the fence camera here. But thank you. Thank each and every single one of you. Thank you to Iron Man as well, a massive, massive dono earlier. And of course, all the other donations, no matter how small, how big, whether it's just a like or a subscribe. You guys are awesome. Thank you for each and every single one of those. Let's watch this over the fence. Oh my. Now that's how you come over the fence at St. Martin, boys. right on the numbers. And we didn't bounce. We just got a little bit floaty. Hey, but that's the landing that you go to St. Martin to watch. That is the landing you come to St. Martin to watch. Right here, I promise you. No one comes for the safe landing at like 500 feet over the fence or 200 feet over the fence. Everybody comes for this one right here. I hope you guys enjoy this. I'm going to be signing out here. Watch these last couple of replays. Again, like I said, I can't thank you all enough. Oh, we nailed it. We nailed the fence. That was a perfect St. Martin landing. Nailed it. All right, guys. I'm going to be signing off. Watch the rest of the replays. Enjoy it. Have a great, wonderful rest of your week, wherever you may be doing, whatever you may be flying. Until then, I'm V1. Stay safe. Stay healthy. See ya!